but I could not shake the fear of standing in a shield wall. I watched for omens, fearing to see an owl, and I prayed again. I must have slept in the end, but it was a fitful, dream-racked sleep. It had been so long since I had fought in a shield wall, let alone broken an enemy's wall. I woke cold, early and shivering. Dew lay thick. Men were grunting and coughing, pissing and groaning. The hills stank, for although we had dug latrines, there was no stream to carry the dirt away. The smell and sound of men. Guinevere's wry voice spoke from the shadow of her shelter. "Did you sleep, lady?" I asked. "A little." She crawled out under the low branch that served as roof and door. "It's cold. It will be warm soon." She crouched beside me, swathed in her cloak. Her hair was tousled, and her eyes were puffy from sleep. "What do you think about in battle?" she asked me. "Staying alive," I said. "Killing. Winning." "Is that mead?" she asked, gesturing at the horn in my hand. "Water, lady. Mead slows a man in battle." She took the water from me, splashed some on her eyes, and drank the rest. She was nervous, but I knew I could never persuade her to stay on the hill. "And Arthur?" she asked. "What does he think about in battle?" I smiled. "The peace that follows the fighting, lady. He believes that every battle will be the last." "Yet of battles," she said dreamily, "there will be no end." "Probably never," I agreed. "But in this battle, lady, stay close to me. Very close." "Yes, Lord Derfel," she said mockingly, then dazzled me with a smile. "Thank you, Derfel." We were in armour by the time the sun flared behind the eastern hills to touch the scrappy clouds crimson and throw a deep shadow across the valley of Saxons. The shadow thinned and shrank as the sun climbed. Wisps of mist curled from the river, thickening the smoke from the campfires amongst which the enemy moved with an unusual energy. "Something's brewing down there," Keenaglass said to me. "Maybe they know we're coming," I guessed. "Which will make life harder," Keenaglass said grimly. Though if the Saxons did have wind of our plans, they showed no evident preparation. No shield wall was formed to face Minith Badon, and no troops marched west towards the Gleavham road. Instead, as the sun rose high enough to burn the mist from the river banks, it appeared as if they had at last decided to abandon the place altogether and were preparing to march, though whether they planned to go west, north, or south it was hard to tell, for their first task was to collect their wagons, pack-horses, herds, and flocks. From our height, it looked like an ant's nest kicked into chaos, but gradually some order emerged. Ael's men gathered their baggage just outside Aquasulus's northern gate, while Serdic's men organized their march beside their encampment on the river's bend. A handful of huts were burning, and doubtless they planned to fire both of their encampments before they left. The first men to go were a troop of lightly armed horsemen, who rode westwards, past Aquasulus, taking the Gleavham road. "A pity," Keenaglass said quietly. The horsemen were scouting the route the Saxons hoped to take, and they were riding straight towards Arthur's surprise attack. We waited. We would not go down the hill until Arthur's force was well within sight, and then we had to go fast to fill the gap between Ael's men and Serdic's troops. Ael would have to face Arthur's fury, while Serdic would be prevented from helping his ally by my spearmen and by Keenaglass's troops. We would almost certainly be outnumbered, but Arthur hoped he could break through Ael's men to bring his troops to our aid. I glanced to my left, hoping for a sight of Oengus's men on the Foss Way, but that distant road was still empty. If the Black Shields did not come, then Keenaglass and I would be stranded between the two halves of the Saxon army. I looked at my men, noting their nervousness. They could not see down into the valley, for I had insisted they stay hidden until we launched our flank attack. Some had their eyes closed, A few Christians knelt with arms outstretched, while other men stroked sharpening stones along spear blades already quickened to a razor's edge. Mullane, the druid, was chanting a spell of protection. Peerlig was praying, and Guinevere was staring at me wide-eyed, as though she could tell from my expression what was about to happen. The Saxon scouts had disappeared in the west, but now they suddenly came galloping back. Dust spurted from their horses' hooves. Their speed was enough to tell us that they had seen Arthur, and soon I thought the tangled flurry of Saxon preparations would turn into a wall of shields and spears. I gripped my own spear's long ash shaft, closed my eyes and sent a prayer winging up through the blue to wherever Bel and Mithras were listening. "Look at them!" Keenaglass exclaimed, while I was praying, and I opened my eyes to see Arthur's attack filling the western end of the valley. The sun shone in their faces and glinted off hundreds of naked blades and polished helmets. To the south, beside the river, Arthur's horsemen were spurring ahead to capture the bridge south of Aquasulis, while the troops of Gwent marched in a great line across the centre of the valley. Tudric's men wore Roman gear, bronze breastplates, red cloaks, and thick-plumed helmets, so that from Minith Badon's summit they appeared as phalanxes of crimson and gold beneath a host of banners that showed, instead of Gwent's black bull, red Christian crosses. To the north of them were Arthur's spearmen, led by Sagramor, under his vast black standard that was held on a pole surmounted by a Saxon skull. To this day, I can close my eyes and see that army advancing, see the wind stirring the ripple of flags above their steady lines, see the dust rising from the road behind them, and see the growing crops trampled flat where they had passed. While in front of them was panic and chaos. Saxons ran to find armour, to save their wives, to seek their chiefs, or to rally in groups that slowly joined to make the first shield wall close to their encampment by Aquasulis. But it was a scant wall, thin and ill-manned, and I saw a horseman wave it back. To our left, I could see that Cerdic's men were quicker in forming their ranks, but they were still more than 2 miles from Arthur's advancing troops, which meant that Ael's men would have to take the brunt of the attack. Behind that attack, ragged and dark in the distance, our levy was advancing with scythes, axes, mattocks, and clubs. I saw Ael's banner raised among the graves of the Roman cemetery, and saw his spearmen hurry back to rally under its bloody skull. The Saxons had already abandoned Aquasulis, their western encampment, and the baggage that had been collected outside the city, and maybe they hoped Arthur's men would pause to plunder the wagons and pack-horses. But Arthur had seen that danger, and so led his men well to the north of the city's wall. Gwentian spearmen had garrisoned the bridge, leaving the heavy horsemen free to ride up behind that gold and crimson line. Everything seemed to happen so slowly. From Minith Badon we had an eagle's view, and we could see the last Saxons fleeing over Aquasulis's crumbled wall. We could see Ael's shield wall at last hardening, and we could see Cerdic's men hurrying along the road to reinforce them. And we silently urged Arthur and Tudric on, wanting them to crush Ael's men before Cerdic could join the battle. But it seemed as though the attack had slowed to a snail's pace. Mounted messengers darted between the troops of spearmen, but no one else seemed to hurry. Ael's forces had pulled back a half-mile from Aquasulis before forming their line, and now they waited for Arthur's attack. Their wizards were capering in the fields between the armies, but I could see no druids in front of Tudric's men. They marched under their Christian god, and at last, after straightening their shield wall, they closed on the enemy. I expected to see a conference between the lines, as the leaders of the armies exchanged their ritual insults, and while the 2 shield walls judged each other. I have known shield walls stare at each other for hours, while men summon the courage to charge. But those Christians of Gwent did not check their pace. There was no meeting of opposing leaders, and no time for the Saxon wizards to cast their spells, for the Christians simply lowered their spears, hefted their oblong shields that were painted with the cross, and marched straight through the Roman graves and into the enemy's shields. We heard the shield clash on the hill, It was a dull, grinding sound, like thunder from under the earth, and it was the sound of hundreds of shields and spears striking, as two great armies smashed head to head. The men of Gwent were stopped, held by the weight of the Saxons who heaved against them, and I knew men were dying down there. They were being speared, being chopped by axes, being trampled underfoot. Men were spitting and snarling over their shield rims, and the press of men would be so great that a sword could hardly be lifted in the crush. Then Sagramor's warriors struck from the northern flank. The Numidian had plainly hoped to outflank Ael, but the Saxon king had seen the danger and sent some of his reserve troops to form a line that took Sagramor's charge on their shields and spears. Again the splintering crash of shield striking shield sounded, and then, to us who had the eagle's view, the battle became strangely still. Two throngs of men were locked together, and those in the rear were shoving the ones in front, and the ones in front were struggling to loosen their spears and thrust them forward again. And all the while, Serdic's men were hurrying along the fosse way beneath us. Once those men reached the battle, they would easily outflank Sagramor. They could wrap around his flank and take his shield wall in the rear, and that was why Arthur had kept us on the hill. Cerdic must have guessed we were still there. He could see nothing from the valley, for our men were hidden behind Minith Badon's low ramparts, but I saw him gallop his horse to a group of men and point them up the slope. It was time, I reckoned, for us to go, and I looked at Keenaglass. He looked at me at the same time and offered me a smile. "The gods be with you, Derfel. And you, Lord King." I touched his offered hand, then pressed my palm against my coat of mail to feel the reassuring lump of Kynwyn's brooch beneath. Keenaglass stepped onto the rampart and turned to face us. "I'm not a man for speeches," he shouted, "but there are Saxons down there, and you reckon the best killers of Saxons in Britain. So come and prove it. And remember, once you reach the valley, keep the shield wall tight. Keep it tight. Now, come!" We cheered as we spilled over the hill's rim. Serdic's men, those who had been sent to investigate the summit, checked, then retreated, as more and more of our spearmen appeared above them. We went down that hill 500 strong, and we went fast, angling westwards to strike against the leading troops of Serdic's reinforcements. The ground was tussocky, steep, and rough. We did not go down in any order, but raced each other to reach the bottom. And there, after running through the field of trampled wheat and clambering through two hedges that were tangling with thorns, we formed our wall. I took the left side of the line, Keenaglass the right, and once we were properly formed and our shields were touching, I shouted at my men to go forward. A Saxon shield wall was forming in the field in front of us, as men hurried from the road to oppose us. I looked to my right as we advanced, and saw what a huge gap there was between us and Sagramor's men, a gap so big I could not even see his banner. I hated the thought of that gap, hated to think what horror could pour through it and so come behind us. But Arthur had been adamant. "Do not hesitate," he said. "Do not wait for Sagramor to reach you, but just attack." It must have been Arthur, I thought, who had persuaded the Christians of Gwent to attack without pause. He was trying to panic the Saxons by denying them time, and now it was our turn to go fast into battle. The Saxon wall was makeshift and small, maybe 200 of Serdic's men, who had not expected to fight here, but who had thought to add their weight to Ael's rearmost ranks. They were also nervous. We were just as nervous, but this was no time to let fear abrade valour. We had to do what Tudric's men had done. We had to charge without stopping, to take the enemy off balance, and so I roared a war shout and quickened my pace. I had drawn Howlbane, and was holding her by the upper blade in my left hand, letting the shield hang on its loops from my forearm. My heavy spear was in my right hand. The enemy shuffled together, shield against shield, spears levelled, and somewhere from my left a great war dog was released to run at us. I heard the beast howl. Then the madness of battle let me forget everything except the bearded faces in front of me. A terrible hate wells up in battle. A hatred that comes from the dark soul to fill a man with fierce and bloody anger. Enjoyment, too. I knew that Saxon shield wall would break. I knew it long before I attacked it. The wall was too thin, had been too hurried in the making, and was too nervous, and so I broke out of our front rank and shouted my hate as I ran at the enemy. At that moment, all I wanted to do was kill. No, I wanted more. I wanted the bards to sing of Derfel Cadern at Minith Badon. I wanted men to look at me and say, "There is a warrior who broke the wall at Minith Badon." I wanted the power that comes from reputation. A dozen men in Britain had that power. Arthur, Sagramor, Killock were among them, and it was a power that superseded all other except for kingship. Ours was a world where swords gave rank, and to shirk the sword was to lose honour. And so I ran ahead, madness filling my soul and exultation giving me a terrible power as I picked my victims. They were 2 young men, both smaller than me, both nervous, both with skimpy beards, and both were shrinking away even before I hit them. They saw a British warlord in splendour, and I saw 2 dead Saxons. My spear took one in the throat. I abandoned the spear as an axe chopped into my shield, but I'd seen it coming and warded off the blow. Then I rammed the shield against the second man and thrust my shoulder into the shield's belly as I snatched Howlbane with my right hand. I chopped her down and saw a splinter fly from a Saxon spear shaft, then felt my men pouring in behind me. I whirled Howlbane over my head, chopped her down again, screamed again, swung her to the side, and suddenly in front of me there was nothing but open grass, buttercups, the road and the river meadows beyond. I was through the wall, and I was screaming my victory. I turned, rammed Howlbane into the small of a man's back, twisted her free, saw the blood spill off her tip, and suddenly there were no more enemies. The Saxon wall had vanished, or rather it had been turned into dead and dying meat that bled onto the grass. I remember raising shield and spear towards the sun, and howling a cry of thanks to Mithras. "Shield wall!" I heard Issa bellow the order as I celebrated. I stooped to retrieve my spear, then twisted to see more Saxons hurrying from the east. "Shield wall!" I echoed Issa's shout. Keenaglass was making his own wall, facing west to guard us from Ael's rearward men, while I was making our line face towards the east, from where Serdic's men were coming. My men screamed and jeered. They had turned a shield wall into offal, and now they wanted more. Behind me, in the space between Keenaglass's men and my own, a few wounded Saxons still lived, but 3 of my men were making short work of them. They cut their throats, for this was no time to take prisoners. Guinevere, I saw, was helping them. "Lord! Lord!" That was Irkern, shouting from the right-hand end of our short wall, and I looked to see him pointing at a mass of Saxons who were hurrying through the gap between us and the river. That gap was wide, but the Saxons were not threatening us, but rather hurrying to support Ael. "Let them be!" I shouted. I was more worried by the Saxons in front of us, for they had checked to form in ranks. They had seen what we had just done, and would not let us do it to them, and so they packed themselves 4 or 5 ranks deep, then cheered as one of their wizards came prancing out to curse us. He was one of the mad wizards, for his face twitched uncontrollably as he spat filth at us. The Saxons prized such men, thinking they had the ear of the gods, and their gods must have blanched as they heard this man curse. "Shall I kill him?" Guinevere asked me. She was fingering her bow. "I wish you weren't here, lady," I said. "A little late for that wish, Derfel," she said. "Let him be," I said. The wizard's curses were not bothering my men, who were shouting at the Saxons to come and test their blades, but the Saxons were in no mood to advance. They were waiting for reinforcements, and those were not far behind them. "Lord King!" I shouted at Keenaglass. He turned. "Can you see Sagramor?" I asked him. "Not yet." Nor could I see Oengus Machiram, whose black shields were supposed to pour out of the hills to take the Saxons still deeper in the flank. I began to fear that we had charged too early, and that we were now trapped between Ael's troops, who were recovering from their panic, and Serdic's spearmen, who were carefully thickening their shield wall before they came to overpower us. Then Earkern shouted again, and I looked south to see that the Saxons were now running east instead of west. The fields between our wall and the river were scattered with panicked men, and for a heartbeat I was too puzzled to make sense of what I saw. And then I heard the noise, a noise like thunder. Hoofbeats. Arthur's horses were big. Sagramor once told me Arthur had captured the horses from Clovis, king of the Franks, and before Clovis had owned the herd, the horses had been bred for the Romans, and no other horses in Britain matched their size, and Arthur chose his biggest men to ride them. He had lost many of the great war horses to Lancelot, and I had half expected to see those huge beasts among the enemy ranks, but Arthur had scoffed at that fear. He had told me that Lancelot had captured mostly broodmares and untrained yearlings only, and it took as many years to train a horse as it did to teach a man how to fight with an unwieldy lance from the horse's back. Lancelot had no such men, but Arthur did, and now he led them from the northern slope against those of Ael's men who were fighting Sagramor. There were only 60 of the big horses, and they were tired, for they had first ridden to secure the bridge to the south, and then come to the battle's opposite flank. But Arthur spurred them into a gallop, and drove them hard into the rear of Ael's battle line. Those rearward men had been heaving forward, trying to push their forward ranks over Sagramor's shield wall, and Arthur's appearance was so sudden that they did not have time to turn and make a shield wall of their own. The horses broke their ranks wide open, and as the Saxons scattered, so Sagramor's warriors pushed back the front ranks, and suddenly the right wing of Ael's army was broken. Some Saxons ran south, seeking safety among the rest of Ael's army, but others fled east towards Cerdic, and those were the men we could see in the river meadows. Arthur and his horsemen rode those fugitives down mercilessly. The cavalrymen used their long swords to cut down fleeing men until the river meadow was littered with bodies and strewn with abandoned shields and swords. I saw Arthur gallop past my line, his white cloak spattered with blood. Excalibur reddened in his hand, and a look of utter joy on his gaunt face. Higwith, his servant, carried the bare banner that now had a red cross marked on its lower corner. Higwith, normally the most taciturn of men, gave me a grin, and then he was past, following Arthur back up the hill to where the horses could recover their breath and threaten Cerdic's flank. Morfans the Ugly had died in the initial attack on Ael's men, but that was Arthur's only loss. Arthur's charge had broken Ael's right wing, and Sagramor was now leading his men along the Foss Way to join his shields to mine. We had not yet surrounded Ael's army, but we had penned him between the road and river, and Tudric's disciplined Christians were now advancing up that corridor and killing as they came. Cerdic was still outside the trap, and it must have occurred to him to leave Ael there, and so let his Saxon rival be destroyed. But instead, he decided victory was still possible. Win this day, and all Britain would become Llogir. Cerdic ignored the threat of Arthur's horses. He must have known that they had struck Ael's men where they were most disordered, and that disciplined spearmen, tight in their wall, would have nothing to fear from cavalry, and so he ordered his men to lock their shields, lower their spears, and advance. "Tight! Tight!" I shouted, and pushed my way into the front rank, where I made sure my shield overlapped those of my neighbours. The Saxons were shuffling forward, intent on keeping shield against shield, their eyes searching our line for a weak spot as the whole mass edged towards us. There were no wizards that I could see, but Cerdic's banner was in the centre of the big formation. I had an impression of beards and horned helmets, heard a harsh ram's horn blowing continually, and watched the spear and axe blades. Cerdic himself was somewhere in the mass of men, for I could hear his voice calling to his men. "Shields tight! Shields tight!" the king called. 2 great war dogs were loosed at us, and I heard shouts and sensed disorder somewhere to my right as the dogs struck the line. The Saxons must have seen my shield wall buckle where the dogs had attacked, for they suddenly cheered and surged forward. "Tight!" I shouted, then hefted my spear over my head. At least 3 Saxons were looking at me as they rushed forward. I was a lord, hung with gold, and if they could send my soul to the other world, then they would win renown and wealth. One of them ran ahead of his fellows, intent on glory, his spear aimed at my shield, and I guessed he would drop the point at the last moment to take me in the ankle. Then there was no time for such thought, only for fighting. I rammed my spear at the man's face and pushed my shield forward and down to deflect his thrust. His blade still scored my ankle, razoring through the leather of my right boot beneath the greave I had taken from Wulfgear. But my spear was bloody in his face, and he was falling backwards by the time I pulled it back and the next men came to kill me. They came just as the shields of the 2 lines crashed together, with a noise like the sound of colliding worlds. I could smell Saxons now, the smell of leather and sweat and ordure, but I could not smell ale. This battle was too early in the morning. The Saxons had been surprised, and they had not had time to drink themselves into courage. Men heaved at my back, crushing me against my shield, which pushed against a Saxon shield. I spat at the bearded face, lunged the spear over his shoulder, and felt it gripped by an enemy hand. I let it go, and, by giving a huge push, freed myself just enough to draw Howlbane. I hammered the sword down on the man in front of me. His helmet was nothing but a leather cap, stuffed with rags, and Howlbane's newly sharpened edge went through it to his brain. She stuck there a moment, and I struggled against the dead man's weight, and while I struggled, a Saxon swung an axe at my head. My helmet took the blow. There was a clanging noise that filled the universe, and in my head a sudden darkness shot with streaks of light. My men said later that I was insensible for minutes, but I never fell because the press of bodies kept me upright. I remember nothing, but few men remember much of the crush of shields. You heave, you curse, you spit, and you strike when you can. One of my shield neighbours said I stumbled after the axe blow, and almost tripped on the bodies of the men I had killed. But the man behind me grabbed hold of my sword belt, and he hauled me upright, and my wolf tails pressed around to give me protection. The enemy sensed I was hurt, and fought harder, axes slashing at battered shields and nicked sword blades. But I slowly came out of the daze, to find myself in the second rank, and still safe behind the shield's blessed protection, and with Howlbane still in my hand. My head hurt, but I was unaware of it, only aware of the need to stab and slash and shout and kill. Issa was holding the gap the dogs had made, grimly killing the Saxons who had broken into our front rank, and so sealing our line with their bodies. Cerdic outnumbered us, but he could not outflank us to the north, for the heavy horsemen were there, and he did not want to throw his men uphill against their charge, and so he sent men to outflank us to the south. But Sagramor anticipated him, and led his spearmen into that gap. I remember hearing that clash of shields. Blood had filled my right boot, so that it squelched whenever I put weight on it. My skull was a throbbing thing of pain, and my mouth fixed in a snarl. The man who had taken my place in the front rank would not yield it back to me. "They're giving, Lord!" he shouted at me. "They're giving!" And sure enough, the enemy's pressure was weakening. They were not defeated, just retreating. And suddenly, an enemy shout called them back, and they gave a last spear lunge or axe stroke and backed hard away. We did not follow. We were too bloody, too battered, and too tired to pursue. And we were obstructed by the pile of bodies that mark the tide's edge of a spear and shield battle. Some in that pile were dead. Others stirred in agony and pleaded for death. Cerdic had pulled his men back to make a new shield wall, one big enough to break through to Ael's men, now cut off from safety by Sagramor's troops who had filled most of the gap between my men and the river. I learned later that Ael's men were being pushed back against the river by Tudric's spearmen, and Arthur left just enough men to keep those Saxons trapped and sent the rest to reinforce Sagramore. My helmet had a dent across its left side, and a split at the base of the dent that went clean through the iron and the leather liner. When I eased the helmet off, it tugged at the blood clotting in my hair. I gingerly felt my scalp, but sensed no splintered bone, only a bruise and a pulsing pain. There was a ragged wound on my left forearm. My chest was bruised, and my right ankle was still bleeding. Issa was limping, but claimed it was nothing but a graze. Niall, the leader of the Black Shields, was dead. A spear had spitted his breastplate, and he lay on his back, the spear jutting skyward, with his open mouth brimming with blood. Earkern had lost an eye. He padded the open socket with a scrap of rag that he tied round his scalp, then jammed the helmet over the crude bandage, and swore to revenge the eye 100-fold. Arthur rode down from the hill to praise my men. "Hold them again!" he shouted to us. "Hold them till Oengus comes, and then we'll finish them forever!" Mordred rode behind Arthur, his great banner alongside the flag of the bear. Our king carried a drawn sword, and his eyes were wide with the excitement of the day. For 2 miles along the riverbank there was dust and blood, dead and dying, iron against flesh. Tudric's gold and scarlet ranks closed around Ael's survivors. Those men still fought, and Cerdic now made another attempt to break through to them. Arthur led Mordred back up to the hill, while we locked shields again. "They're eager," Keenaglass commented, as he saw the Saxon ranks advance again. "They're not drunk," I said. "That's why." Keenaglass was unhurt, and filled with the elation of a man who believes his life is charmed. He had fought in the front of the battle. He had killed, and he had not taken a scratch. He had never been famous as a warrior, not like his father, and now he believed he was earning his crown. "Take care, Lord King," I said, as he went back to his men. "We're winning, Derfel," he called, and hurried away to face the attack. This would be a far bigger attack than the first Saxon assault, for Cerdic had placed his own bodyguard at the centre of his new line, and those men released huge war dogs that raced at Sagramore, whose men formed the centre of our line. A heartbeat later, the Saxon spearmen struck, hacking into the gaps that the dogs had torn in our line. I heard the shields crash, then had no thought for Sagramore, for the Saxon right wing charged into my men. Again the shields banged onto one another. Again we lunged with spears or hacked down with swords, and again we were crushed against each other. The Saxon opposing me had abandoned his spear and was trying to work his short knife under my ribs. The knife could not pierce my mail armour, and he was grunting, shoving, and gritting his teeth as he twisted the blade against the iron rings. I had no room to bring my right arm down to catch his wrist, and so I hammered his helmet with Halbane's pommel, and went on hammering until he sank down at my feet, and I could step on him. He still tried to cut me with the knife, but the man behind me speared him, then rammed his shield into my back to force me on into the enemy. To my left, a Saxon hero was smashing left and right with his axe, savaging a path into our wall, but someone tripped him with a spear shaft, and a half-dozen men pounced on the fallen man with swords or spears. He died among the bodies of his victims. Cerdic was riding up and down behind his line, shouting at his men to push and kill. I called to him, daring him to dismount and come and fight like a man, but he either did not hear me or else ignored the taunts. Instead, he spurred southwards to where Arthur was fighting alongside Sagramore. Arthur had seen the pressure on Sagramore's men and led his horsemen behind the line to reinforce the Numidian. And now our cavalry were shoving their horses into the crush of men and stabbing over the heads of the front rank with their long spears. Mordred was there, and men said later that he fought like a demon. Our king never lacked brute valour in battle, just sense and decency in life. He was no horse soldier, and so he had dismounted and taken a place in the front rank. I saw him later, and he was covered in blood, none of it his own. Guinevere was behind our line, She had seen Mordred's discarded horse, mounted it, and was loosing arrows from its back. I saw one strike and shiver in Serdik's own shield, but he brushed the thing away as if it were a fly. Sheer exhaustion ended that second clash of the walls. There came a point where we were too tired to lift a sword again, when we could only lean on our enemy's shield and spit insults over the rim. Occasionally, a man would summon the strength to raise an axe or thrust a spear, and for a moment the rage of battle would flare up, only to subside as the shields soaked up the force. We were all bleeding, all bruised, all dry-mouthed, and, when the enemy backed away, we were grateful for the respite. We pulled back too, freeing ourselves from the dead who lay in a heap where the shield walls had met. We carried our wounded with us. Among our dead were a few whose foreheads had been branded by the touch of a red-hot spear blade, marking them as men who had joined Lancelot's rebellion the previous year. But they were men who now had died for Arthur. I also found Bors lying wounded. He was shuddering and complaining of the cold. His belly had been cut open, so that when I lifted him, his guts spilled on the ground. He made a mewing noise as I laid him down, and told him that the other world waited for him with roaring fires, good companions, and endless mead. And he gripped my left hand hard as I cut his throat with one quick slash of Howlbane. A Saxon crawled pitifully and blindly among the dead, blood dripping from his mouth, until Issa picked up a fallen axe and chopped down into the man's backbone. I watched one of my youngsters vomit, then stagger a few paces before a friend caught him and held him up. The youngster was crying because he had emptied his bowels, and he was ashamed of himself. But he was not the only one. The field stank of dung and blood. Eäl's men, far behind us, were in a tight shield wall with their backs to the river. Tudric's men faced them, but were content to keep those Saxons quiet rather than fight them now, for cornered men make terrible enemies. And still Serdik did not abandon his ally. He still hoped he could drive through Arthur's spearmen to join Eäl, and then strike north to split our forces in two. He had tried twice, and now he gathered the remnants of his army for the last great effort. He still had fresh men, some of them warriors hired from Clovis's army of the Franks, and those men were now brought to the front of the battle line, and we watched as the wizards harangued them, then turned to spit their maledictions at us. There was to be nothing hurried about this attack. There was no need, because the day was still young. It was not even midday, and Serdik had time to let his men eat, drink, and ready themselves. One of their war drums began its sullen beat, as still more Saxons formed on their army's flanks, some with leashed dogs. We were all exhausted. I sent men to the river for water, and we shared it out, gulping from the helmets of the dead. Arthur came to me and grimaced at my state. "Can you hold them a third time?" he asked. "We have to, Lord," I said, though it would be hard. We had lost scores of men, and our wall would be thin. Our spears and swords were blunted now, and there were not enough sharpening stones to make them keen again, while the enemy was being reinforced with fresh men, whose weapons were untouched. Arthur slid from Clamry, threw her reins to Higwith, then walked with me to the scattered tide line of the dead. He knew some of the men by name, and he frowned when he saw the dead youngsters, whom had scarcely had time to live before they met their enemy. He stooped and touched a finger to Bor's forehead, then walked on to pause beside a Saxon, who lay with an arrow embedded in his open mouth. For a moment I thought he was about to speak. Then he just smiled. He knew Guinevere was with my men. Indeed, he must have seen her on her horse, and seen her banner that now flew alongside my starry flag. He looked at the arrow again, and I saw a flicker of happiness on his face. He touched my arm and led me back towards our men, who were sitting or else leaning on their spears. A man in the gathering Saxon ranks had recognized Arthur, and now strode into the wide space between the armies and shouted a challenge at him. It was Leofer, the swordsman I had faced at Thunrelslia, and he called Arthur a coward and a woman. I did not translate, and Arthur did not ask me to. Leofer stalked closer. He carried no shield and wore no armour, not even a helmet, and carried only his sword, and that he now sheathed, as if to show that he had no fear of us. I could see the scar on his cheek, and I was tempted to turn and give him a bigger scar, a scar that would put him in a grave. But Arthur checked me. "Let him be," he said. Leofer went on taunting us. He minced like a woman, suggesting that was what we were, and he stood with his back to us to invite a man to come and attack him. Still, no one moved. He turned to face us again, shook his head with pity for our cowardice, then strode on down the tide line of the dead. The Saxons cheered him, while my men watched in silence. I passed word down our line that he was Serdic's champion, and dangerous, and that he should be left alone. It galled our men to see a Saxon so rampant, but it was better that Leofer should live now than be given a chance to humiliate one of our tired spearmen. Arthur tried to give our men heart by remounting Chamri, and, ignoring Leofer's taunts, galloping along the line of corpses. He scattered the naked Saxon wizards, then drew Excalibur and spurred yet closer to the Saxon line, flaunting his white crest and bloodied cloak. His red-crossed shield glittered, and my men cheered to see him. The Saxons shrank away from him, while Leofer, left impotent in Arthur's wake, called him woman-hearted. Arthur wheeled the horse and kicked her back to me. His gesture had implied that Leofer was not a worthy opponent, and it must have stung the Saxon champion's pride, because he came still nearer to our line in search of an opponent. Leofer stopped by a pile of corpses. He stepped into the gore, then seized a fallen shield that he dragged free. He held it up so that we could all see the eagle of Powys, and, when he was sure we had seen the symbol, he threw the shield down, then opened his trews and pissed on the insignia of Powys. He moved his aim so that his urine fell on the shield's dead owner, and that insult proved too great. Keenaglas roared his anger and ran out of the line. "No!" I shouted, and started towards Keenaglas. It was better, I thought, that I should fight Leofer, for at least I knew his tricks and his speed. But I was too late. Keenaglas had his sword drawn, and he ignored me. He believed himself invulnerable that day. He was the king of battle, the man who had needed to show himself a hero, and he had achieved that, and now he believed that everything was possible. He would strike down this impudent Saxon in front of his men, and for years the bards would sing of King Keenaglas the Mighty, King Keenaglas the Saxon Killer, King Keenaglas the Warrior. I could not save him, for he would lose face if he turned away, or if another man took his place, and so I watched, horrified, as he strode confidently towards the slim Saxon who wore no armour. Keenaglas was in his father's old war gear, iron trimmed with gold and with a helmet crested with an eagle's wing. He was smiling. He was soaring at that moment, filled with the day's heroics, and he believed himself touched by the gods. He did not hesitate, but cut at Leofer, and we could all have sworn that the cut must strike home. But Leofer glided from under the slash, stepped aside, laughed, then stepped aside again, as Keenaglas's sword cut air a second time. Both our men and the Saxons were roaring encouragement. Arthur and I alone were silent. I was watching Cynwyn's brother die, and there was not a thing I could do to stop it, or nothing I could do with honour, for if I were to rescue Keenaglas, then I would disgrace him. Arthur looked down at me from his saddle with a worried face. I could not relieve Arthur's worry. "I fought him," I said bitterly, "and he's a killer. You live." "I'm a warrior, Lord," I said. Keenaglas had never been a warrior, which was why he wanted to prove himself now, but Leofa was making a fool of him. Keenaglas would attack, trying to smash Leofa down with his sword, and every time the Saxon just ducked or slid aside, and never once did he counterattack. And slowly our men fell silent, for they saw that the king was tiring, and that Leofa was playing with him. Then a group of men from Powys rushed forward to save their king, and Leofa took 3 fast backward steps and mutely gestured at them with his sword. Keenaglas turned to see his men. "Go back!" he shouted at them. "Go back!" he repeated more angrily. He must have known he was doomed, but he would not lose face. Honour is everything. The men from Powys stopped. Keenaglas turned back to Leofa, and this time he did not rush forward, but went more cautiously. For the first time his sword actually touched Leofa's blade, and I saw Leofa slip on the grass, and Keenaglas shouted his victory and raised his sword to kill his tormentor. But Leofa was spinning away, the slip deliberate, and the whirl of his swing carried his sword low above the grass so that it sliced into Keenaglas's right leg. For a moment Keenaglas stood upright, his sword faltering, and then, as Leofa straightened, he sank. The Saxon waited as the king collapsed. Then he kicked Keenaglas's shield aside and stabbed down once with his sword point. The Saxons cheered themselves hoarse, for Leofa's triumph was an omen for their victory. Leofa himself had time only to seize Keenaglas's sword. Then he ran lithely away from the men who chased him for vengeance. He easily outstripped them, then turned and taunted them. He had no need to fight them, for he had won his challenge. He had killed an enemy king, and I did not doubt that the Saxon bards would sing of Leofa the Terrible, the slayer of kings. He had given the Saxons their first victory of the day. Arthur dismounted, and he and I insisted on carrying Keenaglas's body back to his men. We both wept. In all the long years we had possessed no stauncher ally than Keenaglas ap Gorfethid, king of Powys. He had never argued with Arthur, and never once failed him, while to me he had been like a brother. He was a good man, a giver of gold, a lover of justice, and now he was dead. The warriors of Powys took their dead king from us and carried him behind the shield wall. "The name of his killer," I said to them, "is Leofa, and I will give 100 gold coins to the man who brings me his head." Then a shout turned me. The Saxons, assured of victory, had started their advance. My men stood. They wiped sweat from their eyes. I pulled on my battered and bloody helmet, closed its cheek pieces, and snatched up a fallen spear. It was time to fight again. This was the biggest Saxon attack of the day, and it was made by a surge of confident spearmen who had recovered from their early surprise, and who now came to splinter our lines and to rescue Ael. They roared their war chants as they came. They beat spears on shields, and they promised each other a score of British dead apiece. The Saxons knew they had won. They had taken the worst that Arthur could hurl at them. They had fought us to a standstill. They had seen their champion slay a king, and now, with their fresh troops in the lead, they advanced to finish us. The Franks drew back their light-throwing spears, readying themselves to rain a shower of sharpened iron on our shield wall, when suddenly a horn sounded from Minith Badon. At first, few of us heard the horn, so loud were the shouts and the tramp of feet and the moans of the dying. But then the horn called again, then a third time, and at the third call men turned and stared up at Minith Badon's abandoned rampart. Even the Franks and Saxons stopped. They were only 50 paces from us when the horn checked them, and when they, like us, turned to gaze up the long green hillside, to see a single horseman and a banner. There was only one banner, But it was a huge one, a wind-spread expanse of white linen, on which was embroidered the red dragon of Dumnonia. The beast, all claws, tail, and fire, reared on the flag that caught the wind and almost toppled the horseman who carried it. Even at this distance, we could see that the horseman rode swiftly and awkwardly, as though he could neither handle his black horse nor hold the great banner steady. But then 2 spearmen appeared behind him, and they pricked his horse with their weapons, and the beast sprang away down the hill, and its rider was jerked hard backwards by the sudden motion. He swayed forward again. As the horse raced down the slope, his black cloak flew up behind, and I saw that his armour beneath the cloak was shining white as the linen of his fluttering flag. Behind him, spilling off Minith Badon, as we had spilled just after dawn, came a shrieking mass of men with black shields, and other men with tusked boars on their shields. Oengus Machiram and Kiluk had come, though instead of striking down the Corinian road, they had first worked their way onto Minith Badon, so that their men would link up with ours. But it was the horseman I watched. He rode so awkwardly, and I could see now that he was tied onto the horse. His ankles were linked under the stallion's black belly with rope, and his body was fixed to the saddle by what had to be strips of timber clamped to the saddle's tree. He had no helmet, so that his long hair flew free in the wind, and beneath the hair the rider's face was nothing but a grinning skull, covered by desiccated yellow skin. It was Gawain. Dead Gawain. His lips and gums shrunken back from his teeth, his nostrils 2 black slits, and his eyeballs empty holes. His head lolled from side to side, while his body, to which the dragon banner of Britain was strapped, swayed from side to side. It was death on a black horse called Anbar, and at the sight of that ghoul coming at their flank, the Saxon confidence shuddered. The Black Shields were shrieking behind Gawain, driving the horse and its dead rider over the hedges and straight at the Saxon flank. The Black Shields did not attack in a line, but came in a howling mass. This was the Irish way of war, a terrifying assault of maddened men who came to the slaughter like lovers. For a moment the battle trembled. The Saxons had been on the point of victory, but Arthur saw their hesitation and unexpectedly shouted us forward. "On!" he shouted, and "Forward!" Mordred added his command to Arthur's. "Forward!" Thus began the slaughter of Minith Badon. The bards tell it all, and for once they do not exaggerate. We crossed our tied line of dead and carried our spears to the Saxon army, just as the Black Shields and Kiluk's men hit their flank. For a few heartbeats there was the clangor of sword on sword, the thump of axe on shield, the grunting, heaving, sweating battle of locked shield walls. But then the Saxon army broke, and we fought among their shredding ranks in fields made slick with Frankish and Saxon blood. The Saxons fled, broken by a wild charge led by a dead man on a black horse, and we killed them until we thought nothing of killing. We crammed the Bridge of Swords with Sace dead. We speared them, we disemboweled them, and some we just drowned in the river. We took no prisoners at first, but vented years of hatred on our hated enemies. Cerdic's army had shattered under the twin assault, and we roared into their breaking ranks and vied each other in killing. It was an orgy of death, a welter of slaughter. There were some Saxons so terrified that they could not move, who literally stood with wide eyes waiting to be killed, while there were others who fought like demons, and others who died running, and others who tried to escape to the river. We had lost all semblance of a shield wall. We were nothing but a pack of maddened war dogs tearing an enemy to pieces. I saw Mordred limping on his clubbed foot as he cut down Saxons. I saw Arthur riding down fugitives, saw the men of Powys avenging their king 1,000-fold. I saw Galahad cut left and right from horseback, his face as calm as ever. I saw Tudric in a priest's robes, skeletally thin and with his hair tonsured, savagely slashing with a great sword. Old Bishop Emrys was there, a huge cross hanging about his neck and an old breastplate tied over his gown with horsehair rope. "Go to hell!" he roared, as he jabbed at helpless Saxons with a spear. "Burn in the cleansing fire forever!" I saw Oengus Machaerim, his beard soaked with Saxon blood, spearing yet more Sace. I saw Guinevere, riding Mordred's horse and chopping with the sword we had given her. I saw Gawain, his head fallen clean off, slumping dead on his bleeding horse that peacefully cropped the grass among the Saxon corpses. I saw Merlin at last, for he had come with Gawain's corpse, and though he was an old man, he was striking at Saxons with his staff and cursing them for miserable worms. He had an escort of black shields. He saw me, smiled, and waved me on to the slaughter. We overran Cerdic's village, where women and children cowered in the huts. Killock and a score of men were working a stolid butcher's path through the few Saxon spearmen who tried to protect their families, and Cerdic's abandoned baggage. The Saxon guards died, and the plundered gold spilled like chaff. I remember dust rising like a mist, screams of women and men, children and dogs running in terror, burning huts spewing smoke, and always Arthur's big horses thundering through the panic, with spears dipping to take enemy spearmen in the back. There is no joy like the destruction of a broken army. The shield wall breaks, and death rules. And so we killed till our arms were too tired to lift a sword, and when the killing was done, we found ourselves in a swamp of blood. And that was when our men discovered the ale and mead in the Saxon baggage, and the drinking began. Some Saxon women found protection amongst our few sober men, who carried water from the river to our wounded. We looked for friends alive and embraced them, saw friends dead and wept for them. We knew the delirium of utter victory. We shared our tears and laughter, and some men, tired as they were, danced for pure joy. Cerdic escaped. He and his bodyguard cut through the chaos and climbed the eastern hills. Some Saxons swam south across the river, while others followed Cerdic, and a few pretended death and then slipped away in the night. But most stayed in the valley beneath Minith Badon, and remain there to this day. For we had won. We had turned the fields beside the river into a slaughterhouse. We had saved Britain and fulfilled Arthur's dream. We were the kings of slaughter and the lords of the dead, and we howled our bloody triumph at the sky, for the power of the Sace was broken. Part 3. Nimue's Curse. Queen Igraine sat in my window and read the last sheets of parchment, sometimes asking me the meaning of a Saxon word, but otherwise saying nothing. She hurried through the story of the battle, then threw the parchments onto the floor in disgust. "What happened to Ael?" she demanded indignantly. "Or to Lancelot?" "I shall come to their fates, lady," I said. I had a quill trapped on the desk with the stump of my left arm, and was trimming its point with a knife. I blew the scraps onto the floor. "All in good time." "All in good time," she scoffed. "You can't leave a story without an ending, Derfel." "It will have an ending," I promised. "It needs one here and now," my queen insisted. "That's the whole point of stories. Life doesn't have neat endings, so stories must." "She is very swollen now, for her child is close to its time. I shall pray for her, and she will need my prayers, for too many women die giving birth. Cows do not suffer thus, nor cats, Nor bitches, nor sows, nor ewes, nor vixens, nor any creature, except humankind. Sansom says this is because Eve took the apple in Eden, and so soured our paradise. Women, the saint preaches, are God's punishment on men, and children his punishment on women. So what happened to Ael? Igraine demanded sternly, when I did not respond to her words. He was killed, I said, by the thrust of a spear. It struck him right here. I tapped my ribs just above my heart. The story was longer than that, of course, but I had no mind to tell her just then, for I take little pleasure in remembering my father's death, though I suppose I must set it down if the tale is to be complete. Arthur had left his men pillaging Cerdic's camp, and ridden back to discover whether Tudric's Christians had finished off Ael's trapped army. He found the remnants of those Saxons beaten, bleeding, and dying, but still defiant. Ael himself had been wounded, and could no longer hold a shield, but he would not yield. Instead, surrounded by his bodyguard and the last of his spearmen, he waited for Tudric's soldiers to come and kill him. The spearmen of Gwent were reluctant to attack. A cornered enemy is dangerous, and if he still possesses a shield wall, as Ael's men did, then he is doubly dangerous. Too many spearmen of Gwent had already died, good old Agricola among them, and the survivors did not want to push forward into the Saxon shields another time. Arthur had not insisted that they try. Instead, he had talked with Ael. And when Ael refused to surrender, Arthur summoned me. I thought, when I reached Arthur's side, that he had exchanged his white cloak for a dark red one. But it was the same garment, just so spattered with blood that it looked red. He greeted me with an embrace, then, with his arm about my shoulders, led me into the space between the opposing shield walls. I remember a dying horse was there, and dead men and discarded shields and broken weapons. "Your father won't surrender," Arthur said, "but I think he will listen to you. Tell him that he must be our prisoner, but that he will live with honor and can spend his days in comfort. I promise the lives of his men, too. All he needs do is give me his sword." He looked at the beaten, outnumbered, and trapped Saxons. They were silent. In their place, we would have sung, but those spearmen waited for death in utter silence. "Tell them there's been enough killing, Derfel," Arthur said. I unbuckled Halbane, laid her down with my shield and spear, then walked to face my father. Ael looked weary, broken and hurt, but he hobbled out to meet me with his head held high. He had no shield, but held a sword in his maimed right hand. "I thought they would send for you," he growled. The edge of his sword was dented deep, and its blade was crusted with blood. He made an abrupt gesture with the weapon when I began to describe Arthur's offer. "I know what he wants of me," he interrupted. "He wants my sword. But I am Ael, the Bretwalder of Britain, and I do not yield my sword." "Father," I began again. "You call me king," he snarled. I smiled at his defiance and bowed my head. "Lord King, we offer your men their lives, and we—" Once again he cut me off. "When a man dies in battle," he said, "he goes to a blessed home in the sky. But to reach that great feasting hall, he must die on his feet, with his sword in his hand, and with his wounds to the front." He paused, and when he spoke again his voice was much softer. "You owe me nothing, my son, but I should take it as a kindness if you would give me my place in that feasting hall." "Lord King," I said, but he interrupted me for a fourth time. "I would be buried here," he went on, as though I had never spoken, with my feet to the north, and my sword in my hand. I ask nothing more of you. He turned back to his men, and I saw that he could hardly stay upright. He must have been grievously wounded, but his great bear cloak was hiding the wound. "Hrothgar," he called to one of his spearmen, "give my son your spear." A tall young Saxon came out of the shield wall and obediently held his spear out to me. "Take it," Eyal snapped at me, and I obeyed. Hrothgar gave me a nervous glance, then hurried back to his comrades. Eyal closed his eyes for an instant, and I saw a grimace cross his hard face. He was pale under the dirt and sweat, and he suddenly gritted his teeth as another ravaging pain seared through him. But he resisted the pain, and even tried to smile as he stepped forward to embrace me. He leaned his weight on my shoulders, and I could hear the breath scraping in his throat. "I think," he said in my ear, "that you are the best of my sons. Now, give me a gift. Give me a good death, Derfel, for I would like to go to the feasting hall of true warriors." He stepped heavily back and propped his sword against his body, then laboriously untied the leather strings of his fur cloak. It dropped away, and I saw that the whole left side of his body was soaked in blood. He had suffered a spear thrust under the breastplate, while another blow had taken him high in the shoulder, leaving his left arm hanging useless, and so he was forced to use his maimed right hand to unbuckle the leather straps that held his breastplate at his waist and shoulders. He fumbled with the buckles, but when I stepped forward to help, he waved me away. "I'm making it easy for you," he said. "But when I'm dead, put the breastplate back on my corpse. I shall need armor in the feasting hall, for there is much fighting there. Fighting, feasting, and He stopped, racked once again by pain. He gritted his teeth, groaned, then straightened to face me. "Now, kill me," he ordered. "I cannot kill you," I said, "but I was thinking of my mad mother's prophecy that it would be Eyal's son who killed Eyal." "Then I shall kill you," he said, and he clumsily swung his sword at me. I stepped away from the swing, and he stumbled and almost fell as he tried to follow me. He stopped, panting, and stared at me. "For the sake of your mother, Derfel," he pleaded, "would you have me die on the ground like a dog? Can you give me nothing?" He swung at me again, and this time the effort was too much, and he began to sway, and I saw there were tears in his eyes, and I understood that the manner of his death was no small thing. He willed himself to stay upright, and made an immense effort to lift the sword. Fresh blood gleamed at his left side. His eyes were glazing, but he kept his gaze on mine as he took one last step forward and made a feeble lunge at my midriff. God forgive me, but I thrust the spear forward then. I put all my weight and strength into the blow, and the heavy blade took his falling weight and held him upright, even as it shattered his ribs and drove deep into his heart. He gave an enormous shudder, and a look of grim determination came to his dying face, and I thought for a heartbeat that he wanted to lift the sword for one last blow. But then I saw he was merely making certain that his wounded right hand was fastened tight about his sword's handle. Then he fell, and he was dead before he struck the ground. But the sword, his battered and bloody sword, was still in his grip. A groan sounded from his men. Some of them were in tears. "Derfel," Igraine said. "Derfel." "Lady." "You were sleeping," she accused me. "Oh, age, dear lady," I said. "Mere age." "So Eyal died in the battle," she said briskly. "And Lancelot?" That comes later, I said firmly.
Tell me now,
she insisted. I told you, I said, it comes later. And I hate stories that tell their endings before their beginnings. For a moment I thought she would protest, but instead she just sighed at my obstinacy and went on with her list of unfinished business.
What happened to the Saxon champion, Lioffer?
He died, I said, very horribly.
Good,
she said, looking interested.
Tell me.
It was a disease, lady. Something swelled in his groin, and he could neither sit nor lie, and even standing was agony. He became thinner and thinner, and finally he died, sweating and shaking. Or so we heard. Igraine was indignant.
So he wasn't killed at Myneth-Badon?
He escaped with Cerdic. Igraine gave a dissatisfied shrug, as though we had somehow failed by letting the Saxon champion escape.
But the bards,
she said, and I groaned. For whenever my queen mentions the bards, I know I am about to be confronted with their version of history, which, inevitably, Igraine prefers, even though I was present when the history was made, and the bards were not even born.
The bards,
she said firmly, ignoring my groan of protest,
all say that Keenaglas's battle with Lioffer lasted the best part of a morning, and that Keenaglas killed 6 champions before he was struck down from behind.
I've heard those songs, I said guardedly.
And?
She glared at me. Keenaglas was her husband's grandfather, and family pride was at stake.
Well?
I was there, lady, I said simply.
You have an old man's memory, Derfel,
she said disapprovingly. And I have no doubt that when Dafydd, the clerk of the justice who writes down the British translation of my parchments, comes to the passage on Keenaglas's death, he will change it to suit my lady's taste. And why not? Keenaglas was a hero, and it will not hurt if history remembers him as a great warrior, though in reality he was no soldier. He was a decent man, and a sensible one, and wise beyond his years. But he was not a man whose heart swelled when he gripped a spear shaft. His death was the tragedy of Myneth-Badon, but a tragedy none of us saw in the delirium of victory. We burned him on the battlefield, and his bale fire flamed for 3 days and 3 nights, and on the last dawn, when there were only embers amidst which were the melted remnants of Keenaglas's armour, we gathered around the pyre and sang the death song of Werlinna. We killed a score of Saxon prisoners, too, sending their souls to escort Keenaglas in honour to the other world. And I remember thinking that it was good for my darling Diane that her uncle had crossed the Bridge of Swords to keep her company in Anun's towered world.
And Arthur? Igraine said eagerly. Did he run to Guinevere?
I never saw their reunion, I said.
It doesn't matter what you saw, Igraine said severely. We need it here.
She stirred the heap of finished parchments with her foot.
You should have described their meeting, Derfel.
I told you I didn't see it.
What does that matter? It would have made a very good ending to the battle. Not everyone likes to hear about spears and killing, Derfel. Tales of men fighting can get very boring after a while, and a love story makes it all a lot more interesting.
And no doubt the battle will be filled with romance once she and Dafydd maul my story. I sometimes wish I could write this tale in the British tongue. But 2 of the monks can read, and either could betray me to Sansom. So I must write in Saxon, and trust that Igraine does not change the story when Dafydd provides her with the translation. I know what Igraine wants. She wants Arthur to run through the corpses, and for Guinevere to wait for him with open arms, and for the 2 of them to meet in ecstasy. And maybe that is how it did happen. But I suspect not, for she was too proud and he was too diffident. I imagine they wept when they met, but neither ever told me. So I shall invent nothing. I do know that Arthur became a happy man after Minith Badon, and it was not just victory over the Saxons that gave him that happiness.
And what about our Gant? Igraine wanted to know. You leave so much out, Derfel.
I shall come to our Gant.
But her father was there. Wasn't Oengus angry that Arthur went back to Guinevere?
I will tell you about our Gant, I promised, in due time.
And Amha and Lohult, you haven't forgotten them?
They escaped, I said. They found a coracle and paddled it across the river. I fear we shall meet them again in this tale. Igraine tried to prise some more details from me, but I insisted I would tell the story at my own pace and in my own order. She finally abandoned her questions and stooped to put the written parchments into the leather bag she used to carry them back to the care. She found stooping difficult, but refused my help.
I shall be so glad when the baby's born, she said. My breasts are sore, my legs and back ache, and I don't walk any more. I just waddle like a goose. Brockvale's bored with it too.
The husbands never like it when their wives are pregnant, I said.
Then they shouldn't try so hard to fill their bellies,
Igraine said tartly. She paused to listen as Sansom screamed at Brother Llewellyn for having left his milk pail in the passageway. Poor Llewellyn. He's a novice in our monastery, and no one works harder for less thanks. And now, because of a limewood bucket, he is to be condemned to a week of daily beatings from St. Tudwell, the young man, indeed scarce more than a child, who is being groomed to be Sansom's successor. Our whole monastery lives in fear of Tudwell, and I alone escape the worst of his peak, thanks to Igraine's friendship. Sansom needs her husband's protection too much to risk Igraine's displeasure.
This morning, Igraine said, I saw a stag with only one antler. It's a bad omen, Derfel.
We Christians, I said, do not believe in omens.
But I see you touching that nail in your desk, she said.
We are not always good Christians. She paused.
I'm worried about the birth.
We are all praying for you, I said, and knew it was an inadequate response. But I had done more than just pray in our monastery's small chapel. I had found an eagle stone, scratched her name on its surface, and buried it beside an ash tree. If Sansom knew I had made that ancient charm, he would forget about his need for Brockvale's protection and have St. Tudwell beat me bloody for a month. But then, if the saint knew I was writing this tale of Arthur, he would do the same. But write it I shall, and for a time it will be easy. For now comes the happy time, the years of peace. But they were also the years of encroaching darkness. But we did not see that, for we only saw the sunlight and never heeded the shadows. We thought we had beaten the shadows, and that the sun would light Britain forever. Minith Badon was Arthur's victory, his greatest achievement, and perhaps the story should end there. But Igraine is right. Life does not have tidy endings, and so I must go on with this tale of Arthur, my lord, my friend, and the deliverer of Britain. Arthur let Ael's men live. They laid down their spears and were distributed among the winners to be slaves. I used some of them to help dig my father's grave. We dug it deep into that soft, damp earth beside the river, and there we laid Ael with his feet facing north, and with his sword in his hand, and with the breastplate over his broken heart, his shield across his belly, and the spear that had killed him alongside his corpse. And then we filled the grave, and I said a prayer to Mithras, while the Saxons prayed to their god of thunder. By evening the first funeral pyres were burning. I helped lay the corpses of my own men on the pyres, then left their comrades singing their souls to the other world, while I retrieved my horse and rode northwards through the long, soft shadows. I rode towards the village, where our women had found shelter, and as I climbed into the northern hills, the noise of the battlefield receded. It was the sound of fires crackling, of women weeping, of chanted elegies, and of drunken men whooping savagely. I took the news of Keenaglass's death to Kynwyn. She stared at me when I told her, and for a moment she showed no reaction, but then tears welled in her eyes. She pulled her cloak over her head.
"Poor Perthel,"
she said, meaning Keenaglass's son, who was now the king of Powys. I told her how her brother had died, and then she retreated into the cottage where she and our daughters were living. She wanted to bind up my head wound that looked much worse than it was, but she could not do it, for she and her daughters must mourn Keenaglass, and that meant they must shut themselves away for 3 days and nights, in which they must hide from the sun and could neither see nor touch any man. It was dark by then. I could have stayed in the village, but I was restless, and so under the light of a thinning moon I rode back south. I went first to Aquasulis, thinking that I might find Arthur in the city, but found only the torchlit remnants of carnage. Our levy had flooded over the inadequate wall and slaughtered whoever they found inside. But the horror ended once Tudric's troops occupied the city. Those Christians cleaned the temple of Minerva, scooping out the entrails of 3 sacrificed bulls that the Saxons had left spilling bloodily across the tiles. And once the shrine was restored, the Christians held a rite of thanksgiving. I heard their singing, and went to find songs of my own, but my men had stayed in Cerdic's ruined camp, and Aquasulis was filled with strangers. I could not find Arthur, or any other friend, except Killock, and he was roaring drunk. And so, in the soft dark, I rode east along the river. The air stank of blood, and was filled with ghosts, but I risked the wraiths in my desperation to find a companion. I did find a group of Sagramor's men singing about a fire, but they did not know where their commander was, and so I rode on, drawn still farther eastwards by the sight of men dancing around a fire. The dancers were Blackshields, and their steps were high, for they were dancing across the severed heads of their enemies. I would have ridden around the capering Blackshields, but then glimpsed 2 white-robed figures sitting calmly beside the fire amidst the ring of dancers. One of them was Merlin. I tied my horse's reins to a thorn stump, then stepped through the dancing ring. Merlin and his companion were making a meal of bread, cheese, and ale, and when Merlin first saw me, he did not recognize me.
"Go away," he snapped, "or I shall turn you into a toad." "Oh, it's you, Derfel."
He sounded disappointed.
"I knew if I found food that some empty belly would expect me to share it. I suppose you're hungry."
"I am, Lord." He gestured for me to sit beside him.
"I suspect the cheese is Saxon," he said dubiously, "and it was rather covered in blood when I discovered it, but I washed it clean. Well, I wiped it anyway, and it's proving surprisingly edible. I suppose there's just enough for you."
In truth, there was enough for 12 men.
"This is Taliesin." He curtly introduced his companion. "He's some kind of bard out of Powys."
I looked at the famous bard, and saw a young man with a keenly intelligent face. He had shaved the front part of his head like a druid, wore a short black beard, had a long jaw, sunken cheeks, and a narrow nose. His shaven forehead was circled by a thin fillet of steel. He smiled and bowed his head.
"Your fame precedes you, Lord Derfel."
"As does yours," I said.
"Oh, no," Merlin groaned. "If you 2 are going to grovel all over each other, then go somewhere else and do it." "Derfel fights," he told Taliesin, "because he has never really grown up. And you're famous because you happen to have a passable voice.
I make songs as well as sing them, Taliesin said modestly.
And any man can make a song if he's drunk enough,
Merlin said dismissively, then squinted at me.
Is that blood on your hair?
Yes, Lord.
You should be grateful you weren't wounded anywhere crucial. Ha 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 ha!
He laughed at that, then gestured at the black shields.
What do you think of my bodyguard?
Oh, they dance well.
They have much to dance about. What a satisfying day, Merlin said. And didn't Gawain play his part well? It's so gratifying when a half-wit proves to be of some use. And what a half-wit Gawain was. Ugh, a tedious boy, forever trying to improve the world. Why do the young always believe they know more than their elders? You, Taliesin, do not suffer from that tedious misapprehension. Taliesin, Merlin now explained to me, has come to learn from my wisdom.
I have much to learn, Taliesin murmured.
Very true, Merlin said.
He pushed a jug of ale towards me.
Did you enjoy your little battle, Derfel?
No. In truth, I was feeling oddly downcast. Keenaglass died, I explained.
Yeah, I heard about Keenaglass, Merlin said. What a fool! He should have left the heroics to half-wits like you. Still, it is a pity he died. He wasn't exactly a clever man, not what I should call clever, but he was no half-wit, and that's rare enough in these sad days. And he was always kind to me.
He was kindness itself to me, Taliesin put in.
So now you will have to find a new patron, Merlin told the bard. Don't look at Derfel. He couldn't tell a decent song from a bullock's fart. The trick of a successful life,
he was now lecturing Taliesin,
is to be born with wealthy parents. I have lived very comfortably off my rents, though, come to think of it, I haven't collected them for years. Do you pay me rent, Derfel?
I should, Lord, but never know where to send it.
Not that it matters now, Merlin said. I'm old and feeble. Doubtless I shall be dead soon.
Nonsense, I said. You look wonderfully fit. He looked old, of course, but there was a spark of mischief in his eyes and a liveliness to his ancient creased face. His hair and beard were beautifully plaited and bound in black ribbons, while his gown, except for the dried blood, was clean. He was also happy. Not, I think, just because we had achieved victory, but because he enjoyed Taliesin's company.
Victory gives life, he said dismissively, but we'll soon enough forget victory. Where's Arthur?
No one knows, I said. I heard he spent a long time talking with Tudrick, but he's not with him now. I suspect he found Guinevere. Merlin sneered.
A hound returns to its vomit.
I'm beginning to like her, I said defensively.
You would, he said scornfully, and I dare say she won't do any harm now. She would make you a good patron, he told Taliesin. She has an absurd respect for poets. Just don't climb into bed with her.
No danger of that, Lord, Taliesin said. Merlin laughed.
Our young bard here, he told me, is celibate. He is a gelded lark. He has forsworn the greatest pleasure a man can have in order to preserve his gift.
Taliesin saw my curiosity and smiled.
Not my voice, Lord Derfel, but the gift of prophecy.
And it's a genuine gift, Merlin said with unfeigned admiration, though I doubt it's worth celibacy. If I had ever been asked to pay that price, I'd have abandoned the druid's staff. I'd have taken humble employment instead, like being a bard or a spearman.
You see the future? I asked Taliesin.
He foresaw victory today, Merlin said, and he knew of Keenaglass's death a month ago, though he didn't scry that a useless Saxon lump would come and steal all my cheese.
He snatched the cheese back from me.
I suppose now, he said, that you want him to forecast your future, Derfel.
No, Lord.
Quite right, Merlin said. Always better not to know the future. Everything ends in tears. That's all there is to it.
But joy is renewed, Taliesin said softly.
Oh, dear me, no, Merlin cried. Joy is renewed.
The dawn comes, the trees bud, the clouds part, the ice melts.
Oh, you could do better than that sort of sentimental rubbish."
He fell silent. His bodyguard had ended their dance and gone to amuse themselves with some captured Saxon women. The women had children, and their cries were loud enough to annoy Merlin, who scowled.
"Fate is inexorable," he said sourly, "and everything ends in tears."
"Is Nimue with you?" I asked him, and saw immediately from Talisin's warning expression that I had asked the wrong question. Merlin gazed into the fire. The flames spat an ember towards him, and he spat back to return the fire's malice.
"Do not speak to me of Nimue," he said after he had spat.
His good mood had vanished, and I felt embarrassed for having asked the question. He touched his black staff, then sighed.
"She is angry with me," he explained.
"Why, Lord?"
"Because she can't have her own way, of course. That's what usually makes people angry."
Another log cracked in the fire, spewing sparks that he brushed irritably from his robe after he had spat at the flames.
"Larchwood," he said. "Newly cut larch hates to be burned."
He gazed at me broodingly.
"Nimue did not approve of me bringing Gawain to this battle. She believes it was a waste, and I think probably she was right."
"He brought victory, Lord," I said. He closed his eyes and seemed to sigh, intimating that I was a fool too great for endurance.
"I have devoted my whole life," he said after a while, "to one thing. One simple thing. I wanted to restore the gods. Is that so very hard to understand? But to do anything well, Derfel, takes a lifetime." "Oh, it's all right for fools like you. You can fritter about being a magistrate one day and a spearman the next, and when it's all over, what have you achieved? Nothing. To change the world, Derfel, you have to be single-minded. Arthur comes close, I'll say that for him. He wants to make Britain safe from Saxons, and he's probably achieved that for a while. But they still exist, and they'll come back. Maybe not in my lifetime, maybe not even in yours, but your children and your children's children will have to fight this battle all over again. There is only one way to real victory."
"The way of the gods," I said.
"The way of the gods," he agreed. "And that was my life's work."
He gazed down at his black druid staff for a moment, and Talisin sat very still, watching him.
"I had a dream as a child," Merlin said very softly. "I went to the cave of Cairn Ingley and dreamed that I had wings and could fly high enough to see all the Isle of Britain. And it was so very beautiful. Beautiful and green, and surrounded by a great mist that kept all our enemies away. This blessed isle, Derfel, the Isle of the Gods, the one place on earth that was worthy of them. And ever since that dream, Derfel, that is all I ever wanted. To bring that blessed isle back. To bring the gods back."
"But," I tried to interrupt.
"Don't be absurd," he shouted, making Talisin smile. "Think!" Merlin appealed to me. "My life's work, Derfel."
"Me done," I said softly. He nodded, and then, for a while, he said nothing. Men were singing in the distance, and everywhere there were fires. The wounded cried in the dark, where dogs and scavengers preyed on the dead and the dying. In the dawn this army would wake drunk to the horror of a field after battle, but for now they sang and gorged themselves on captured ale.
"At Maidan," Merlin broke his silence, "I came so close, very close. But I was too weak, Derfel, too weak. I love Arthur too much." "Why?" "He isn't witty. His conversation can be as tedious as Gawain's, and he has an absurd devotion to virtue. But I do love him. You too, as it happens. A weakness, I know. I can enjoy supple men, but I like honest men. I admire simple strength, you see. and at May done I let that liking weaken me."
"Gwydir," I said. He nodded.
"We should have killed him, but I knew I couldn't do it. Not Arthur's son. That was a terrible weakness."
"No."
"Don't be absurd," he said wearily. "What is Gwydir's life to the gods, or to the prospect of restoring Britain? Nothing. But I could not do it. Oh, I had excuses. Calethin's scroll is quite plain. It says that the son of the land's king must be sacrificed, and Arthur is no king, but that's a mere quibble. The right needed Gwydir's death, and I could not bring myself to do it. It was no trouble killing Gawain. It was even a pleasure stilling that virgin fool's babble, but not Gwydir. And so the rite went unfinished."
He was miserable now, hunched and miserable.
"I failed,"
he added bitterly. "And Nimue won't forgive you?" I asked hesitantly.
"Forgive? She doesn't know the word's meaning. Forgiveness is a weakness to Nimue. And now she will perform the rites, and she won't fail, Derfel. If it means killing every mother's son in Britain, she'll do it. Put them all in the pot, and give it a good stir."
He half smiled, then shrugged.
"But now, of course, I've made things far more difficult for her. Like the sentimental old fool that I am. I had to help Arthur win this scuffle. I used Gawain to do it. And now I think she hates me."
"Why?" He raised his eyes to the smoky sky, as though appealing to the gods to grant me some small measure of understanding.
"Do you think, you fool," he asked me, "that the corpse of a virgin prince is so readily available? It took me years to pump that half-wit's head full of nonsense so that he'd be ready for his sacrifice. And what did I do today? I threw Gawain away, just to help Arthur. But we won. Don't be absurd," he glared at me. "You won? What is that revolting thing on your shield?"
I turned to look at the shield. The cross. Merlin rubbed his eyes.
"There is a war between the gods, Derfel. And today I gave victory to Yahweh."
"Who?"
"It's the name of the Christian god. Sometimes they call him Jehovah. So far as I can determine, he's nothing but a humble fire god from some wretched far-off country, who is now intent on usurping all the other gods. He must be an ambitious little toad, because he's winning, and it was I who gave him this victory today. What do you think men will remember of this battle?"
"Arthur's victory," I said firmly.
"In 100 years, Derfel," Merlin said, "they will not remember whether it was a victory or a defeat."
I paused. "Keenaglass's death?" I offered.
"Who cares about Keenaglass? Just another forgotten king."
"Ael's death," I suggested.
"A dying dog would deserve more attention."
"Then what?" He grimaced at my obtuseness.
"They will remember, Derfel, that the cross was carried on your shields. Today, you fool, we gave Britain to the Christians, and I was the one who gave it to them. I gave Arthur his ambition, but the price, Derfel, was mine. Do you understand now?"
"Yes, Lord."
"And so I made Nimue's task a great deal harder. But she will try, Derfel, and she is not like me. She is not weak. There is a hardness inside Nimue. Such a hardness."
I smiled. "She will not kill Gwydir," I said confidently. "For neither Arthur nor I will let her. And she won't be given Excalibur. So how can she win?" He gazed at me.
"Do you think, idiot, that either you or Arthur are strong enough to resist Nimue? She is a woman, and what women want, they get. And if the world and all it holds must be broken in the getting, then so be it. She'll break me first, then turn her eye on you. Isn't that the truth, my young prophet?"
he asked Taliesin, but the bard had closed his eyes. Merlin shrugged.
"I shall take her Gawain's ashes and give her what help I can," he said, because I promised her that. But it will all end in tears, Derfel. It will all end in tears. What a mess I have made. What a terrible mess.
He pulled his cloak about his shoulders.
I shall sleep now,
he announced. Beyond the fire, the black shields raped their captives, and I sat staring into the flames. I had helped win a great victory, and was inexpressibly sad. I did not see Arthur that night, and met him only briefly in the misty half-light just before the dawn. He greeted me with all his old vivacity, throwing an arm about my shoulders. "I want to thank you," he said, "for looking after Guinevere these last weeks." He was in his full armour, and was making a hasty breakfast from a mildewed loaf of bread. "If anything," I said, "Guinevere looked after me." "The wagons, you mean? I do wish I'd seen it." He threw down the bread as Higwyth, his servant, led Llamri out of the gloom. "I might see you tonight, Derfel," Arthur said, as he let Higwyth heave him up into the saddle. "Or maybe tomorrow." "Where are you going, Lord?" "After Cerdic, of course." He settled himself on Llamri's back, gathered her reins, and took his shield and spear from Higwyth. He kicked back his heels, going to join his horsemen, who were shadowy shapes in the mist. Mordred was also riding with Arthur, no longer under guard, but accepted as a useful soldier in his own right. I watched him curb his horse, and remembered the Saxon gold I had found in Lindinis. Had Mordred betrayed us? If he had, I could not prove it, and the battle's results negated his treachery. But I still felt a pang of hatred for my king. He caught my malevolent gaze and turned his horse away. Arthur shouted his men on, and I listened to the thunder of their departing hooves. I stirred my sleeping men awake with the butt of a spear, and ordered them to find Saxon captives to dig more graves and build more funeral pyres. I believed I would spend my own day doing that weary business. But in mid-morning, Sagramor sent a messenger begging me to bring a detachment of spearmen to Aquasulis, where trouble had broken out. The disturbances had begun with a rumour among Tudric's spearmen that Cerdic's treasury had been discovered, and that Arthur was keeping it all for himself. Their proof was Arthur's disappearance, and their revenge was a proposal to pull down the city's central shrine, because it had once been a pagan temple. I managed to calm that frenzy by announcing that 2 chests of gold had indeed been discovered, but that they were under guard, and their contents would be fairly shared once Arthur returned. At Tudric's suggestion, we sent a half-dozen of his soldiers to help guard the chests, which were still in the remnants of Cerdic's encampment. The Christians of Gwent calmed down, but then the spearmen of Powys made new trouble by blaming Oengus Machaerum for Keenaglas's death. The enmity between Powys and Demetia went back a long way, for Oengus Machaerum was famously fond of raiding his richer neighbour's harvest. Indeed, Powys was known in Demetia as our larder. But this day it was the men of Powys who picked the quarrel, by insisting that Keenaglas would never have died if the Black Shields had not come late to the battle. The Irish have never been reluctant to join a fight, and no sooner were Tudric's men placated than there was a clash of swords and spears outside the law courts, as Powisians and Black Shields met in a bloody skirmish. Sagramor brought an uneasy peace by the simple expedient of killing the leaders of both factions. But throughout the rest of that day, there was trouble between the 2 nations. The discord grew worse when it was learned that Tudric had sent a detachment of soldiers to occupy Lactodurum, a northern fortress that had not been in British hands for a lifetime, but which the leaderless men of Powys claimed had always been in their territory, not Gwent's. And a hastily raised band of Powisian spearmen set off after Tudric's men to challenge their claim. The Black Shields, who had no dog in the Lactodurum fight, nevertheless insisted that the men of Gwent were right, only because they knew that opinion would infuriate the Powisians, and so there were more battles. They were deadly brawls about a town of which most of the combatants had never heard, and which might, anyway, still be garrisoned by the Saxons. We Dumnonians managed to avoid those battles, and so it was our spearmen who guarded the streets, and thus confined the fighting to the taverns. But in the afternoon we were dragged into the disputes when Argant and a score of attendants arrived from Glevum to discover that Guinevere had occupied the bishop's house that was built behind the temple of Minerva. The bishop's palace was not the largest or most comfortable in Aquasulis. That distinction belonged to the palace of Sildith, the magistrate. But Lancelot had used Sildith's house while he was in Aquasulis, and for that reason Guinevere avoided it. Argant nevertheless insisted that she should have the bishop's house, for it was within the sacred enclosure, and an enthusiastic party of Black Shields went to evict Guinevere, only to be met by a score of my men intent on defending her. 2 men died before Guinevere announced that she did not care what house sheltered her, and moved to the priest's chambers that were built alongside the great baths. Argant, victorious in that encounter, declared that Guinevere's new quarters were fitting, for she claimed that the priest's chambers had once been a brothel, and Argant's druid, Fergal, led a crowd of Black Shields to the bathhouse, where they amused themselves by demanding to know the brothel's prices, and shouting for Guinevere to show them her body. Another contingent of Black Shields had occupied the temple, and thrown out the hastily erected cross that Tudric had placed above the altar, and scores of red-robed spearmen of Gwent were gathering to fight their way inside and replace the cross. Sagramor and I brought spearmen to the sacred enclosure, which, in the late afternoon, promised to become a bloodbath. My men guarded the temple doors. Sagramor's protected Guinevere, but we were both outnumbered by the drunken warriors from Demetia and Gwent, while the Powisians, glad to have a cause with which they could annoy the Black Shields, shouted their support for Guinevere. I pushed through the mead-sodden crowd, clubbing down the most raucous troublemakers, but I feared the violence that grew ever more menacing as the sun sank. It was Sagramor who finally brought an uneasy peace to the evening. He climbed to the bathhouse roof, and there, standing tall between 2 statues, he roared for silence. He had stripped himself to the waist, so that, contrasted with the white marble of the warriors on either side, his black skin was all the more striking.
"If any of you have any argument,"
he announced in his curiously accented British,
"you will have it with me first, man to man, sword or spear. Take your pick."
He drew his long curved sword and glared at the angry men below.
"Get rid of the whore!"
an anonymous voice shouted from the Black Shields.
"You object to horse?"
Sagramor shouted back.
"What kind of a warrior are you? A virgin? If you're so intent on being virtuous, then come up here, and I'll gild you."
That brought laughter, and so ended the immediate danger. Argant sulked in her palace. She was calling herself the Empress of Dumnonia, and demanding that Sagramor and I provide her with Dumnonian guards, but she was already so thickly attended by her father's Black Shields that neither of us obeyed. Instead, we both stripped naked and lowered ourselves into the great Roman bath, where we lay exhausted. The hot water was wonderfully restful. Steam wisped up to the broken tiles of the roof.
"I have been told," Sagramor said, "that this is the largest building in Britain."
I eyed the vast roof. "It probably is."
"But when I was a child," Sagramor said, "I was a slave in a house even bigger than this."
"In Numidia?" He nodded.
"Though I come from farther south. I was sold into slavery when I was very young. I don't even remember my parents."
"When did you leave Numidia?" I asked.
"After I had killed my first man. A steward, he was. And I was 10 years old, 11. I ran away and joined a Roman army as a slinger. I can still put a stone between a man's eyes at 50 paces. Then I learned to ride. I fought in Italy, Thrace, and Egypt, and then took money to join the Frankish army. That was where Arthur took me captive.
He was rarely so forthcoming. Silence, indeed, was one of Sagramor's most effective weapons. That, and his hawk-like face, and his terrifying reputation. But in private, he was a gentle and reflective soul.
"Whose side are we on?"
he now asked me with a puzzled look. "What do you mean?"
"Guinevere? Argant?"
I shrugged. "You tell me." He ducked his head under the water, then came up and wiped his eyes clear.
"I suppose Guinevere," he said, "if the rumour is true."
"What rumour?"
"That she and Arthur were together last night," he said. "Though being Arthur, of course, they spent the night talking. He'll wear his tongue out long before his sword."
"No danger of you doing that?"
"No,"
he said with a smile. Then the smile broadened as he looked at me.
"I hear, Derfel, that you broke a shield wall."
"Only a thin one," I said, "and a young one."
"I broke a thick one," he said with a grin. "A very thick one, and full of experienced warriors."
And I ducked him under the water in revenge, then splashed away before he could drown me. The baths were gloomy, because no torches were lit, and the very last of the day's long sunlight could not reach down through the holes in the roof. Steam misted the big room, and though I was aware that other folk were using the huge bath, I had not recognized any of them. But now, swimming across the pool, I saw a figure in white robes stooping to a man sitting on one of the underwater steps. I recognized the tufts of hair on either side of the stooping man's shaven forehead, and a heartbeat later caught his words.
"Trust me on this," he was saying with a quiet fervency. "Just leave it to me, Lord King."
He looked up at that moment and saw me. It was Bishop Sansom, newly released from his captivity and restored to all his former honours because of Arthur's promises to Tudric. He seemed surprised to see me, but managed a sickly smile.
"The Lord Derfel,"
he said, stepping cautiously back from the bath's brink.
"One of our heroes." "Derfel!"
The man on the pool steps roared, and I saw it was Oengus mac Hiram, who now launched himself to offer me a bear-like embrace.
"First time I've ever hugged a naked man,"
the King of the Black Shield said,
"and I can't say I see the attraction of it. First time I've taken a bath, too. Do you think it will kill me?"
"No," I said, then glanced towards Sansom. "You keep strange company, Lord King."
"Wolves have fleas, Derfel. Wolves have fleas,"
Oengus grunted. "So in what matter," I asked Sansom, "should my Lord King trust you?" Sansom did not answer, and Oengus himself looked unnaturally sheepish.
"The shrine," he finally offered as answer. "The good bishop was saying that he could arrange for my man to use it as a temple for a while. Isn't that right, Bishop?"
"Exactly so, Lord King,"
Sansom said. "You're both bad liars," I said, and Oengus laughed. Sansom gave me a hostile look, then scuttled away down the flagstones. He had been a free man for just hours now, yet already he was plotting. "What was he telling you, Lord King?" I pressed Oengus, who was a man I liked. A simple man, a strong man, a rogue, but a very good friend.
"What do you think?"
"He was talking about your daughter," I guessed.
"Pretty little thing, isn't she?" Oengus said. "Too thin, of course, and with a mind like a wolf bitch on heat. Oh, it's a strange world, Derfel. I breed sons dull as oxen and daughters sharp as wolves."
He paused to greet Sagramor, who had followed me across the water.
"So, what is to happen to Argant?"
Oengus asked me. "I don't know, Lord."
"Arthur married her, didn't he?"
"I'm not even sure of that," I said. He gave me a sharp look, then smiled as he understood my meaning.
"She says they're properly married,
Then she would. I wasn't sure Arthur really wanted to marry her, but I pressed him. It was one less mouth to feed, you understand.
He paused for a second.
The thing is, Derfel, he went on, that Arthur can't just send her back. That's an insult. And besides, I don't want her back. I've got plenty enough daughters without her. Half the time, I don't even know which are mine and which aren't. You ever need a wife? Come to Demetia and take your pick. But I warn you, they're all like her. Pretty, but with very sharp teeth. So what will Arthur do?
What is Sansom suggesting? I asked. Oengus pretended to ignore the question, but I knew he would tell us in the end, because he was not a man to keep secrets.
He just reminded me, he eventually confessed, that our Gant was once promised to Mordred.
She was?
Sagramore asked, surprised. It was mentioned, I said, some time ago. It had been mentioned by Oengus himself, who was desperate for anything that might strengthen his alliance with Dumnonia, which was his best protection against Powys.
And if Arthur didn't marry her properly, Oengus went on, then Mordred would be a consolation, wouldn't he?
Some consolation, Sagramore said sourly.
She'll be queen,
Oengus said. She will, I agreed.
So it isn't a bad idea,
Oengus said lightly, though I suspected it was an idea he would support passionately. A marriage with Mordred would compensate Demetia's hurt pride, but it would also give Dumnonia an obligation to protect its queen's country. For myself, I thought Sansom's proposal was the worst idea I had heard all day, for I could imagine only too well what mischief the combination of Mordred and our Gant might breed. But I kept silent.
You know what this path lacks?
Oengus asked. Tell me, Lord King.
Women, he chuckled. So where's your woman, Derfel?
In mourning, I said.
Oh, for Keenaglass, of course.
The Black-Shield King shrugged.
He never liked me, but I rather liked him. He was a rare one for believing promises.
Oengus laughed, for the promises had been ones that he had made without any intention of ever keeping them.
Can't say I'm sorry he's dead, though. His son's just a boy, and much too fond of his mother. She and those dreadful aunts of hers will rule for a while. 3 witches.
He laughed again.
I can see we might pick off a few pieces of land from those 3 ladies.
He slowly lowered his face into the pool.
I'm chasing the lice upwards,
he explained, then pinched one of the little grey insects that was scrambling up his tangled beard to escape the encroaching water. I had not seen Merlin all that day, and that night Galahad told me the Druid had already left the valley, going north. I had found Galahad standing beside Keenaglass's balefire. I know Keenaglass disliked Christians, Galahad explained to me, but I don't think he would object to a Christian's prayer. I invited him to sleep among my men, and he walked with me to where they were camped. Merlin did give me a message for you, Galahad told me. He says you will find what you seek among the trees that are dead. I'm not sure I'm seeking anything, I said. Then look among the dead trees, Galahad said, and you'll find whatever it is you're not looking for. I looked for nothing that night, but instead slept wrapped in my cloak among my men on the battlefield. I woke early with an aching head and sore joints. The fine weather had passed, and a drizzle was spitting out of the west. The rain threatened to dampen the balefires, and so we began collecting wood to feed the flames. And that reminded me of Merlin's strange message. But I could see no dead trees. We were using Saxon battle-axes to chop down oaks, elms, and beech, sparing only the sacred ash trees, and all the trees we cut were healthy enough. I asked Issa if he had noticed any dead trees, and he shook his head. But Earkern said he had seen some down by the river bend. Show me. Earkern led a whole group of us down to the bank, and where the river turned sharply west, there was a great mass of dead trees caught on the half-exposed roots of a willow. The dead branches were matted with a tangle of other debris that had been washed down river, but I could see nothing of any value among the scraps. "If Merlin says there's something there," Galahad said, "then we ought to look." "He might not have meant those trees," I said. "They're as good as any," Issa said, and he stripped off his sword so that it would not get wet and jumped down onto the tangle. He broke through the brittle upper branches to splash into the river. "Give me a spear," he called. Galahad handed down a spear, and Issa used it to poke among the branches. In one place, a stretch of frayed and tarred netting from a fish trap had been snagged to form a tent-like shape that was thick with dead leaves, and Issa needed all his strength to heave that tangled mass aside. It was then that the fugitive broke cover. He had been hiding under the net, poised uncomfortably on a half-submerged trunk. But now, like an otter flushed by hounds, he scrambled away from Issa's spear and tried to escape upriver. The dead trees tripped him, and the weight of armour slowed him, and my men, whooping on the bank, easily overtook him. If the fugitive had not been wearing armour, he might have thrown himself into the river and swum to its far bank. But now he could do nothing but surrender. The man must have spent 2 nights and a day working his way up the river, but then discovered the hiding place and thought he could stay there until we had all left the battlefield. Now he was caught. It was Lancelot. I first recognized him because of his long black hair, of which he was so vain. Then, through the mud and twigs, I saw the famous white enamel of his armour. His face showed nothing but terror. He looked from us to the river, as if contemplating throwing himself into the current. Then he looked back and saw his half-brother. "Galahad!" he called. "Galahad!" Galahad looked at me for a few heartbeats. Then he made the sign of the cross, turned, and walked away. "Galahad!" Lancelot shouted again, as his brother vanished from the bank above. Galahad just kept walking. "Bring him up," I ordered. Issa jabbed at Lancelot with the spear, and the terrified man scrambled desperately up through the nettles that grew on the bank. He still had his sword, though its blade must have been rusty after its immersion in the river. I faced him as he stumbled free of the nettles. "Will you fight me here and now, Lord King?" I asked him, drawing Halbane. "Let me go, Derfel. I'll send you money, I promise." He babbled on, promising me gold beyond my dreams' desires. But he would not draw the sword until I prodded his chest hard with Halbane's point, and at that moment he knew he must die. He spat at me, took 1 pace backwards, and drew his blade. It had once been called Tancloduir, which means bright killer, but he had renamed it the Christ Blade when Sansom had baptized him. The Christ Blade was rusted now, but still a formidable weapon, and to my surprise, Lancelot was no mean swordsman. I had always taken him for a coward, but that day he fought bravely enough. He was desperate, and the desperation showed itself in a series of slashing, quick attacks that forced me back. But he was also tired, wet, and cold, and he wearied quickly, so that when his first flurry of blows had all been parried, I was able to take my time as I decided on his death. He became more desperate, and his blows wilder, but I ended the fight when I ducked under one of those massive cuts and held Halbane so that her point caught him on the arm, and the momentum of his swing opened the veins from the wrist to the elbow. He yelped as the blood flowed. Then his sword fell from his nerveless hand, and he waited in abject terror for the killing blow. I cleaned Halbane's blade with a handful of grass, dried her on my cloak, then sheathed her. "I don't want your soul on my sword," I told Lancelot. And for a heartbeat he looked grateful. But then I broke his hopes. "Your men killed my child," I told him. "The same men you sent to try and fetch Kynwyn to your bed. Do you think I can forgive you for either?" "They were not my orders," he said desperately. "Believe me." I spat in his face. "Shall I give you to Arthur, Lord King?"
"No, Derfel, please."
He clasped his hands. He shivered.
"Please."
"Given the woman's death," Issa urged me, meaning that we should strip him, geld him, and let him bleed to death between his legs. I was tempted, but I feared to enjoy Lancelot's death. There is a pleasure in revenge, and I had given Diane's killers a terrible death, and felt no pang of conscience as I enjoyed their suffering. But I had no belly for the torture of this quivering, broken man. He shook so much that I felt pity for him, and I found myself debating whether to let him live. I knew he was a traitor and a coward, and that he deserved to be killed. But his terror was so abject that I actually felt sorry for him. He had always been my enemy. He had always despised me. Yet as he dropped to his knees in front of me, and the tears rolled down his cheeks, I felt the impulse to grant him mercy, and knew there would be as much pleasure in that exercise of power as there would be in ordering his death. For a heartbeat, I wanted his gratitude. But then I remembered my daughter's dying face, and a shudder of rage made me tremble. Arthur was famous for forgiving his enemies, but this was one enemy I could never forgive.
"The woman's death,"
Issa suggested again. "No," I said, and Lancelot looked up at me with renewed hope. "Hang him, like a common felon," I said. Lancelot howled, but I hardened my heart. "Hang him," I ordered again. And so we did. We found a length of horsehair rope, looped it over the branch of an oak, and hoisted him up. He danced as he hung, and went on dancing until Galahad returned and tugged on his half-brother's ankles to put him out of his choking misery. We stripped Lancelot's body naked. I threw his sword and his fine scale armour into the river, burned his clothes, then used a big Saxon war-axe to dismember his corpse. We did not burn him, but tossed him to the fishes, so that his dark soul would not sour the other world with its presence. We obliterated him from the earth, and I kept only his enamelled sword belt that had been a gift from Arthur. I met Arthur at midday. He was returning from his pursuit of Cerdic, and he and his men rode tired horses down into the valley. "We didn't catch Cerdic," he told me, "but we caught some others." He patted Khamri's sweat-whitened neck. "Cerdic lives, Derfel," he said, "but he's so weakened that he won't be a problem for a long time." He smiled, then saw I was not matching his cheerful mood. "What is it?" he asked. "Just this, Lord," I said, and held up the expensive enamelled belt. For a moment he thought I was showing him a piece of plunder. Then he recognized the sword belt, which had been his own gift to Lancelot. For a heartbeat his face had the look it had borne for so many months before Minith Badon, the closed, hard look of bitterness. And then he glanced up into my eyes. "Its owner?" "Dead, Lord. Hanged in shame." "Good," he said quietly. "And that thing, Derfel, you can throw away." I threw the belt into the river. And thus Lancelot died, though the songs he had paid for lived on, and to this day he is celebrated as a hero equal to Arthur. Arthur is remembered as a ruler, but Lancelot is called the warrior. In truth, he was the king without land, a coward, and the greatest traitor of Britain, and his soul wanders Llogir to this day, screaming for its shadow body that can never exist because we cut his corpse into scraps and fed it to the river. If the Christians are right, and there is a hell, may he suffer there forever. Galahad and I followed Arthur to the city, passing the balefire on which Keenaglass burned, and threading the Roman graves amongst which so many of Ael's men had died. I had warned Arthur what waited for him, but he showed no dismay when he heard that our Gant had come to the city. His arrival in Aquasulis prompted scores of anxious petitioners to clamour for his attention. The petitioners were men demanding recognition for acts of bravery in the battle, men demanding shares of slaves or gold, and men demanding justice in disputes that long preceded the Saxon invasion. And Arthur told them all to attend him in the temple, though once there he ignored the supplicants. Instead, he summoned Galahad to an antechamber of the temple, and after a while he sent for Sansom. The bishop was jeered by the Dumnonian spearmen as he hurried across the compound. He spoke with Arthur a long time, and then Oengus Machaerum and Mordred were called to Arthur's presence. The spearmen in the enclosure were making wagers on whether Arthur would go to Argant in the bishop's house or to Guinevere in the priest's quarters. Arthur had not wanted my counsel. Instead, when he summoned Oengus and Mordred, he asked me to tell Guinevere that he had returned, and so I crossed the yard to the priest's quarters, where I discovered Guinevere in an upper room, attended by Taliesin. The bard, dressed in a clean white robe and with the silver fillet about his black hair, stood and bowed as I entered. He carried a small harp, but I sensed the two had been talking rather than making music. He smiled and backed from the room, letting the thick curtain fall across the doorway.
"A most clever man,"
Guinevere said, standing to greet me. She was in a cream-coloured robe, trimmed with blue ribboned hems. She wore the Saxon necklace I had given her on Minith Badon, and had her red hair gathered at the crown of her head with a length of silver chain. She was not quite as elegant as the Guinevere I remembered from before the time of troubles, but she was a far cry from the armoured woman who had ridden so enthusiastically across the battlefield. She smiled as I drew near.
"You're clean, Derfel."
"I took a bath, lady."
"And you live."
She mocked me gently, then kissed my cheek, and once the kiss was given, she held onto my shoulders for a moment.
"I owe you a great deal," she said softly.
"No, lady, no," I said, reddening and pulling away. She laughed at my embarrassment, then went to sit in the window that overlooked the compound. Rain puddled between the stones and dripped down the temple's stained facade, where Arthur's horse was tied to a ring fixed to one of the pillars. She hardly needed me to tell her that Arthur had come back, for she must have seen his arrival herself.
"Who's with him?"
she asked me. "Galahad, Sansom, Mordred, and Oengus."
"And you weren't summoned to Arthur's council?"
she asked with a touch of her old mockery. "No, lady," I said, trying to hide my disappointment.
"I'm sure he hasn't forgotten you."
"I hope not, lady," I said. And then, much more hesitantly, I told her that Lancelot was dead. I did not tell her how, simply that he was dead.
"Taliesin already told me," she said, staring down at her hands.
"How did he know?" I asked. For Lancelot's death had only happened a brief while before, and Taliesin had not been present.
"He dreamed it last night,"
Guinevere said. And then she made an abrupt gesture, as if ending that subject.
"So, what are they discussing over there?"
she asked, glancing at the temple.
"The child bride?"
"I imagine so, lady," I said. Then I told her what Bishop Sansom had suggested to Oengus Machaerum, that Argant should marry Mordred. "I think it's the worst idea I've ever heard," I protested indignantly.
"You really think that?"
"It's an absurd notion," I said.
"It wasn't Sansom's notion," Guinevere said with a smile. "It was mine."
I stared at her, too surprised to speak for a moment. "Yours, lady?" I finally asked.
"Don't tell anyone it was my idea," she warned me. "Argant wouldn't consider it for a moment if she thought the idea came from me. She'd marry a swineherd rather than someone I suggested. So I sent for little Sansom and begged him to tell me whether the rumour about Argant and Mordred was correct. And then I said how much I loathed the very thought of it. And that, of course, made him all the more enthusiastic about it, though he pretended not to be. I even cried a little, and begged him never to tell Argant how much I detested the very idea. By that point, Derfel, they were as good as married.
She smiled triumphantly. "But why?" I asked. "Mordred and Argant, they'll make nothing but trouble."
"Whether they're married or not, they'll make trouble. And Mordred must marry Derfel if he's to provide an heir, and that means he must marry royally." She paused, fingering the necklace. "I confess I would much rather he didn't have an heir, for that would leave the throne free when he dies."
She left that thought unfinished, and I gave her a curious look, to which she responded with a mask of innocence. Was she thinking that Arthur might take the throne from a childless Mordred? But Arthur had never wanted to rule. Then I realized that if Mordred did die, then Gwyddra, Guinevere's son, would have as good a claim as any man. That realization must have shown on my face, for Guinevere smiled.
"Not that we must speculate about the succession," she went on before I could say anything. "For Arthur insists Mordred must be allowed to marry if he wishes. And it seems the wretched boy is attracted to Argant. They might even suit each other quite well, like two vipers in a filthy nest."
"And Arthur will have two enemies united in bitterness," I said.
"No,"
Guinevere said. Then she sighed and looked through the window.
"Not if we give them what they want, and not if I give Arthur what he wants. And you do know what that is, don't you?"
I thought for a heartbeat, then understood everything. I understood what she and Arthur must have talked about in the long night after battle. I understood, too, what Arthur was arranging now in the Temple of Minerva. "No," I protested. Guinevere smiled.
"I don't want it either, Derfel. But I do want Arthur. And what he wants, I must give him. I do owe him some happiness, do I not?" she asked.
"He wants to give up his power?" I asked, and she nodded. Arthur had ever spoken of his dream of living simply, with a wife, his family, and some land. He wanted a hall, a palisade, a smithy, and fields. He imagined himself a landowner, with no troubles other than the birds stealing his seed, the deer eating his crops, and the rain spoiling his harvest. He had nurtured that dream for years, and now, having beaten the Saxons, it seemed he would make the dream reality.
"Murig also wants Arthur to give up his power," Guinevere said.
"Murig?" I spat. "Why should we care what Murig wants?"
"It is the price Murig demanded before he agreed to let his father lead Gwent's army to war," Guinevere said. "Arthur didn't tell you before the battle because he knew you would argue with him."
"But why would Murig want Arthur to give up his power?"
"Because he believes Mordred is a Christian," Guinevere said with a shrug, "and because he wants Dumnonia to be ill-governed. That way, Derfel, Murig stands a chance of taking Dumnonia's throne one day. He's an ambitious little toad."
I called him something worse, and Guinevere smiled.
"That too," she said. "But what he demanded, he must get. So Arthur and I will go to live in Silurian Iska, where Murig can keep an eye on us. I don't mind living in Iska. It will be better than life in some decaying hall. There are some fine Roman palaces in Iska, and some very good hunting. We'll take some spearmen with us. Arthur doesn't think he needs any, but he has enemies, and he needs a warband."
I paced up and down the room. "But Mordred," I complained bitterly. "He's to be given back the power?"
"It's the price we had to pay for Gwent's army," Guinevere said. "And if Argant is to marry Mordred, then he must have his power, or else Oengus will never agree to the marriage. Or at least Mordred must be given some of his power, and she must share it."
"And all Arthur achieved will be broken," I said.
"Arthur has freed Dumnonia of Saxons," Guinevere said, "and he does not want to be king. You know that, and I know that. It isn't what I want, Derfel. I always wanted Arthur to be the High King, and for Gwydir to succeed him. But he doesn't want it, and he won't fight for it. He wants quiet, he tells me. And if he won't rule Dumnonia, then Mordred must. Gwent's insistence and Arthur's oath to Uther ensures that.
So he'll just abandon Dumnonia to injustice and tyranny? I protested.
No, Guinevere said, for Mordred will not have all the power.
I gazed at her, and guessed from her voice that I had not understood everything. Go on, I said guardedly.
Sagramore will stay. The Saxons are defeated, but there will still be a frontier, and there is no one better than Sagramore to guard it. And the rest of Dumnonia's army will swear their loyalty to another man. Mordred can rule, for he is king, but he will not command the spears, and a man without spears is a man without real power. You and Sagramore will hold that.
No.
Guinevere smiled. Arthur knew you would say that, which is why I said I would persuade you.
Lady, I began to protest, but she held up a hand to silence me.
You are to rule Dumnonia, Derfel. Mordred will be king, but you will have the spears, and the man who commands the spears rules. You must do it for Arthur, because only if you agree can he leave Dumnonia with a clear conscience. So to give him peace, do it for him. And maybe, she hesitated, for me too? Please?
Merlin was right. When a woman wants something, she gets it. And I was to rule Dumnonia. Taliesin made a song of Minith Badon. He deliberately made it in the old style, with a simple rhythm that throbbed with drama, heroism, and bombast. It was a very long song, for it was important that every warrior who fought well received at least a half-line of praise, while our leaders had whole verses to themselves. After the battle, Taliesin joined Guinevere's household, and he sensibly gave his patroness her due, wonderfully describing the hurtling wagons with their heaps of fire, but avoiding any mention of the Saxon wizard she had killed with her bow. He used her red hair as an image of the blood-soaked crop of barley, amongst which some Saxons died. And though I never saw any barley growing on the battlefield, it was a clever touch. He made the death of his old patron, Keenaglas, into a slow lament, in which the dead king's name was repeated like a drumbeat, and he turned Gawaine's charge into a chilling account of how the wraith souls of our dead spearmen came from the Bridge of Swords to assail the enemy's flank. He praised Tudric, was kind to me, and gave honour to Sagramore. But above all, his song was a celebration of Arthur. In Taliesin's song, it was Arthur who flooded the valley with enemy blood, and Arthur who struck down the enemy king, and Arthur who made all Chogyr cower with terror. The Christians hated Taliesin's song. They made their own songs, in which it was Tudric who beat down the Saxons. The Lord God Almighty, the Christian songs claimed, had heard Tudric's pleas and fetched the host of heaven to the battlefield, and there his angels fought the Sace with swords of fire. Arthur received no mention in their songs. Indeed, the pagans were given none of the credit for the victory, and to this day there are folk who declare that Arthur was not even present at Minith Badon. One Christian song actually credits Murig with Eäl's death, and Murig was not present at Minith Badon, but at home in Gwent. After the battle, Murig was restored to his kingship, while Tudric returned to his monastery, where he was declared a saint by Gwent's bishops. Arthur was much too busy that summer to care about making songs or saints. In the weeks following the battle, we took back huge parts of Chogyr, though we could not take it all, for plenty of Saxons remained in Britain. The further east we went, the stiffer their resistance became. But by autumn, the enemy was penned back into a territory only half the size they had previously ruled. Cerdic even paid us tribute that year, and he promised to pay it for 10 years to come, though he never did. Instead, he welcomed every boat that came across the sea and slowly rebuilt his broken forces. Ael's kingdom was divided. The southern portion went back into Cerdic's hands, while the northern part broke into 3 or 4 small kingdoms that were ruthlessly raided by war bands from Elmet, Powys, and Gwent. Thousands of Saxons came under British rule. Indeed, all of Dumnonia's new eastern lands were inhabited by them. Arthur wanted us to resettle that land, but few Britons were willing to go there, and so the Saxons stayed, farmed and dreamed of the day when their own kings would return. Sagramor became the virtual ruler of Dumnonia's reclaimed lands. The Saxon chiefs knew their king was Mordred, but in those first years after Minith Badon, it was to Sagramor they paid their homage and taxes. And it was his stark black banner that flew above the old river fort at Pontis, from where his warriors marched to keep the peace. Arthur led the campaign to take back the stolen land. But once it was secured, and once the Saxons had agreed our new frontiers, he left Dumnonia. To the very last, some of us hoped he would break the promise he had given to Murig and Tudrig, but he had no wish to stay. He had never wanted power. He had taken it as a duty at a time when Dumnonia possessed a child king and a score of ambitious warlords whose rivalry would have torn the land into turmoil. But through all the years that followed, he had ever clung to his dream of living a simpler life. And, once the Saxons were defeated, he felt free to make his dream reality. I pleaded with him to think again, but he shook his head. "I'm old, Derfel." "You're not much older than I am, Lord." "Then you're old," he said with a smile. "Over 40. How many men live 40 years? Few indeed. Yet even so, I think Arthur would have wanted to stay in Dumnonia if he had received what he wanted. And that was gratitude. He was a proud man, and he knew what he had done for the country. But the country had rewarded him with a sullen discontent. The Christians had broken his peace first, but afterwards, following the fires of May Dun, the pagans had turned against him. He had given Dumnonia justice. He had regained much of its lost land and secured its new frontiers. He had ruled honestly, and his reward was to be derided as the enemy of the gods. Besides, he had promised Murig he would leave Dumnonia, and that promise reinforced the oath he had given to Uther to make Mordred king. And now he declared he would keep both promises in full. "I'll have no happiness until the oaths are kept," he told me, and he could not be persuaded otherwise. And so, when the new frontier with the Saxons was decided, and Cerdic's first tribute had been paid, he left. He took 60 horsemen and 100 spearmen, and went to the town of Iska in Siluria, which lay north across the Severn Sea from Dumnonia. He had originally proposed to take no spearmen with him, but Guinevere's advice had prevailed. Arthur, she said, had enemies and needed protection, and besides, his horsemen were among the most potent of Britain's warriors, and she did not want them falling under another man's command. Arthur let himself be persuaded, though in truth I do not think he needed much persuasion. He might dream of being a mere landowner, living in a peaceful countryside with no worries other than the health of his livestock and the state of his crops, but he knew that the only peace he would ever have was of his own making, and that a lord who lives without warriors will not stay at peace for long. Siluria was a small, poor, and unregarded kingdom. The last king of its old dynasty had been Gunlius, who had died at Lugvale, and afterwards Lancelot was acclaimed the king, but he had disliked Siluria, and had happily abandoned it for the wealthier throne of the Belgic country. Lacking another king, Siluria had been divided into two client kingdoms, subservient to Gwent and Powys. Keenaglas had called himself king of Western Siluria, while Murig was proclaimed king of Eastern Siluria. But in truth, neither monarch had seen much value in its steep, cramped valleys that ran to the sea from its raw northern mountains. Keenaglas had recruited spearmen from the valleys, while Murig of Gwent had done little more than send missionaries into the territory. And the only king who had ever taken any interest in Siluria was Oengus mac Hiram, who had raided the valleys for food and slaves. But otherwise, Siluria had been ignored. Its chieftains squabbled amongst themselves and grudgingly paid their taxes to Gwent or Powys. But the coming of Arthur changed all that. Whether he liked it or not, he became Siluria's most important inhabitant, and thus its effective ruler. And, despite his declared ambition to be a private man, he could not resist using his spearmen to end the chieftain's ruinous squabbles. A year after Minith Badon, when we first visited Arthur and Guinevere in Isca, he was wryly calling himself the Governor, a Roman title, and one that pleased him, for it had no connotation of kingship. Isca was a beautiful town. The Romans had first made a fort there to guard the river crossing, but as they pushed their legions further west and north, their need for the fort diminished, and they turned Isca into a place not unlike Aquasulis, a town where Romans went to enjoy themselves. It had an amphitheatre, and though it lacked hot springs, Isca still boasted 6 bathhouses, 3 palaces, and as many temples as the Romans had gods. The town was much decayed now, but Arthur was repairing the law courts and the palaces, and such work always made him happy. The largest of the palaces, the one where Lancelot had lived, was given to Kilhuch, who had been named the commander of Arthur's bodyguard, and most of those guards shared the big palace with Kilhuch. The second largest palace was now home to Emrys, once Bishop of Dumnonia, but now the Bishop of Isca. He couldn't stay in Dumnonia, Arthur told me, as he showed me the town. It was a year after Minith Badon, and Kynwyn and I were making our first visit to Arthur's new home. There isn't room for both Emrys and Sansom in Dumnonia, Arthur explained. So Emrys helps me here. He has an insatiable appetite for administration, and, better still, he keeps Murig's Christians away. All of them? I asked. Most of them, he said with a smile. And it's a fine place, Derfel, he went on, gazing at Isca's paved streets. A fine place. He was absurdly proud of his new home, claiming that the rain fell less hard on Isca than on the surrounding countryside. I've seen the hills thick with snow, he told me, and the sun has shone on green grass here. Yes, Lord, I said with a smile. It's true, Derfel, true. When I ride out of town, I take a cloak, and there comes a point where the heat suddenly fades, and you must pull on the cloak. Oh, you'll see when we go hunting tomorrow. Sounds like magic, I said, gently teasing him, for normally he despised any talk of magic. I think it well may be, he said, in all seriousness. And he led me down an alley that ran beside the big Christian shrine to a curious mound that stood in the town's centre. A spiralling path climbed to the summit of the mound, where the old people had made a shallow pit. The pit held countless small offerings left for the gods, scraps of ribbon, tufts of fleece, buttons, all of them proof that Murig's missionaries, busy as they had been, had not entirely defeated the old religion. If there is magic here, Arthur told me, when we had climbed to the mound's top and were staring down into the grassy pit, then this is where it springs from. The local folks say it's an entrance to the other world. And you believe them? I just know this is a blessed place, he said happily. And so Isca was on that late summer's day. The incoming tide had swollen the river so that it flowed deep within green banks. The sun shone on the white-walled buildings and on the leafy trees that grew in their courtyards, while to the north the small hills with their busy farmlands stretched peacefully to the mountains. It was hard to believe that not so many years before a Saxon raiding party had reached those hills and slaughtered farmers, captured slaves, and left the crofts burning. That raid had been during Uther's reign, and Arthur's achievement had been to thrust the enemy so far back that it seemed that summer, and for many summers to come, that no free Saxon would ever come near Isca again. The town's smallest palace lay just to the west of the mound, and it was there that Arthur and Guinevere lived. From our high point on the mysterious mound, we could look down into the courtyard, where Guinevere and Cynwyn were pacing, and it was plain that it was Guinevere who was doing all the talking.
"She's planning Gwydra's marriage," Arthur told me.
"To Morwenna, of course," he added with a quick smile. "Well, she's ready for it," I said fervently. Morwenna was a good girl, but of late she had been moody and irritable. Cynwyn assured me that Morwenna's behaviour was merely the symptoms of a girl ready for marriage, and I, for one, would be grateful for the cure. Arthur sat on the mound's grassy lip and stared westwards. His hands, I noticed, were flecked with small dark scars, all from the furnace of the smithy he had built for himself in his palace's stable yard. He had always been intrigued by blacksmithing, and could enthuse for hours about its skills. Now, though, he had different matters on his mind.
"Would you mind,"
he asked diffidently,
"if Bishop Emrys blesses the marriage?"
"Why would I mind?" I asked. I liked Emrys.
"Only Bishop Emrys," Arthur said. "No druids. You must understand, Derfel, that I live here at Murig's pleasure. He is, after all, the king of this land."
"Lord," I began to protest, but he stilled me with a raised hand, and I did not pursue my indignation. I knew that the young King Murig was an uneasy neighbour. He resented the fact that his father had temporarily relieved him of his power, resented that he had not shared in any of Minith Badon's glory, and was sullenly jealous of Arthur. Murig's Gwentian territory began only yards from this mound, at the far end of the Roman bridge that crossed the river Usk, and this eastern portion of Siluria was legally another of Murig's possessions.
"It was Murig who wanted me to live here as his tenant," Arthur explained. "But it was Tudric who gave me the rights to all the old royal rents. He at least is grateful for what we achieved at Minith Badon. But I very much doubt that young Murig approves of the arrangement. So I placate him by making a show of allegiance to Christianity."
He mimicked the sign of the cross and offered me a self-deprecating grimace. "You don't need to placate Murig," I said angrily. "Give me 1 month and I'll drag the miserable dog back here on his knees." Arthur laughed.
"Another war?"
He shook his head.
"Murig might be a fool, but he's never been a man to seek war, so I cannot dislike him. He will leave me in peace, so long as I don't offend him. Besides, I have enough fighting on my hands without worrying about Gwent."
His fights were small things. Oengus's Black Shield still raided across Siluria's western frontier, and Arthur set small garrisons of spearmen to guard against those incursions. He felt no anger against Oengus, who indeed he regarded as a friend, but Oengus could no more resist harvest raids than a dog could stop itself from scratching at fleas. Siluria's northern border was more troubling, because that joined Powys, and Powys, since Keenaglas's death, had fallen into chaos. Perthel, Keenaglas's son, had been acclaimed king, but at least a half-dozen powerful chieftains believed they had more right to the crown than Perthel, or at least the power to take the crown, and so the once mighty kingdom of Powys had degenerated into a squalid killing ground. Gwynedd, the impoverished country to the north of Powys, was raiding at will. War bands fought each other, made temporary alliances, broke them, massacred each other's families, and, whenever they themselves were in danger of massacre, retreated into the mountains. Enough spearmen had stayed loyal to Perthel to ensure that he kept the throne, but they were too few to defeat the rebellious chieftains.
"I think we shall have to intervene,"
Arthur told me. "We, Lord?"
"Murig and I. Oh, I know he hates war, but sooner or later some of his missionaries will be killed in Powys, and I suspect those deaths will persuade him to send spearmen to Perthel's support. So long, of course, as Perthel agrees to establish Christianity in Powys, which he doubtless will, if it gives him back his kingdom. And if Murig goes to war, he'll probably ask me to go. He'd much rather that my men should die than his."
"Under the Christian banner?" I asked sourly.
"I doubt he'll want another,"
Arthur said calmly.
"I've become his tax collector in Siluria,
so why shouldn't I be his warlord in Powys?" He smiled wryly at the prospect, then gave me a sheepish look.
"There is another reason to give Gwyndra and Morwenna a Christian marriage," he said after a while.
"Which is?" I had to prompt him, for it was clear that his further reason embarrassed him.
"Suppose Mordred and Argant have no children?" he asked me.
I said nothing for a while. Guinevere had raised the same possibility when I had spoken to her in Aquasulis, but it seemed an unlikely supposition. I said as much.
"But if they are childless," Arthur insisted, "who would have the best claim to Dumnonia's kingship?"
"You would, of course," I insisted. Arthur was Uther's son, even if he had been bastard-born, and there were no other sons who might claim the kingdom.
"Oh, no," he said quickly. "I don't want it. I never have wanted it."
I stared down at Guinevere, suspecting that it was she who had raised this problem of who should succeed Mordred.
"Then it would be Gwyndra?"
I asked.
"Then it would be Gwyndra," he agreed.
"Does he want it?" I asked.
"I think so. He listens to his mother rather than to me."
"You don't want Gwyndra to be king?"
"I want Gwyndra to be whatever he wishes to be," Arthur said. "And if Mordred provides no heir and Gwyndra wishes to make his claim, then I will support him."
He was staring down at Guinevere as he spoke, and I guessed that she was the real force behind this ambition. She had always wanted to be married to a king, but would accept being the mother of one if Arthur refused the throne.
"But as you say," Arthur went on, "it's an unlikely supposition. I hope Mordred will have many sons. But if he doesn't, and if Gwyndra is called to rule, then he'll need Christian support. The Christians rule in Dumnonia now, don't they?"
"They do, Lord," I said grimly.
"So it would be politic of us to observe the Christian rites at Gwyndra's marriage," Arthur said,
then gave me a sly smile.
"You see how close your daughter is to becoming a queen?"
I had honestly never thought of that before, and it must have shown on my face, for Arthur laughed.
"A Christian marriage isn't what I would want for Gwyndra and Morwenna," he admitted. "If it was up to me, Derfel, I would have them married by Merlin."
"You have news of him, Lord?" I asked eagerly.
"None. I hoped you would."
"Only rumour," I said. Merlin had not been seen for a year. He had left Minith Badon with Gawain's ashes, or at least a bundle containing Gawain's scorched and brittle bones, and some ash that might have belonged to the dead prince, or might equally well have been wood ash, and since that day Merlin had not been seen. Rumour said he was in the other world. Other folk claimed he was in Ireland, or else in the western mountains, but no one knew for certain. He had told me he was going to help Nimue, but where she was, no one knew either. Arthur stood and brushed grass off his trews.
"Time for dinner," he said, "and I warn you that Taliesin is liable to chant an extremely tedious song about Minith Badon. Worse, it's still unfinished. He keeps adding verses.
Guinevere tells me it's a masterpiece, and I suppose it must be if she says so. But why do I have to endure it at every dinner? That was the first time I heard Taliesin sing, and I was entranced. It was, as Guinevere said to me later, as though he could pull the music of the stars down to earth. He had a wondrously pure voice, and could hold a note longer than any other bard I ever heard. He told me later that he practiced breathing, a thing I would never have thought needed practice, but it meant he could linger on a dying note while he pulsed it to its exquisite end with strokes on his harp, or else he could make a room echo and shudder with his triumphant voice. And I swear that on that summer night in Iska he made the battle of Minith Badon live again. I heard Taliesin sing many times, and every time I heard him with the same astonishment. Yet he was a modest man. He understood his power and was comfortable with it. It pleased him to have Guinevere as a patroness, for she was generous and appreciated his art, and she allowed him to spend weeks at a time away from the palace. I asked him where he went during those absences, and he told me he liked to visit the hills and valleys and sing to the people.
"And not just sing," he told me, "but listen as well. I like the old songs. Sometimes they only remember snatches of them, and I try to make them whole again."
It was important, he said, to listen to the songs of the common folk, for that taught him what they liked, but he also wanted to sing his own songs to them.
"It's easy to entertain lords," he said, "for they need entertainment. But a farmer needs sleep before he wants song, and if I can keep him awake, then I know my song has merit."
And sometimes, he told me, he just sang to himself.
"I sit under the stars and sing," he told me with a wry smile.
"Do you truly see the future?" I asked him during that conversation.
"I dream it," he said, as though it were no great gift. "But seeing the future is like peering through a mist, and the reward is scarcely worth the effort. Besides, I never can tell, Lord, whether my visions of the future come from the gods or from my own fears. I am, after all, only a bard."
He was, I think, being evasive. Merlin had told me that Taliesin stayed celibate to preserve his gift of prophecy, so he must have valued it more highly than he implied, but he disparaged the gift to discourage men from asking about it. Taliesin, I think, saw our future long before any of us had a glimpse of it, and he did not want to reveal it. He was a very private man. "Only a bard?" I asked, repeating his last words. "Men say you are the greatest of all the bards." He shook his head, rejecting my flattery.
"Only a bard," he insisted, "though I did submit to the druid's training. I learned the mysteries from Selefith in Cornwell. 7 years and 3 I learned, and at the very last day, when I could have taken the druid's staff, I walked from Selethith's cave and called myself a bard instead."
"Why?"
"Because," he said after a long pause, "a druid has responsibilities, and I did not want them. I lack to watch, Lord Derfel, and to tell. Time is a story, and I would be its teller, not its maker. Merlin wanted to change the story, and he failed. I dare not aim so high."
"Did Merlin fail?" I asked him.
"Not in small things," Taliesin said calmly, "but in the great, yes. The gods drift ever farther away, and I suspect that neither my songs nor all Merlin's fires can summon them now. The world turns, Lord, to new gods, and maybe that's no bad thing. A god is a god, and why should it matter to us which one rules? Only pride and habit hold us to the old gods."
"Are you suggesting we should all become Christians?" I asked harshly.
"What god you worship is of no importance to me, Lord," he said. "I am merely here to watch, listen, and sing."
So Taliesin sang while Arthur governed with Guinevere in Siluria. My task was to be a bridle on Mordred's mischief in Dumnonia. Merlin had vanished, probably into the haunting mists of the deep west. The Saxons cowered, but still yearned for our land, and in the heavens, where there is no bridle on their mischief, the gods rolled the dice anew. Mordred was happy in those years after Minith-Badon. The battle had given him a taste for warfare, and he pursued it greedily. For a time he was content to fight under Sagramor's guidance, raiding into shrunken Chukir or hunting down Saxon warbands that came to plunder our crops and livestock. But after a while he became frustrated by Sagramor's caution. The Numidian had no desire to start a full-scale war by conquering the territory Cerdic still possessed, and where the Saxons remained strong. But Mordred desperately wanted another clash of shield walls. He once ordered Sagramor's spearmen to follow him into Cerdic's territory, but those men refused to march without Sagramor's orders, and Sagramor forbade the invasion. Mordred sulked for a time, but then a plea for help arrived from Brociliand, the British kingdom in Armorica, and Mordred led a warband of volunteers to fight against the Franks, who were pressing on King Budic's borders. He stayed in Armorica for over 5 years, and in that time he made a name for himself. In battle, men told me he was fearless, and his victories attracted yet more men to his dragon banner. They were masterless men, rogues and outlaws who could grow rich on plunder, and Mordred gave them their heart's desires. He took back a good part of the old kingdom of Benwick, and bards began to sing of him as an Uther reborn, even as a second Arthur. Though other tales, never turned into song, also came home across the grey waters, and those tales spoke of rape and murder, and of cruel men given license. Arthur himself fought during those years, for, just as he had foreseen, some of Murig's missionaries were massacred in Powys, and Murig demanded Arthur's aid in punishing the rebels who had killed the priests, and so Arthur rode north on one of his greatest campaigns. I was not there to help him, for I had responsibilities in Dumnonia, but we all heard the stories. Arthur persuaded Oengus mac Hiram to attack the rebels out of Demetia, and while Oengus's Black Shields attacked from the west, Arthur's men came from the south, and Murig's army, marching 2 days behind Arthur, arrived to find the rebellion quashed and most of the murderers captured. But some of the priests' killers had taken refuge in Gwynedd, where Berthig, the king of that mountainous country, refused to hand them over. Berthig still hoped to use the rebels to gain more land in Powys, and so Arthur, ignoring Murig's counsel for caution, surged on northwards. He defeated Berthig at Caer Grai, and then, without pause, and still using the excuse that some of the priest-killers had fled further north, he led his warband over the dark road into the dread kingdom of Clain. Oengus followed him, and at the sands of Forid, where the river Gwyffer slides to the sea, Oengus and Arthur trapped King Diranak between their forces and so broke the blood shields of Clain. Diranak drowned. Over 100 of his spearmen were massacred, and the remainder fled in panic. In 2 summer months, Arthur had ended the rebellion in Powys, cowed Berthig, and destroyed Diranak, and by doing the latter, he had kept his oath to Guinevere that he would avenge the loss of her father's kingdom. Leodegan, her father, had been king of Henniswyren, but Diranak had come from Ireland, taken Henniswyren by storm, renamed it Clain, and so made Guinevere a penniless exile. Now Diranak was dead, and I thought Guinevere might insist that his captured kingdom be given to her son, but she made no protest when Arthur handed Clain into Oengus's keeping, in the hope that it would keep his Black Shields too busy to raid into Powys. It was better, Arthur later told me, that Clain should have an Irish ruler, for the great majority of its people were Irish, and Gwydir would ever have been a stranger to them. And so Oengus's elder son ruled in Clane, and Arthur carried Duranac's sword back to Isca as a trophy for Guinevere. I saw none of it, for I was governing Dumnonia, where my spearmen collected Mordred's taxes and enforced Mordred's justice. Issa did most of the work, for he was now a lord in his own right, and I had given him half my spearmen. He was also a father now, and Scarak, his wife, was expecting another child. She lived with us in Duncarrick, from where Issa rode out to patrol the country, and from where, each month, and ever more reluctantly, I went south to attend the Royal Council in Durnavaria. Argant presided over those meetings, for Mordred had sent orders that his queen was to take his high place at the council. Not even Guinevere had attended council meetings, but Mordred insisted, and so Argant summoned the council and had Bishop Sansom as her chief ally. Sansom had rooms in the palace, and was forever whispering in Argant's ear, while Fergal, her druid, whispered in the other. Sansom proclaimed a hatred of all pagans, but when he saw that he would have no power unless he shared it with Fergal, his hatred dissolved into a sinister alliance. Morgan, Sansom's wife, had returned to Iniswidren after Minith Badon, but Sansom stayed in Durnavaria, preferring the Queen's confidences to his wife's company. Argant enjoyed exercising the royal power. I do not think she had any great love for Mordred, but she did possess a passion for money, and by staying in Dumnonia she made certain that the greater part of the country's taxes passed through her hands. She did little with the wealth. She did not build as Arthur and Guinevere had built. She did not care about restoring bridges or forts. She just sold the taxes, whether they were salt, grain, or hides, in return for gold. She sent some of the gold to her husband, who was forever demanding more money for his warband. But most she piled up in the palace vaults, until the folk of Durnavaria reckoned their town was built on a foundation of gold. Argant had long ago retrieved the treasure I had hidden beside the Foss Way, and to that she now added more and more, and she was encouraged in her hoarding by Bishop Sansom, who, as well as being Bishop of all Dumnonia, was now named Chief Counsellor and Royal Treasurer. I did not doubt that he was using the last office to skim the treasury for his own hoard. I accused him of that one day, and he immediately adopted a hurt expression. "I do not care for gold, Lord," he said piously. "Did not our Lord command us not to lay up treasures on earth, but in heaven?" I grimaced. "He could command what he liked," I said, "but you would still sell your soul for gold, Bishop. And so you should, for it would prove a good bargain." He gave me a suspicious look. "A good bargain? Why?" "Because you would be exchanging filth for money, of course," I said. I could make no pretence of liking Sansom, nor he for liking me. The Mouse Lord was always accusing me of trimming men's taxes in return for favours, and as proof of the accusation he cited the fact that each successive year less money came into the treasury. But that shortfall was none of my doing. Sansom had persuaded Mordred to sign a decree which exempted all Christians from taxation, and I dare say the Church never found a better way of making converts, though Mordred rescinded the law as soon as he realized how many souls and how little gold he was saving. But then Sansom persuaded the king that the Church, and only the Church, should be responsible for collecting the taxes of Christians. That increased the yield for a year, but it fell thereafter, as the Christians discovered that it was cheaper to bribe Sansom than to pay their king. Sansom then proposed doubling the taxes of all pagans, but Argant and Fergal stopped that measure. Instead, Argant suggested that all the taxes on the Saxons should be doubled, but Sagramor refused to collect the increase, claiming it would only provoke rebellion in those parts of Chogir that we had settled. it was no wonder that I hated attending council meetings, and after a year or two of such fruitless wrangling, I abandoned the meetings altogether. Issa went on collecting taxes, but only the honest men paid, and there seemed fewer honest men each year, and so Mordred was forever complaining of being penniless, while Sansom and Argant grew rich. Argant became rich, but she stayed childless. She sometimes visited Broceliande, and, once in a long while, Mordred returned to Dumnonia, but Argant's belly never swelled after such visits. She prayed, she sacrificed, and she visited sacred springs in her attempts to have a child, but she stayed barren. I remember the stink at council meetings when she wore a girdle smeared with the feces of a newborn child, supposedly a certain remedy for barrenness, but that worked no better than the infusions of bryony and mandrake that she drank daily. Eventually, Sansom persuaded her that only Christianity could bring her the miracle, and so, 2 years after Mordred had first gone to Broceliande, Argant threw Fergal, her druid, out of the palace and was publicly baptized in the river Frore that flows around Durnavaria's northern margin. For 6 months she attended daily services in the huge church Sansom had built in the town centre, but at the end of the 6 months her belly was as flat as it had been before she had waded into the river. So Fergal was summoned back to the palace, and brought with him new concoctions of bat dung and weasel blood that were supposed to make Argant fertile. By then, Guidra and Morwenna were married, and had produced their first child, and that child was a boy, whom they named Arthur, and who was ever afterwards known as Arthur Bach, Arthur the Little. The child was baptized by Bishop Emrys, and Argant saw the ceremony as a provocation. She knew that neither Arthur nor Guinevere had any great love for Christianity, and that by baptizing their grandson they were merely currying favour with the Christians in Dumnonia, whose support would be needed if Guidra were to take the throne. Besides, Arthur Bach's very existence was a reproach to Mordred. A king should be fecund. It was his duty, and Mordred was failing in that duty. It did not matter that he had whelped bastards the length and breadth of Dumnonia and Armorica. He was not whelping an heir on Argant, and the queen spoke darkly of his crippled foot. She remembered the evil omens of his birth, and she looked sourly towards Siluria, where her rival, my daughter, was proving capable of breeding new princes. The queen became more desperate, even dipping into her treasury to pay in gold any fraudster who promised her a swollen womb. But not all the sorceresses of Britain could help her conceive, and, if rumour spoke true, not half the spearmen in her palace guard either. And all the while, Guidra waited in Siluria, and Argant knew that if Mordred died, then Guidra would rule in Dumnonia, unless she produced an heir of her own. I did my best to preserve Dumnonia's peace in those early years of Mordred's rule, and for a time my efforts were helped by the king's absence. I appointed the magistrates, and so made sure that Arthur's justice continued. Arthur had always loved good laws, claiming they bound a country together like the willow boards of a shield gripped by their leather cover, and he had taken immense trouble to appoint magistrates whom he could trust to be impartial. They were, for the most part, landowners, merchants, and priests, and almost all were wealthy enough to resist the corrosive effects of gold. If men can buy the law, Arthur had always said, then the law becomes worthless, and his magistrates were famous for their honesty. But it did not take long for folk in Dumnonia to discover that the magistrates could be outflanked. By paying money to Sansom or Argant, they guaranteed that Mordred would write from Armorica ordering a decision changed. And so, year after year, I found myself fighting a rising sea of small injustices. The honest magistrates resigned, rather than have their rulings constantly reversed, while men who might have submitted their grievances to a court preferred to settle them with spears. That erosion of the law was a slow process, but I could not halt it. I was supposed to be a bridle on Mordred's capriciousness, but Argant and Sansom were twin spurs, and the spurs were overcoming the bridle. Yet, on the whole, that was a happy time. Few folk lived as long as 40 years, yet both Cynwyn and I did, and both of us were given good health by the gods. Morwenna's marriage gave us joy, and the birth of Arthur Bach even more. And a year later, our daughter Seryn was married to Edarin, the Edling of Elmet. It was a dynastic marriage, for Seryn was first cousin to Perthel, king of Powys, and the marriage was not contracted for love, but to strengthen the alliance between Elmet and Powys. And though Cynwyn opposed the marriage, for she saw no evidence of affection between Seryn and Edarin, Seryn had set her heart on being a queen, and so she married her Edling and moved far away from us. Poor Seryn. She never did become a queen, for she died giving birth to her first child, a daughter who lived only half a day longer than her mother. Thus did the second of my 3 daughters cross to the other world. We wept for Seryn, though the tears were not so bitter as those we had shed at Diane's death, for Diane had died so cruelly young. But just a month after Seryn died, Morwenna gave birth to a second child, a daughter whom she and Gwyddra named Seryn, and those grandchildren were a growing brightness in our lives. They did not come to Dumnonia, because there they would have been in danger from Argant's jealousy. But Cynwyn and I went often enough to Siluria. Indeed, our visits became so frequent that Guinevere kept rooms in her palace just for our use, and after a while we spent more time in Iska than we did in Duncarrick. My head and beard were going grey, and I was content to let Issa struggle with Argant, while I played with my grandchildren. I built my mother a house on Siluria's coast, but by then she was so mad that she did not know what was happening, and kept trying to return to her tidewood hovel on its bluff above the sea. She died in one of the winter plagues, and, as I had promised Ael, I buried her like a Saxon, with her feet to the north. Dumnonia decayed, and there seemed little I could do to prevent the decay, for Mordred had just enough power to outflank me. But Issa preserved what order and justice he could, while Cynwyn and I spent more and more of our time in Siluria. What sweet memories I keep of Iska. Memories of sunny days, with Taliesin singing lullabies and Guinevere gently mocking my happiness, as I towed Arthur Bach and Seryn in an upturned shield across the grass. Arthur would join the games, for he had ever adored children, and sometimes Galahad would be there, for he had joined Arthur and Guinevere in their comfortable exile. Galahad had still not married, though now he had a child. It was his nephew, Prince Peredur, Lancelot's son, who had been found wandering in tears among the dead of Minith Badon. As Peredur grew, he came more and more to resemble his father. He had the same dark skin, the same lean and handsome face, and the same black hair. But in his character he was Galahad, not Lancelot. He was a clever, grave, and earnest boy, and anxious to be a good Christian. I do not know how much of his father's history he knew, but Peredur was always nervous of Arthur and Guinevere, and they, I think, found him unsettling. That was not his fault, but rather because his face reminded them of what we would all have preferred to forget. And both were grateful when, at 12 years old, Peredur was sent to Murig's court in Gwent to learn a warrior's skills. He was a good boy, yet with his departure it was as though a shadow had gone from Iska. In later years, long after Arthur's story was done, I came to know Peredur well, and to value him as highly as I have valued any man. Peredur might have unsettled Arthur, but there were few other shadows to trouble him. In these dark days, when folk look back and remember what they lost when Arthur went, they usually speak of Dumnonia, but others also mourn Siluria, for in those years he gave that unregarded kingdom a time of peace and justice. There was still disease and still poverty, and men did not cease from getting drunk and killing each other just because Arthur governed. But widows knew that his courts would give redress, and the hungry knew that his granaries held food to last a winter. No enemy raided across Siluria's border, and though the Christian religion spread fast through the valleys, Arthur would not let its priests defile the pagan shrines, nor allow the pagans to attack the Christian churches. In those years, he made Siluria into what he had dreamed he could make all Britain, a haven. Children were not enslaved, crops were not burned, and warlords did not ravage homesteads. Yet beyond the haven's borders dark things loomed. Merlin's absence was one. Year after year passed, and still there was no news, and after a while folk assumed the Druid must have died, for surely no man, not even Merlin, could live so long. Murig was a nagging and irritable neighbour, forever demanding higher taxes or a purge of the Druids who lived in Siluria's valleys, though Tudric, his father, was a moderating influence when he could be stirred from his self-imposed life of near starvation. Powys stayed weak, and Dumnonia became increasingly lawless, though it was spared the worst of Mordred's rule by his absence. In Siluria alone, it seemed, there was happiness, and Kynwyn and I began to think that we would live the rest of our days in Iska. We had wealth, we had friends, we had family, and we were happy. We were, in short, complacent. And fate has ever been the enemy of complacency. And fate, as Merlin always told me, is inexorable. I was hunting with Guinevere in the hills north of Iska when I first heard of Mordred's calamity. It was winter. The trees were bare, and Guinevere's prized deer-hounds had just run down a great red stag when a messenger from Dumnonia found me. The man handed me a letter, then watched wide-eyed as Guinevere waded among the snarling dogs to put the beast out of its misery with one merciful stab of her short spear. Her huntsmen whipped the hounds off the corpse, then drew their knives to Gralloch the stag. I pulled open the parchment, read the brief message, then looked at the messenger. "Did you show this to Arthur?"
"No, Lord," the man said. "The letter was addressed to you."
"Take it to him now," I said, handing him the sheet of parchment. Guinevere, happily blood-streaked, stepped out of the carnage.
"You look as if it was bad news, Derfel."
"On the contrary," I said. "It's good news. Mordred has been wounded."
"Good,"
Guinevere exulted.
"Badly, I hope."
"It seems so. An axe blow to the leg."
"Pity it wasn't to the heart. Where is he?"
"Still in Armorica," I said. The message had been dictated by Sansom, and it said that Mordred had been surprised and defeated by an army led by Clovis, High King of the Franks, and that in the battle our king had been badly wounded in the leg. He had escaped and was now besieged by Clovis in one of the ancient hilltop forts of Old Benwick. I surmised that Mordred must have been wintering in the territory that he had conquered from the Franks, and which he doubtless thought would make him a second kingdom across the sea. But Clovis had led his Frankish army westwards in a surprise winter campaign. Mordred had been defeated, and though he was still alive, he was trapped.
"How reliable is the news?"
Guinevere asked. "Reliable enough," I said. "King Boudic sent Argant a messenger."
"Good,"
Guinevere said.
"Good. Let's hope the Franks kill him."
She stepped back into the growing pile of steaming offal to find a scrap for one of her beloved hounds.
They will kill him, won't they? She asked me.
The Franks aren't noted for their mercy, I said.
I hope they dance on his bones, she said, calling himself a second Uther.
Well, he fought well for a time, lady.
It isn't how well you fight that matters, Derfel. It's whether or not you win the last battle.
She threw scraps of the stag's guts to her dogs, wiped her knife blade on her tunic, then thrust it back into its sheath.
So, what does Argant want of you? She asked me. A rescue?
Argant was demanding exactly that, and so was Sansom, which is why he had written to me. His message ordered me to march all my men to the south coast, find ships, and go to Mordred's relief. I told Guinevere as much, and she gave me a mocking glance.
And you're going to tell me that your oath to the little bastard will force you to obey?
I have no oath to Argant, I said, and certainly none to Sansom. The Mouse Lord could order me as much as he liked, but I had no need to obey him, nor any wish to rescue Mordred. Besides, I doubted that an army could be shipped to Armorica in winter, and even if my spearmen did survive the rough crossing, they would be too few to fight the Franks. The only help Mordred might expect would be from old King Boudic of Broceliande, who was married to Arthur's elder sister Anna. But while Boudic might have been happy to have Mordred killing Franks in the land that used to be Benwick, he would have no wish to attract Clovis's attention by sending spearmen to Mordred's rescue. Mordred, I thought, was doomed. If his wound did not kill him, Clovis would. For the rest of that winter, Argant harried me with messages, demanding that I take my men across the sea. But I stayed in Siluria and ignored her. Issa received the same demands, but he flatly refused to obey, while Sagramor simply threw Argant's messages into the flames. Argant, seeing her power slip with her husband's waning life, became more desperate and offered gold to spearmen who had sailed to Armorica. Though many spearmen took the gold, they preferred to sail westwards to Cornwell or hurry north into Gwent, rather than sail south to where Clovis's grim army waited. And, as Argant despaired, our hopes grew. Mordred was trapped and sick, and sooner or later news must come of his death. And when that news came, we planned to ride into Dumnonia under Arthur's banner, with Gwyddra as our candidate for the kingship. Sagramor would come from the Saxon frontier to support us, and no man in Dumnonia would have the power to oppose us. But other men were also thinking of Dumnonia's kingship. I learned that early in the spring, when Saint Tudric died. Arthur was sneezing and shivering with the last of the winter's colds, and he asked Galahad to go to the old king's funeral rites in Buriam, the capital of Gwent, which lay just a short journey upriver from Iska, and Galahad pleaded with me to accompany him. I mourned for Tudric, who had proved himself a good friend to us, yet I had no wish to attend his funeral, and thus be forced to endure the interminable droning of the Christian rites. But Arthur added his pleas to Galahad's. "We live here at Murig's pleasure," he reminded me, "and we do well to show him respect. I would go, if I could." He paused to sneeze. "But Guinevere says it will be the death of me." So Galahad and I went in Arthur's place, and the funeral service did indeed seem never-ending. It took place in a great barn-like church that Murig had built in the year marking the supposed 500th anniversary of the appearance of the Lord Jesus Christ on this sinful earth. And once the prayers inside the church were all said or chanted, we had to endure still more prayers at Tudric's graveside. There was no balefire, no singing spearmen, just a cold pit in the ground, a score of bobbing priests, and an undignified rush to get back to the town and its taverns when Tudric was at last buried. Murig commanded Galahad and me to take supper with him. Peredur, Galahad's nephew, joined us, as did Buriam's bishop, a gloomy soul named Chadern, who had been responsible for the most tedious of the day's prayers, and he began supper with yet another long-winded prayer, after which he made an earnest inquiry about the state of my soul, and was grieved when I assured him that it was safe in Mithras's keeping. Such an answer would normally have irritated Murig, but he was too distracted to notice the provocation. I know he was not unduly upset by his father's death, for Murig was still resentful that Tudric had taken back his power at the time of Minithbadon. But at least he affected to be distressed, and bored us with insincere praise of his father's saintliness and sagacity. I expressed the hope that Tudric's death had been merciful, and Murig told me that his father had starved to death in his attempt to imitate the angels.
"There was nothing of him at the end," Bishop Chadern elaborated. "Just skin and bone he was. Skin and bone. But the monks say that his skin was suffused with a heavenly light, praise God."
"And now the saint is on God's right hand," Murig said, crossing himself, "where one day I shall be with him. Try an oyster, Lord." He pushed a silver dish towards me, then poured himself wine. He was a pale young man with protuberant eyes, a thin beard, and an irritably pedantic manner. Like his father, he aped Roman manners. He wore a bronze wreath on his thinning hair, dressed in a toga, and ate while lying on a couch. The couches were deeply uncomfortable. He had married a sad and ox-like princess from Hreged, who had arrived in Gwent a pagan, produced male twins, and then had Christianity whipped into her stubborn soul. She appeared in the dimly lit supper-room for a few moments, ogled us, said and ate nothing, then disappeared as mysteriously as she had arrived. "You have any news of Mordred?" Murig asked us after his wife's brief visit. "We hear nothing new, Lord King," Galahad said. "He is penned in by Clovis, but whether he lives or not we don't know." "I have news," Murig said, pleased to have heard it before us. "A merchant came yesterday with news from Brasiliand, and he tells us that Mordred is very near death. His wound is festering." The king picked his teeth with a sliver of ivory. "It must be God's judgment, Prince Galahad. God's judgment."
"Praise his name," Bishop Chadern intervened.
The bishop's grey beard was so long it vanished under his couch. He used the beard as a towel, wiping grease from his hands into its long, dirt-clotted strands. "We have heard such rumours before, Lord King," I said. Murig shrugged. "The merchant seemed very sure of himself," he said, then tipped an oyster down his throat. "So, if Mordred isn't dead already," he went on, "he probably will be soon, and without leaving a child." "True," Galahad said. "And Perthel of Powys is also childless," Murig went on. "Perthel is unmarried, Lord King," I pointed out. "But does he look to marry?" Murig demanded of us. "There's been talk of him marrying a princess from Cornwell," I said, "and some of the Irish kings have offered daughters, but his mother wishes him to wait a year or two." "He's ruled by his mother, is he? No wonder he's weak," Murig said in his petulant, high-toned voice. "Weak! I hear that Powys's western hills are filled with outlaws." "Yeah, I hear the same, Lord King," I said. The mountains beside the Irish Sea had been haunted by masterless men ever since Keenaglas had died, and Arthur's campaign in Powys, Gwynedd, and Llain had only increased their numbers. Some of those refugees were spearmen from Dironac's blood shields, and, united with the disaffected men from Powys, they could have proved a new threat to Perthel's throne. But so far they had been little more than a nuisance. They raided for cattle and grain, snatched children as slaves, then scampered back to their hill fastnesses to avoid retribution. "And Arthur?" Murig inquired. "How did you leave him?" "Not well, Lord King," Galahad said. "He would have wished to be here, but alas, he has a winter fever." "Not serious?" Murig inquired, with an expression that suggested he rather hoped Arthur's cold would prove fatal. "One does hope not, of course," he added hastily. "But he is old, and the old do succumb to trifling things that a younger man would throw off." "I don't think Arthur's old," I said. "He must be nearly 50, Murig pointed out indignantly. "Not for a year or two yet," I said. "But old," Murig insisted. "Old." He fell silent, and I glanced round the palace chamber, which was lit by burning wicks floating in bronze dishes filled with oil. Other than the 5 couches and the low table, There was no other furniture, and the only decoration was a carving of Christ on the cross that hung high on a wall. The bishop gnawed at a pork rib. Peredur sat silent, while Galahad watched the king with a look of faint amusement. Murig picked his teeth again, then pointed the ivory sliver at me.
"What happens if Mordred dies?"
He blinked rapidly, something he always did when he was nervous. "A new king must be found, Lord King," I said casually, as though the question held no real importance for me.
"I had grasped that point," he said acidly. "But who?"
"The lords of Dumnonia will decide," I said evasively.
"And will choose Gwydir?"
He blinked again as he challenged me.
"That's what I hear. They'll choose Gwydir. Am I right?"
I said nothing, and Galahad finally answered the king. "Gwydir certainly has a claim, Lord King," he said carefully.
"He has no claim. None. None,"
Murig squeaked angrily.
"His father, need I remind you, is a bastard."
"As am I, Lord King," I intervened. Murig ignored that.
"A bastard shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord," he insisted. "It is written thus in the Scriptures. Is that not so, Bishop?"
"Even to the 10th generation the bastard shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord, Lord King,"
Cladern intoned, then crossed himself.
"Praise be for his wisdom and guidance, Lord King."
"There,"
Murig said, as though his whole argument was thus proved. I smiled. "Lord King," I pointed out gently, "if we were to deny kingship to the descendants of bastards, we would have no kings." He stared at me with pale, bulging eyes, trying to determine whether I had insulted his own lineage, but he must have decided against picking a quarrel.
"Gwydir is a young man," he said instead, "and no son of a king. The Saxons grow stronger, and Powys is ill-ruled. Britain lacks leaders, Lord Derfel. It lacks strong kings."
"Oh, we daily chant hosannas because your own dear self proves the opposite, Lord King,"
Cladern said oilily. I thought the bishop's flattery was nothing more than a polite rejoinder, the sort of meaningless phrase courtiers ever utter to kings. But Murig took it as gospel truth.
"Precisely," the king said enthusiastically,
then gazed at me with open eyes as if expecting me to echo the bishop's sentiments. "Who," I asked instead, "would you like to see on Dumnonia's throne, Lord King?" His sudden and rapid blinking showed that he was discomfited by the question. The answer was obvious. Murig wanted the throne for himself. He had half-heartedly tried to gain it before Menethbadon, and his insistence that Gwent's army would not help Arthur fight the Saxons unless Arthur renounced his own power had been a shrewd effort to weaken Dumnonia's throne in the hope that it might one day fall vacant. But now, at last, he saw his opportunity, though he dared not announce his own candidacy openly until definite news of Mordred's death reached Britain.
"I will support," he said instead, "whichever candidate shows themselves to be a disciple of our Lord Jesus Christ."
He made the sign of the cross.
"I can do no other, for I serve Almighty God."
"Praise him,"
the bishop said hurriedly.
"And I am reliably informed, Lord Derfel," Murig went on earnestly, "that the Christians in Dumnonia cry out for a good Christian ruler. Cry out!"
"And who informs you of their cry, Lord King?" I asked in a voice so acid that poor Peredur looked alarmed. Murig gave no answer, but nor did I expect one from him, so I supplied it myself. "Bishop Sansom," I suggested, and saw from Murig's indignant expression that I was right.
"Why should you think that Sansom has anything to say in this matter?"
Murig demanded, red-faced. "Sansom comes from Gwent, does he not, Lord King?" I asked, and Murig blushed still more deeply, making it obvious that Sansom was indeed plotting to put Murig on Dumnonia's throne, and Murig, Sansom could be sure, would be certain to reward Sansom with yet more power. "But I don't think the Christians of Dumnonia need your protection, Lord King," I went on, "nor Sansom's. Gwydir, like his father, is a friend to your faith."
"A friend? Arthur? A friend to Christ?"
Bishop Cladern snapped at me.
There are pagan shrines in Siluria. Beasts are sacrificed to the old gods. Women dance naked under the moon. Infants are passed through the fire. Druids babble.
Spittle sprayed from the bishop's mouth as he tallied this list of iniquities.
Without the blessings of Christ's rule, Murig leaned towards me, there can be no peace.
There can be no peace, Lord King, I said directly, while two men want the same kingdom. What would you have me tell my son-in-law? Again Murig was unsettled by my directness. He fiddled with an oyster shell while he considered his answer, then shrugged.
You may assure Gwydra that he will have land, honour, rank, and my protection, he said, blinking rapidly. But I will not see him made King of Dumnonia.
He actually blushed as he spoke the last words. He was a clever man, Murig, but a coward at heart, and it must have taken a great effort for him to have expressed himself so bluntly. Maybe he feared my anger, but I gave him a courteous reply. I shall tell him, Lord King, I said, though in truth the message was not for Gwydra, but for Arthur. Murig was not only declaring his own bid to rule Dumnonia, but warning Arthur that Gwent's formidable army would oppose Gwydra's candidacy. Bishop Cladern leaned towards Murig and spoke in an urgent whisper. He used Latin, confident that neither Galahad nor I would understand him, but Galahad spoke the language and half heard what was being said.
You're planning to keep Arthur penned inside Siluria? He accused Cladern in British.
Cladern blushed. As well as being the Bishop of Buriam, Cladern was the king's chief counsellor, and thus a man of power.
My king, he said, bowing his head in Murig's direction, cannot allow Arthur to move spearmen through Gwent's territory.
Is that true, Lord King? Galahad asked politely. I am a man of peace, Murig blustered, and one way to secure peace is to keep spearmen at home.
I said nothing, fearing that my anger would only make me blurt out some insult that would make things worse. If Murig insisted that we could not move spearmen across his roads, then he would have succeeded in dividing the forces that would support Gwydra. It meant that Arthur could not march to join Sagramor, nor Sagramor to join Arthur. And if Murig could keep their forces divided, then he would most likely be the next king of Dumnonia.
But Murig won't fight, Galahad said scornfully as we rode down the river towards Iska the next day.
The willows were hazed with their first hint of spring leaves, but the day itself was a reminder of winter, with a cold wind and drifting mists. He might, I said, if the prize is large enough. And the prize was huge, for if Murig ruled both Gwent and Dumnonia, then he would control the richest part of Britain. It will depend, I said, on how many spears oppose him.
Yours, Issa's, Arthur's, Sagramor's, Galahad said.
Maybe 500 men, I said, and Sagramor's are a long way away, and Arthur's would have to cross Gwent's territory to reach Dumnonia. And how many men does Murig command? 1,000?
He won't risk war, Galahad insisted.
He wants the prize, but he's terrified of the risk. He had stopped his horse to watch a man fishing from a coracle in the centre of the river. The fisherman cast his hand net with a careless skill, and, while Galahad was admiring the fisherman's dexterity, I was weighting each cast with an omen. If this throw yields a salmon, I told myself, then Mordred will die. The throw did bring up a big, struggling fish, and then I thought that the augury was a nonsense, for all of us would die. And so I told myself that the next cast must net a fish if Mordred was to die before Beltane. The net came up empty, and I touched the iron of Howlbane's hilt. The fisherman sold us a part of his catch, and we pushed the salmon into our saddlebags and rode on. I prayed to Mithras that my foolish omen was misleading, then prayed that Galahad was right, and that Murig would never dare commit his troops. But for Dumnonia? Rich Dumnonia? That was worth a risk, even for a cautious man like Murig. Weak kings are a curse on the earth. Yet our oaths are made to kings. And if we had no oaths, we would have no law. And if we had no law, we would have mere anarchy. And so we must bind ourselves with the law, and keep the law by oaths. And if a man could change kings at whim, then he could abandon his oaths with his inconvenient king. And so we need kings, because we must have an immutable law. All that is true. Yet as Galahad and I rode home through the wintry mists, I could have wept that the one man who should have been a king would not be one, and that those who should never have been kings all were. We found Arthur in his blacksmith's shed. He had built the shed himself, made a hooded furnace from Roman bricks, then purchased an anvil and a set of blacksmith's tools. He had always declared he wanted to be a blacksmith, though, as Guinevere frequently remarked, wanting and being were not at all the same thing. But Arthur tried. How he tried! He employed a proper blacksmith, a gaunt and taciturn man named Moredig, whose task was to teach Arthur the skills of the trade. But Moredig had long despaired of teaching Arthur anything except enthusiasm. All of us, nevertheless, possessed items Arthur had made: iron candle-stands that had kinked shafts, misshapen cooking pots with ill-fitting handles, or fire spits that bowed over the flame. Yet the smithy made him happy, and he spent hours beside its hissing furnace, ever certain that a little more practice would make him as carelessly proficient as Moredig. He was alone in the smithy when Galahad and I returned from Buriam. He grunted a distracted welcome, then went on hammering a shapeless piece of iron that he claimed was a shoe plate for one of his horses. He reluctantly dropped the hammer when we presented him with one of the salmon we had bought, then interrupted our news by saying that he had already heard that Mordred was close to death.
"A bard arrived from Armorica yesterday," he told us, "and says the king's leg is rotting at the hip. The bard says he stinks like a dead toad."
"How does the bard know?" I asked, for I had thought Mordred was surrounded and cut off from all the other Britons in Armorica.
"He says it's common knowledge in Brasiliant," Arthur said.
Then happily added that he expected Dumnonia's throne to be vacant in a matter of days. But we spoiled his cheerfulness by telling him of Murig's refusal to allow any of our spearmen to cross Gwent's land, and I furthered his gloom by adding my suspicions of Sansom. I thought for a second that Arthur was going to curse, something he did rarely, but he controlled the impulse, and instead moved the salmon away from the furnace.
"I don't want it to cook," he said. "So, Murig's closed all the roads to us."
"He says he wants peace, Lord," I explained. Arthur laughed sourly.
"He wants to prove himself. That's what he wants. His father's dead, and he's eager to show that he's a better man than Chudric. And the best way is to become a hero in battle, and the second best is to steal a kingdom without a battle."
He sneezed violently, then shook his head angrily.
"I hate having a cold."
"You should be resting, Lord," I said, "not working."
"This isn't work. This is pleasure."
"You should take colesfoot in mead," Galahad said.
"I've drunk nothing else for a week. Only two things cure colds: death or time."
He picked up the hammer and gave the cooling lump of iron a ringing blow, then pumped the leather-jacketed bellows that fed air into the furnace. The winter had ended, but despite Arthur's insistence that the weather was ever kind in Iska, it was a freezing day.
"What's your mouse lord up to?"
he asked me as he pumped the furnace into a shimmering heat. "He isn't my mouse lord," I said of Sansom.
"But he's scheming, isn't he? Wants his own candidate on the throne."
"But Murig has no right to the throne," Galahad protested.
"None at all," Arthur agreed. "But he has a lot of spears, and he'd have half a claim if he married a widowed Argant."
"He can't marry her," Galahad said. "He's married already."
"A toadstool will get rid of an inconvenient queen," Arthur said. That's how Uther got rid of his first wife. A toadstool in a mushroom stew.
He thought for a few seconds, then tossed the shoe plate into the fire.
Fetch Gwydir for me,
he asked Galahad. Arthur tortured the red-hot iron while we waited. A horse's shoe plate was a simple enough object, merely a sheet of iron that protected the vulnerable hoof from stones, and all it needed was an arch of iron that slipped over the front of the hoof and a pair of lugs at the back where the leather laces were attached. But Arthur could not seem to get the thing right. His arch was too narrow and high, the plate was kinked and the lugs too big.
Almost right,
he said, after hammering the thing for another frantic minute. Right for what? I asked. He chucked the shoe plate back into the furnace, then pulled off his fire-scarred apron as Galahad returned with Gwydir. Arthur told Gwydir the news of Mordred's expected death, then of Murig's treachery, and finished with a simple question.
Do you want to be king of Dumnonia, Gwydir?
Gwydir looked startled. He was a fine man, but young, very young. Nor, I think, was he particularly ambitious, though his mother was ambitious for him. He had Arthur's face, long and bony, though it was marked with an expression of watchfulness, as if he always expected fate to deal him a foul blow. He was thin, but I had practiced swords with him often enough to know that there was a sinewy strength in his deceptively frail body. "I have a claim to the throne," he answered guardedly.
Because your grandfather bedded my mother,
Arthur said irritably.
That's your claim, Gwydir. Nothing else. What I want to know is whether you truly wish to be king.
Gwydir glanced at me for help, found none, and looked back to his father. I think so, yes.
Why?
Again, Gwydir hesitated, and I suppose a host of reasons whirled in his head, but he finally looked defiant. Because I was born to it. I'm as much Uther's heir as Mordred is.
You reckon you were born to it, eh?
Arthur asked sarcastically. He stooped and pumped the bellows, making the furnace roar and spit sparks into its brick hood.
Every man in this room is the son of a king, except you, Gwydir, Arthur said fiercely. And you say you're born to it?
Then you be king, father, Gwydir said, and then I shall be the son of a king too. Well said, I put in. Arthur gave me an angry glance, then plucked a rag from a pile beside his anvil and blew his nose into it. He tossed the rag onto the furnace. The rest of us simply blew our noses by pinching the nostrils between finger and thumb, but he had ever been fastidious.
Let us accept, Gwydir, he said, that you are of the lineage of kings, that you are Uther's grandson, and therefore have a claim on Dumnonia's throne. I have a claim too, as it happens, but I choose not to exercise it. I'm too old. But why should men like Derfel and Galahad fight to put you on Dumnonia's throne? Tell me that.
Because I shall be a good king, Gwydir said, blushing. Then he looked at me. And Morwenna will make a good queen, he added.
Every man who was ever a king said he wanted to be good, Arthur grumbled, and most turned out to be bad. Why should you be any different?
You tell me, father, Gwydir said.
I'm asking you!
But if a father doesn't know his son's character, Gwydir riposted, who does? Arthur went to the smithy door, pushed it open and stared into the stable yard. Nothing stirred there except the usual tribe of dogs, and so he turned back.
You're a decent man, son, he said grudgingly. A decent man. I'm proud of you. But you think too well of the world. There's evil out there, true evil, and you don't credit it.
Did you, Gwydir asked, when you were my age? Arthur acknowledged the acuity of the question with a half-smile.
When I was your age, he said, I believed I could make the world anew. I believed that all this world needed was honesty and kindness. I believed that if you treated folk well, that if you gave them peace and offered them justice, they would respond with gratitude. I thought I could dissolve evil with good.
He paused.
I suppose I thought of people as dogs, he went on ruefully, and that if you gave them enough affection, then they would be docile. But they aren't dogs, Guidra. They're wolves. A king must rule 1,000 ambitions, and all of them belong to deceivers. You will be flattered, and behind your back mocked. Men will swear undying loyalty with one breath, and plot your death with the next. And if you survive their plots, then one day you will be grey-bearded like me, and you'll look back on your life and realize that you achieved nothing. Nothing! The babies you admired in their mother's arms will have grown to be killers. The justice you enforced will be for sale. The people you protected will still be hungry, and the enemy you defeated will still threaten your frontiers.
He had grown increasingly angry as he spoke, but now softened the anger with a smile.
Is that what you want?
Guidra returned his father's stare. I thought for a moment that he would falter, or perhaps argue with his father, but instead he gave Arthur a good answer. "What I want, father," he said, "is to treat folk well, to give them peace and offer them justice." Arthur smiled to hear his own words served back to him.
Then perhaps we should try to make you king, Guidra. But how?
He walked back to the furnace.
We can't lead spearmen through Gwent. Murig will stop us. But if we don't have spearmen, we don't have the throne.
"Boats," Guidra said.
"Boats?"
Arthur asked. "There must be 200 of fishing boats on our coast," Guidra said, "and each can take 10 or a dozen men." "But not horses," Galahad said. "I doubt they can take horses." "Well, then we must fight without horses," Guidra said.
"We may not even need to fight," Arthur said. "If we reach Dumnonia first, and if Sagramor joins us, I think young Murig might hesitate. And if Oengus Machaerum sends a warband east towards Gwent, then that will frighten Murig even more. We can probably freeze Murig's soul by looking threatening enough."
"Why would Oengus help us fight his own daughter?" I asked.
"Because he doesn't care about her, that's why," Arthur said. "And we're not fighting his daughter, Derfel, we're fighting Sansom. Argant can stay in Dumnonia, but she can't be queen. Not if Mordred's dead."
He sneezed again.
"And I think you should go to Dumnonia soon, Derfel," he added.
"To do what, Lord?"
"To smell out the Mouse Lord, that's what. He's scheming, and he needs a cat to teach him a lesson, and you've got sharp claws. And you can show Guidra's banner. I can't go because that would provoke Murig too much, but you can sail across the Severn without rousing suspicions. And, when news comes of Mordred's death, you proclaim Guidra's name at Caer Cadern, and make certain Sansom and Argant can't reach Gwent. Put them both under guard, and tell them it's for their own protection." "I'll need men," I warned him. "Take a boatload, and then use Issa's men," Arthur said, invigorated by the need to take decisions. "Sagramor will give you troops," he added, "and the moment I hear that Mordred's dead, I'll bring Guidra with all my spearmen. If I'm still alive, that is," he said, sneezing again. "You'll live," Galahad said unsympathetically. "Next week." Arthur looked up at me with red-rimmed eyes. "Go next week, Derfel." "Yes, Lord." He bent to throw another handful of coals onto the blazing furnace. "The gods know I never wanted that throne," he said, "but one way or another I consume my life fighting for it." He sniffed. "We'll start gathering boats, Derfel, and you assemble spearmen at Caer Cadern. If we look strong enough, then Murig will think twice." "And if he doesn't?" I asked. "Then we've lost," Arthur said. "We've lost. Unless we fight a war. And I'm not sure I want to do that." "You never do, Lord," I said. "But you always win them." "So far," Arthur said gloomily. "So far."
He picked up his tongs to rescue the shoe plate from the fire, and I went to find a boat with which to snatch a kingdom. Next morning, on a falling tide and in a west wind that whipped the river Usk into short, steep waves, I embarked on my brother-in-law's boat. Balig was a fisherman married to Lena, my half-sister, and he was amused to have discovered that he was related to a lord of Dumnonia. He had also profited from the unexpected relationship, but he deserved the good fortune, for he was a capable and decent man. Now he ordered 6 of my spearmen to take the boat's long oars, and ordered the other 4 to crouch in the bilge. I only had a dozen of my spearmen in Iska. The rest were with Issa. But I reckon these 10 men should see me safe to Duncarrick. Balig invited me to sit on a wooden chest beside the steering oar. "And throw up over the gunwale, Lord," he added cheerfully. "Don't I always?" "No. Last time you filled the scuppers with your breakfast. Waste of fish food, that." "Cast off forward, you worm-eaten toad!" he shouted at his crew, a Saxon slave who had been captured at Minith Badon, but who now had a British wife, 2 children, and a noisy friendship with Balig. "Knows his boats, that I'll say for him," Balig said of the Saxon. Then he stooped to the stern line that still secured the boat to the bank. He was about to cast the rope off when a shout sounded, and we both looked up to see Taliesin hurrying towards us from the grassy mound of Iska's amphitheatre. Balig held tight to the mooring line. "You want me to wait, Lord?" "Yes," I said, standing as Taliesin came closer. "I'm coming with you," Taliesin shouted. "Wait!" He carried nothing except a small leather bag and a gilded harp. "Wait!" he called again. Then hitched up the skirts of his white robe, took off his shoes, and waded into the glutinous mud of the Usk's bank. "Can't wait forever," Balig grumbled, as the barge struggled through the steep mud. "Tide's going fast." One moment, Taliesin called. He threw his harp, bag, and shoes on board, hitched his skirt still higher, and waded into the water. Balig reached out, clasped the bard's hand, and hauled him unceremoniously over the gunwale. Taliesin sprawled on the deck, found his shoes, bag, and harp, then wrung water from the skirts of his robe. "You don't mind if I come, Lord?" he asked me, the silver fillet askew on his black hair. "Why should I?" "Not that I intend to accompany you. I just wish passage to Dumnonia." He straightened the silver fillet, then frowned at my grinning spearmen. "Do those men know how to row?"
"Course they don't," Balig answered for me. "They're spearmen. No use for anything useful. Do it together, you bastards! Ready? Push forward. Oars down. Pull!" He shook his head in mock despair. "Might as well teach pigs to dance." It was about 9 miles to the open sea from Iska. 9 miles that we covered swiftly because our boat was carried by the ebbing tide and the river's swirling current. The Usk slid between glistening mudbanks that climbed to fallow fields, bare woods, and wide marshes. Wicker fish traps stood on the banks, where herons and gulls pecked at the flapping salmon stranded by the falling tide. Redshanks called plaintively, while snipe climbed and swooped above their nests. We hardly needed the oars, for together the tide and current were carrying us fast, and once we reached the widening water where the river spilled into the Severn, Balig and his crewmen hoisted a ragged brown sail that caught the west wind and made the boat surge forward. "Ship those oars now," he ordered my men. Then he grasped the big steering oar and stood happily as the small ship dipped her blunt prow into the first big waves. "Well, the sea will be lively today, Lord," he called cheerfully. "Scoop that water out," he shouted to my spearmen. "The wet stuff belongs outside the boat, not in it." Balig grinned at my incipient misery. 3 hours, Lord, that's all, and we'll have you ashore." "You dislike boats?" Taliesin asked me. "I hate them." "A prayer to Manawyddan should avert sickness," he said calmly. He had hauled a pile of nets beside my chest, and now sat on them. He was plainly untroubled by the boat's violent motion. Indeed, he seemed to enjoy it. "I slept last night in the amphitheatre," he told me. "I like to do that.
he went on, when he saw I was too miserable to respond.
"The banked seats serve like a dream tower."
I glanced at him, my sickness somehow lessened by those last two words, for they reminded me of Merlin, who had once possessed a dream tower on the summit of Innis Widron's Tor. Merlin's dream tower had been a hollow wooden structure that he claimed magnified the messages of the gods, and I could understand how Isca's Roman amphitheatre, with its high banked seats set about its raked sand arena, might serve the same purpose. "Were you seeing the future?" I managed to ask him.
"Some of it," he admitted. "But I also met Merlin in my dream last night."
The mention of that name drove away the last qualms in my belly. "You spoke with Merlin?" I asked.
"He spoke to me," Taliesin corrected me. "But he could not hear me."
"What did he say?"
"More than I can tell you, Lord, and nothing that you wish to hear."
"What?" I demanded. He grabbed at the stern post as the boat pitched off a steep wave. Water sprayed back from the bows and spattered on the bundles that held our armour. Taliesin made sure his harp was well protected under his robe, then touched the silver fillet that circled his tonsured head to make certain it was still in place.
"I think, Lord, that you travel into danger," he said calmly.
"Is that Merlin's message?" I asked, touching the iron of Howlbane's hilt. "Or one of your visions?"
"Only a vision," he confessed. "And as I once told you, Lord, it is better to see the present clearly than to try and discern a shape in the visions of the future."
He paused, evidently considering his next words carefully.
"You have not, I think, heard definite news of Mordred's death?"
"No."
"If my vision was right," he said, "then your king is not sick at all, but is recovered. I could be wrong. Indeed, I pray I am wrong. But have you had any omens?"
"About Mordred's death?" I asked.
"About your own future, Lord," he said.
I thought for a second. There had been the small augury of the salmon-fisher's net, but that I ascribed to my own superstitious fears rather than to the gods. More worryingly, the small blue-green agate in the ring that Ael had given to Kynwen had fallen out, and one of my old cloaks had been stolen. And though both events could have been construed as bad omens, they could equally well be mere mishaps. It was hard to tell, and neither loss seemed portentous enough to mention to Taliesin. "Nothing has worried me lately," I told him instead.
"Good,"
he said, rocking to the boat's motion. His long black hair flapped in the wind that was stretching the belly of our sail taut and streaming its frayed edges. The wind was also skimming the tops from the white-crested waves and driving the spray inboard, though I think more water came into the boat through its gaping seams than across its gunwales. My spearman bailed lustily.
"But I think Mordred lives still," Taliesin went on, ignoring the frantic activity in the boat's centre, "and that the news of his imminent death is a ruse, but I could not swear to that. Sometimes we mistake our fears for prophecy. But I did not imagine Merlin, Lord, nor any of his words in my dream."
Again I touched Howlbane's hilt. I had always thought that any mention of Merlin would be reassuring, but Taliesin's calm words were chilling.
"I dreamed that Merlin was in a thick wood," Taliesin went on in his precise voice, "and could not find his way out. Indeed, whenever a path opened before him, a tree would groan and move as though it were a great beast shifting to block his way. Merlin, the dream tells me, is in trouble. I talked to him in the dream, but he could not hear me. What that tells me, I think, is that he cannot be reached. If we sent men to find him, they would fail, and they might even die. But he wants help. That I do know, for he sent me the dream."
"And where is this wood?" I asked. The bard turned his dark, deep-set eyes onto me.
"There may be no wood, Lord. Dreams are like songs. Their task is not to offer an exact image of the world, but a suggestion of it. The wood, I think, tells me that Merlin is imprisoned."
"By Nimue," I said, for I could think of no one else who would dare challenge the druid. Taliesin nodded.
"She, I think, is his jailer. She wants his power, and when she has it, she will use it to impose her dream on Britain."
I was finding it difficult even to think about Merlin and Nimue. For years we had lived without them, and as a result our world's boundaries had taken on a precise hardness. We were bounded by Mordred's existence, by Murig's ambitions, and by Arthur's hopes, not by the misty, swirling uncertainties of Merlin's dreams. "But Nimue's dream," I objected, "is the same as Merlin's."
"No, Lord," Taliesin said gently. "It is not."
"She wants what he wants," I insisted. "To restore the gods."
"But Merlin," Taliesin said, "gave Excalibur to Arthur. And do you not see that he gave part of his power to Arthur with that gift? I have wondered about that gift for a long time, for Merlin would never explain it to me. But I think I understand it now. Merlin knew that if the gods failed, then Arthur might succeed. And Arthur did succeed, but his victory at Mynydd Badon was not complete. It keeps the Isle of Britain in British hands, but it did not defeat the Christians. And that is a defeat for the old gods. Nimue, Lord, will never accept that half-victory. For Nimue, it is the gods, or it is nothing. She does not care what horrors come to Britain, so long as the gods return and strike down her enemies. And to achieve that, Lord, she wants Excalibur. She wants every scrap of power so that when she relights the fires, the gods will have no choice but to respond."
I understood then. "And with Excalibur," I said, "she will want Gwydir."
"She will indeed, Lord," Taliesin agreed. "The son of a ruler is a source of power, and Arthur, whether he wills it or not, is still the most famous leader in Britain. If he had ever chosen to be a king, Lord, he would have been named High King. So yes, she wants Gwydir."
I stared at Taliesin's profile. He actually seemed to be enjoying the boat's terrifying motion. "Why do you tell me this?" I asked him. My question puzzled him.
"Why should I not tell you?"
"Because by telling me," I said, "you warn me to protect Gwydir. And if I protect Gwydir, then I prevent the return of the gods. And you, if I'm not mistaken, would like to see those gods return."
"I would," he acknowledged. "But Merlin asked me to tell you."
"But why would Merlin want me to protect Gwydir?" I demanded. "He wants the gods to return."
"You forget, Lord, that Merlin foresaw two paths. One was the path of the gods, the other the path of man. And Arthur is that second path. If Arthur is destroyed, then we have only the gods. And I think Merlin knows that the gods do not hear us any more. Remember what happened to Gawain."
"He died," I said bleakly. "But he carried his banner into battle."
"He died," Taliesin corrected me, "and was then placed in the cauldron of Clithno Ethin. He should have come back to life, Lord, for that is the cauldron's power. But he did not. He did not breathe again, and that surely means the old magic is waning. It is not dead, and I suspect it will cause great mischief before it dies. But Merlin, I think, is telling us to look to man, not to the gods for our happiness."
I shut my eyes as a big wave shattered white on the boat's high prow. "You're saying," I said when the spray had vanished, "that Merlin has failed?"
"I think Merlin knew he had failed when the cauldron did not revive Gawain. Why else did he bring the body to Mynydd Badon? If Merlin had thought, for even one heartbeat, that he could use Gawain's body to summon the gods, then he would never have dissipated its magic in the battle."
"He still took the ashes back to Nimue," I said.
"True," Taliesin admitted, "but that was because he had promised to help her. And even Gawain's ashes would have retained some of the corpse's power. Merlin might know he has failed, but like any man, he is reluctant to abandon his dream, and perhaps he believed Nimue's energy might prove effective. But what he did not foresee, Lord, was the extent to which she would misuse him.
Punish him? I said bitterly.
Taliesin nodded. She despises him because he failed, and she believes that he conceals knowledge from her, and so even now, Lord, in this very wind, she is forcing Merlin's secrets from him. She knows much, but she does not know all. Yet if my dream is right, then she is drawing out his knowledge. It might take months or years for her to learn all she needs, but she will learn, Lord. And when she knows, she will use the power. And you, I think, will know it first.
He gripped the nets as the boat pitched alarmingly.
Merlin commanded me to warn you, Lord, and so I do. But against what, I don't know.
He smiled apologetically. Against this voyage to Dumnonia? I asked.
Taliesin shook his head. I think your danger is much greater than anything planned by your enemies in Dumnonia. Indeed, your danger is so great, Lord, that Merlin wept. He also told me he wanted to die.
Taliesin gazed up at the sail.
And if I knew where he was, Lord, and had the power, I would send you to kill him. But instead, we must wait for Nimue to reveal herself.
I gripped Halbane's cold hilt. So what are you advising me to do? I asked him.
It is not my place to give advice to lords, Taliesin said.
He turned and smiled at me, and I suddenly saw that his deep-set eyes were cold.
It does not matter to me, Lord, whether you live or die, for I am the singer, and you are my song. But for now, I admit, I follow you to discover the melody, and if I must, to change it. Merlin asked that of me, and I will do it for him. But I think he is saving you from one danger, only to expose you to a still greater one.
You're not making sense, I said harshly.
I am, Lord, but neither of us yet understands the sense. I'm sure it will come clear.
He sounded so calm, but my fears were as grey as the clouds above and as tumultuous as the seas below. I touched Halbane's reassuring hilt, prayed to Manawyddan, and told myself that Taliesin's warning was only a dream, and nothing but a dream, and that dreams could not kill. But they can, and they do. And somewhere in Britain, in a dark place, Nimue had the cauldron of Clithno Ethin, and was using it to stir our dreams into nightmare. Ballig landed us on a beach somewhere on the Dumnonian coastline. Taliesin offered me a cheerful farewell, then strode long-legged off into the dunes.
"Do you know where you're going?"
I called after him.
"I will when I reach there, Lord,"
he called back, then disappeared. We pulled on our armour. I had not brought my finest gear, simply an old and serviceable breastplate and a battered helmet. I slung my shield on my back, picked up my spear, and followed Taliesin inland.
"You know where we are, Lord?"
Eakern asked me. "Near enough," I said. In the rain ahead, I could make out a range of hills. "We go south of those, and we'll reach Duncarrick."
"You want me to fly the banner, Lord?"
Eakern asked. Rather than my banner of the star, we had brought Gwydra's banner, which showed Arthur's bear entwined with Dumnonia's dragon, but I decided against carrying it unfurled. A banner in the wind is a nuisance, and besides, 11 spearmen marching beneath a gaudy great flag would look ridiculous rather than impressive, and so I decided to wait until Issa's men could reinforce my own small band before unrolling the flag on its long staff. We found a track in the dunes, and followed it through a wood of small thorns and hazels to a tiny settlement of 6 hovels. The folk ran at the sight of us, leaving only an old woman who was too bent and crippled to move fast. She sank onto the ground and spat defiantly as we approached.
"You'll get nothing here,"
she said hoarsely.
"We own nothing, except dung heaps. Dung heaps and hunger lords. That's all you'll fetch from us."
I crouched beside her. "We want nothing," I told her, "except news."
"News?"
The very word seemed strange to her. "Do you know who your king is?" I asked her gently.
"Who's the Lord?"
she said.
"A big man he is, Lord, like a god."
It was plain we would fetch no news from the hovel, or none that would make sense, and so we walked on, stopping only to eat some of the bread and dried meat that we carried in our pouches. I was in my own country, yet it felt curiously as though I walked in enemy land, and I chided myself for giving too much credit to Talisin's vague warnings. Yet still I kept to the hidden wooded paths, and as evening fell, I led my small company up through a beechwood to higher ground, where we might have a sight of any other spearmen. We saw none, but far to the south, an errant ray of the dying sun lanced through a cloud bank to touch Innis Widron's Tor, green and bright. We lit no fire. Instead, we slept beneath the beech trees, and in the morning woke cold and stiff. We walked east, staying under the leafless trees, while beneath us, in damp heavy fields, men ploughed stiff furrows, women sowed a crop, and small children ran screaming to frighten the birds away from the precious seed.
"I used to do that in Ireland," Eakern said. "Spent half my childhood frightening birds away."
"Nail a crow to the plough. That'll do it,"
one of the other spearmen offered.
"Nail crows to every tree near the field," another suggested.
"Doesn't stop them," a third man put in, "but it makes you feel better."
We were following a narrow track between deep hedgerows. The leaves had not unfurled to hide the nests, so magpies and jays were busy stealing eggs, and they screeched in protest when we came close.
"The folks will know we're here, Lord," Eakern said. "They may not see us, but they'll know. They'll hear the jays."
"It won't matter," I said. I was not even sure why I was taking such care to stay hidden, except that we were so few, and, like most warriors, I yearned for the security of numbers, and knew I would feel a great deal more comfortable once the rest of my men were around me. Till then, we would hide ourselves as best we could, though at mid-morning our route took us out of the trees and down into the open fields that led to the Foss Way. Buck hares danced in the meadows, and skylarks sang above us. We saw no one, though doubtless the peasants saw us, and doubtless the news of our passing rippled swiftly through the countryside. Armed men were ever cause for alarm, and so I had some of my men carry their shields in front, so that their insignia would reassure the local people we were friends. It was not until we had crossed the Roman road and were close to Duncarrick that I saw another human, and that was a woman who, when we were still too far away for her to see the stars on our shields, ran to the woods behind the village to hide herself among the trees.
"Folks are nervous," I said to Eakern.
"They've heard about Mordred dying," he said, spitting, "and they're fearing what'll happen next. But they should be happy the bastard's dying."
When Mordred was a child, Eakern had been one of his guards, and the experience had given the Irish spearmen a deep hatred for the king. I was fond of Eakern. He was not a clever man, but he was dogged, loyal, and hard in battle.
"They reckon there'll be Warlord," he said.
We waded the stream beneath Duncarrick, skirted the houses, and came to the steep path that led to the palisade about the small hill. Everything was very quiet. Not even the dogs were in the village street, and, more worryingly, no spearmen guarded the palisade.
"Issa's not here," I said, touching Halbane's hilt.
Issa's absence by itself was not unusual, for he spent much of his time in other parts of Dumnonia, but I doubted he would have left Duncarrick unguarded. I glanced at the village, but those doors were all shut tight. No smoke showed above the rooftops, not even from the smithy.
"No dogs on the hill?" Eakern said ominously.
There was usually a pack of dogs about Duncarrick's hall, and by now some should have raced down the hill to greet us. Instead, there were noisy ravens on the hall roof, and more of the big birds calling from the palisade. One bird flew up out of the compound with a long, red, lumpy morsel trailing from its beak. None of us spoke as we climbed the hill. The silence had been the first indication of horror. Then the ravens. And halfway up the hill we caught the sour, sweet stench of death that catches at the back of the throat. And that smell, stronger than the silence and more eloquent than the ravens, warned us of what waited inside the open gate. Death waited. Nothing but death. Duncarrick had become a place of death. The bodies of men and women were strewn throughout the compound and piled inside the hall. 46 bodies in all, and not one still possessed a head. The ground was blood-soaked. The hall had been plundered, every basket and chest upturned, and the stables were empty. Even the dogs had been killed, though they at least had been left with their heads. The only living things were the cats and the ravens, and they all fled from us. I walked through the horror in a daze. It was only after a few moments that I realized there were only 10 young men among the dead. They must have been the guards left by Issa, while the rest of the corpses were the families of his men. Peerlig was there. Poor Peerlig, who had stayed at Duncarrick because he knew he could not rival Taliesin. And now he lay dead, his white robe soaked in blood, and his harpist's hands deep scarred where he had tried to fend off the sword blows. Issa was not there, nor was Scarach, his wife, for there were no young women in that charnel house. Neither were there any children. Those young women and children must have been taken away, either to be playthings or slaves, while the older folk, the babies and the guards, had all been massacred, and then their heads had been taken as trophies. The slaughter was recent, for none of the bodies had started to bloat or rot. Flies crawled over the blood, but as yet there were no maggots wriggling in the gaping wounds left by the spears and swords. I saw that the gate had been thrown off its hinges, but there was no sign of a fight, and I suspected that the men who had done this thing had been invited into the compound as guests.
"Who did it, Lord?"
one of my spearmen asked. "Mordred," I said bleakly.
"But he's dead, or dying."
"He just wants us to think that," I said, and I could conjure up no other explanation. Taliesin had warned me, and I feared the bard was right. Mordred was not dying at all, but had returned and loosed his warband on his own country. The rumour of his death must have been designed to make people feel safe, and all the while he had been planning to return and kill every spearman who might oppose him. Mordred was throwing off his bridle, and that meant surely that after this slaughter at Duncarrick he must have gone east to find Sagramore, or maybe south and west to discover Issa, if Issa still lived. It was our fault, I suppose. After Minith-Badon, when Arthur had given up his power, we had thought that Dumnonia would be protected by the spears of men loyal to Arthur and his beliefs, and that Mordred's power would be curtailed because he had no spearmen. None of us had foreseen that Minith-Badon would give our king a taste for war, nor that he would be so successful at battle that he would attract spearmen to his banner. Mordred now had spears, and spears give power, and I was seeing the first exercise of that new power. Mordred was scouring the country of the folk who had been set to limit his power, and who might support Gwydra's claim to the throne.
"What do we do, Lord?"
Eochain asked me. "We go home, Eochain," I said. "We go home." And by home I meant Siluria. There was nothing we could do here. We were only 11 men, and I doubted we had any chance of reaching Sagramore, whose forces lay so far to the east. Besides, Sagramore needed no help from us in looking after himself. Duncarrick's small garrison might have given Mordred easy pickings, but he would find plucking the Numidian's head a much harder task. Nor could I hope to find Issa, if Issa even lived, and so there was nothing to do but go home and feel a frustrated fury. It is hard to describe that fury. At its heart was a cold hate for Mordred, but it was an impotent and aching hate, because I knew I could do nothing to give swift vengeance to these folk who had been my people. I felt, too, as though I had let them down. I felt guilt, hate, pity, and an aching sadness. I put one man to stand guard at the open gate while the rest of us dragged the bodies into the hall. I would have liked to burn them, but there was not enough fuel in the compound, and we had no time to collapse the hall's thatched roof onto the corpses. And so we contented ourselves with putting them into a decent line, and then I prayed to Mithras for a chance to bring these folk a fitting revenge. "We better search the village," I told Earkern when the prayer was done. But we were not given the time. The gods that day had abandoned us. The man at the gate had not been keeping proper watch. I cannot blame him. None of us were in our right minds on that hilltop, and the sentry must have been looking into the blood-soaked compound instead of watching out of the gate, and so he saw the horsemen too late. I heard him shout, but by the time I ran out of the hall, the sentry was already dead, and a dark-armoured horseman was pulling a spear from his body. "Get him!" I shouted, and started running towards the horseman, and I expected him to turn his horse and ride away, but instead he abandoned his spear and spurred further into the compound, and more horsemen immediately followed him. "Rally!" I shouted, and my 9 remaining men crowded about me to make a small shield circle, though most of us had no shields, for we had dropped them while we hauled the dead into the hall. Some of us did not even have spears. I drew Howlbane, but I knew there was no hope, for there were more than 20 horsemen in the compound now, and still more were spurring up the hill. They must have been waiting in the woods beyond the village, maybe expecting Issa's return. I had done the same myself in Benwick. We would kill the Franks in some remote outpost, then wait in ambush for more. And now I had walked into an identical trap. I recognized none of the horsemen, and none bore an insignia on their shields. A few of the horsemen had covered their leather shield faces with black pitch, but these men were not Oengus Machairum's Black Shields. They were a scarred group of veteran warriors, bearded, ragged-haired, and grimly confident. Their leader rode a black horse and had a fine helmet with engraved cheekpieces. He laughed when one of his men unfurled Gwydra's banner. Then he turned and spurred his horse towards me. "Lord Derfel," he greeted me. For a few heartbeats I ignored him, looking about the blood-soaked compound in a wild hope that there might still be some means of escape. But we were ringed by the horsemen, who waited with spears and swords for the order to kill us. "Who are you?" I asked the man in the decorated helmet. For answer, he simply turned back his cheekpieces, then smiled at me. It was not a pleasant smile, but nor was he a pleasant man. I was staring at Amhar, one of Arthur's twin sons. "Amhar ap Arthur," I greeted him, then spat. "Prince Amhar," he corrected me. Like his brother Loholt, Amhar had ever been bitter about his illegitimate birth, and he must now have decided to adopt the title of prince, even though his father was no king. It would have been a pathetic pretension had not Amhar changed so much since my last brief glimpse of him on the slopes of Minith Badon. He looked older and much more formidable. His beard was fuller, a scar had flecked his nose, and his breastplate was scored with a dozen spear strikes. Amhar, it seemed to me, had grown up on the battlefields of Armorica, but maturity had not decreased his sullen resentment. "I have not forgotten your insults at Minith Badon," he told me, "and have longed for the day when I could repay them. But my brother, I think, will be even more pleased to see you." It had been I who had held Loholt's arm while Arthur struck off his hand. "Where is your brother?" I asked. "With our king." "And your king is who?" I asked. I knew the answer, but wanted it confirmed.
The same as yours, Derfel, Amhar said. My dear cousin, Mordred.
And where else, I thought, would Amhar and Loholt have gone after the defeat at Minithbadon? Like so many other masterless men of Britain, they had sought refuge with Mordred, who had welcomed every desperate sword that came to his banner. And how Mordred must have loved having Arthur's sons on his side. "The king lives?" I asked.
He thrives, Amhar said. His queen sent money to Clovis, and Clovis preferred to take her gold than to fight us.
He smiled and gestured at his men.
So here we are, Derfel. Come to finish what we began this morning.
"I shall have your soul for what you did to these folk," I said, gesturing with Halbane at the blood that still lay black in Dun Carrick's yard.
What you will have, Derfel,
Amhar said, leaning forward on his saddle,
is what I, my brother, and our cousin decide to give you.
I stared up at him defiantly. "I have served your cousin loyally." Amhar smiled.
But I doubt he wants your services any more.
"Then I shall leave his country," I said.
I think not, Amhar said mildly. I think my king would like to meet you one last time, and I know my brother is eager to have words with you.
"I would rather leave," I said.
"No," Amhar insisted. "You will come with me. Put the sword down."
"You must take it, Amhar."
"If I must," he said,
and did not seem worried by the prospect. But why should he have been worried? He outnumbered us, and at least half my men had neither shields nor spears. I turned to my men. "If you wish to surrender," I told them, "then step out of the ring. But as for me, I will fight." 2 of my unarmed men took a hesitant step forward, but Earkern snarled at them and they froze. I waved them away. "Go," I said sadly. "I don't want to cross the Bridge of Swords with unwilling companions." The 2 men walked away, but Amhar just nodded to his horsemen, and they surrounded the pair, swung their swords, and more blood flowed on Dun Carrick's summit. "You bastard," I said, and ran at Amhar, but he just twitched his reins and spurred his horse out of my reach, and while he evaded me, his men spurred in towards my spearmen. It was another slaughter, and there was nothing I could do to prevent it. Earkern killed one of Amhar's men, but while his spear was still fixed in that man's belly, another horseman cut Earkern down from behind. The rest of my men died just as swiftly. Amhar's spearmen were merciful in that, at least. They did not let my men's souls linger, but chopped and stabbed with a ferocious energy. I knew little of it, for while I pursued Amhar, one of his men spurred behind me and gave me a huge blow across the back of my head. I fell, my head reeling in a black fog, shot through with streaks of light. I remember falling to my knees. Then a second blow struck my helmet, and I thought I must be dying. But Amhar wanted me alive, and when I recovered my wits, I found myself lying on one of Dun Carrick's dung heaps, with my wrists tied with rope and Halbane's scabbard hanging at Amhar's waist. My armour had been taken, and a thin gold torque stolen from around my neck. But Amhar and his men had not found Kynwyn's brooch, that was still safely pinned beneath my jerkin. Now they were busy sawing off the heads of my spearmen with their swords. "You bastard!" I spat the insult at Amhar, but he just grinned and turned back to his grisly work. He chopped through Earkern's spine with Halbane, then gripped the head by the hair and tossed it onto the pile of heads that were being gathered into a cloak. "A fine sword," he told me, balancing Halbane in his hand. "Then use it to send me to the other world." "My brother would never forgive me for showing such mercy," he said. Then he cleaned Halbane's blade on his ragged cloak and thrust it into the scabbard. He beckoned 3 of his men forward, then drew a small knife from his belt. "At Minithbadon," he said, facing me, "you called me a bastard cur and a worm-ridden puppy. Do you think I am a man to forget insults? The truth is ever memorable, I told him, though I had to force the defiance into my voice, for my soul was in terror. Your death will certainly be memorable, Amhar said, but for the moment you must be content with the attentions of a barber. He nodded at his men. I fought them, but with my hands bound and my head still throbbing, there was little I could do to resist them. 2 men held me fast against the dung heap, while the third gripped my head by the hair, as Amhar, his right knee braced against my chest, cut off my beard. He did it crudely, slicing into the skin with each stroke, and he tossed the cut hanks of hair to one of his grinning men, who teased the strands apart and wove them into a short rope. Once the rope was finished, it was made into a noose that was put about my neck. It was the supreme insult to a captured warrior, the humiliation of having a slave's leash made from his own beard. They laughed at me when it was done. Then Amhar hauled me to my feet by tugging on the beard leash. "We did the same to Issa," he said. "Liar," I retorted feebly. "And made his wife watch," Amhar said with a smile. "Then made him watch while we dealt with her. They're both dead now." I spat in his face, but he just laughed at me. I had called him a liar, but I believed him. Mordred, I thought, had worked his return to Britain so efficiently. He had spread the tale of his imminent death, and all the while Argant had been shipping her hoarded gold to Clovis. And Clovis, thus purchased, had let Mordred go free. And Mordred had sailed to Dumnonia, and was now killing his enemies. Issa was dead, and I did not doubt that most of his spearmen, and the spearmen I had left in Dumnonia, had died with him. I was a prisoner. Only Sagramor remained. They tied my beard leash to the tail of Amhar's horse, then marched me southwards. Amhar's 40 spearmen formed a mocking escort, laughing whenever I stumbled. They dragged Gwydra's banner through the mud from the tail of another horse. They took me to Caer-Codern. Then once there they threw me into a hut. It was not the hut in which we had imprisoned Guinevere so many years before, but a much smaller one, with a low door through which I had to crawl, helped by the boots and spear staves of my captors. I scrambled into the hut's shadows, and there saw another prisoner, a man brought from Dunavaria, whose face was red from weeping. For a moment he did not recognize me without my beard, but then he gasped in astonishment. "Derfel!" "Bishop," I said wearily, for it was Sansom, and we were both Mordred's prisoners.
"It's a mistake," Sansom insisted. "I shouldn't be here."
"Tell them," I said, jerking my head towards the guards outside the hut. "Not me."
"I did nothing except serve Argant, and look how they reward me."
"Be quiet," I said.
"Oh, sweet Jesus!"
He fell on his knees, spread his arms, and gazed up at the cobwebs in the thatch.
"Send an angel for me. Take me to thy sweet bosom."
"Will you be quiet?" I snarled. But he went on praying and weeping, while I stared morosely towards Caer-Codern's wet summit, where a heap of severed heads was being piled. My men's heads were there, joining scores of others that had been fetched from all across Dumnonia. A chair draped in a pale blue cloth was perched on top of the pile. Mordred's throne. Women and children, the families of Mordred's spearmen, peered at the grisly heap, and some then came to look through our hut's low door and laugh at my beardless face. "Where's Mordred?" I asked Sansom.
"How would I know?"
he answered, interrupting his prayer. "Then what do you know?" I asked. He shuffled back onto the bench. He had done me one small service by fumbling the rope free from my wrists, but the freedom gave me little comfort, for I could see 6 spearmen guarding the hut, and I did not doubt that there were others I could not see. One man just sat facing the hut's open entrance with a spear, begging me to try and crawl through the low door and thus give him a chance of skewering me. I had no chance of overpowering any of them. "What do you know?" I asked Sansom again.
"The king came back 2 nights ago," he said, "with hundreds of men."
"How many?"
He shrugged. 300, 4. I couldn't count them, there were so many. They killed Issa in Donavaria.
I closed my eyes and said a prayer for poor Issa and his family. "When did they arrest you?" I asked Sansom.
"Yesterday."
He looked indignant.
"And for nothing. I welcomed him home. I didn't know he was alive, but I was glad to see him. I rejoiced, and for that they arrested me."
"So why do they think they arrested you?" I asked him.
"Gant claims I was writing to Murig, Lord, but that can't be true. I have no skill with letters, you know that."
"Your clerks do, Bishop." Sansom adopted an indignant look.
"And why should I talk to Murig?"
"Because you were plotting to give him the throne, Sansom," I said, "and don't deny it. I talked with him 2 weeks ago."
"I was not writing to him,"
he said sulkily. I believed him, for Sansom had ever been too canny to put his schemes on paper. But I did not doubt he had sent messengers, and one of those messengers, or perhaps a functionary at Murig's court, had betrayed him to our Gant, who had doubtless craved Sansom's hoarded gold. "You deserve whatever you're going to get," I told him. "You've plotted against every king who ever showed you kindness."
"All I ever wanted was the best for my country and for Christ."
"You worm-ridden toad," I said, spitting on the floor. "You just wanted power." He made the sign of the cross and stared at me with loathing.
"It's all Fergal's fault," he said.
"Why blame him?"
"Because he wants to be treasurer."
"What, you mean he wants to be wealthy like you?"
"Me?"
Sansom stared with feigned surprise.
"Me wealthy? In the name of God, all I ever did was put a pittance aside in case the kingdom was in need. I was prudent, Derfel, prudent."
He went on justifying himself, and it gradually dawned on me that he believed every word he said. Sansom could betray people. He could scheme to have them killed, as he had tried to kill Arthur and me when we had gone to arrest Legesac. And he could bleed the treasury dry, yet all the time he somehow persuaded himself that his actions were justified. His only principle was ambition. And it occurred to me, as that miserable day slunk into night, that when the world was bereft of men like Arthur and of kings like Keenaglas, then creatures like Sansom would rule everywhere. If Taliesin was right, then our gods were vanishing, and with them would go the druids, and after them the great kings, and then would come a tribe of mouse lords to rule over us. The next day brought sunshine and a fitful wind that fetched the stench of the heaped heads to our hut. We were not allowed out of the hut, and so were forced to relieve ourselves in a corner. We were not fed, though a bladder of stinking water was thrown into us. The guards were changed, but the new men were as watchful as the old. Amhar came to the hut once, but only to gloat. He drew Howlbane, kissed her blade, polished her on his cloak, then fingered her newly honed edge.
"Sharp enough to take your hands off, Derfel," he said. "I'm sure my brother would like a hand of yours. He could mount it on his helmet, and I could have the other. I need a new crest."
I said nothing, and after a time he became bored with trying to provoke me, and walked away, slashing at thistles with Howlbane.
"Maybe Sacramore will kill Mordred,"
Sansom whispered to me. "I pray so."
"That's where Mordred's gone, I'm sure. He came here, sent Amhar to Duncarrick, then rode eastwards."
"How many men does Sagramore have?"
200.
"Not many," I said.
"Or perhaps Arthur will come,"
Sansom suggested. "He'll know Mordred's back by now," I said. "But he can't march through Gwent because Murig won't let him. which means he has to ship his men by boat, and I doubt he'll do that.
Why not?
Because Mordred is the rightful king, Bishop, and Arthur, however much he hates Mordred, won't deny him that right. He won't break his oath to Uther.
He won't try and rescue you?
How? I asked. The moment these men saw Arthur approaching, they'd cut both our throats.
God save us,
Sansom prayed.
Jesus, Mary, and the saints protect us.
I'd rather pray to Mithras, I said.
Pagan,
Sansom hissed, but he did not try to interrupt my prayer. The day drew on. It was a spring day of utter loveliness, but to me it was bitter as gall. I knew my head would be added to the heap on Kirkadern's summit, but that was not the keenest cause of my misery. That came from the knowledge that I had failed my people. I had led my spearmen into a trap. I had seen them die. I had failed. If they greeted me in the other world with reproach, then that was what I deserved. But I knew they would welcome me with joy, and that only made me feel more guilty. Yet the prospect of the other world was a comfort to me. I had friends there, and 2 daughters, and when the torture was over and my soul was released to its shadow body, I would have the happiness of reunion. Sansom, I saw, could find no consolation in his religion. All that day he whined, moaned, wept, and railed, but his noise achieved nothing. We could only wait through one more night and another long, hungry day. Mordred returned late in the afternoon of that second day. He rode in from the east, leading a long column of marching spearmen who shouted greetings to Amhar's warriors. A group of horsemen accompanied the king, and among them was one-handed Loholt. I confess I was frightened to see him. Some of Mordred's men carried bundles that I suspected would contain severed heads, and so they did. But the heads were far fewer than I had feared. Maybe 20 or 30 were tipped onto the fly-buzzing heap, and not one of them looked to be black-skinned. I guessed that Mordred had surprised and butchered one of Sagramor's patrols, but he had missed his main prize. Sagramor was free, and that was a consolation. Sagramor was a wonderful friend, and a terrible enemy. Arthur would have made a good enemy, for he was ever prone to forgiveness, but Sagramor was implacable. The Numidian would pursue a foe to the world's end. Yet Sagramor's escape was of small use to me that evening. Mordred, on hearing of my capture, shouted for joy, then demanded to be shown Gwydra's mud-soiled banner. He laughed at the sight of the bear and dragon, then ordered the banner laid flat on the grass so that he and his men could piss on it. Loholt even danced a few steps at the news of my capture, for it was here, on this very hilltop, that his hand had been struck off. The mutilation had been a punishment for daring to rebel against his father, and now he could revenge himself on his father's friend. Mordred demanded to see me, and Amhar came to fetch me, bringing the leash made from my beard. He was accompanied by a huge man, wall-eyed and toothless, who ducked through the hut's door, seized my hair and forced me down onto all fours, then pushed me through the low door. Amhar circled my neck with the beard leash, and then, when I tried to stand, forced me back down. "Crawl!" he commanded. The toothless brute forced my head down. Amhar tugged on the leash, and so I was forced to crawl towards the summit, through jeering lines of men, women, and children. All spat on me as I passed. Some kicked me, others thrashed me with spear butts, but Amhar prevented them from crippling me. He wanted me whole for his brother's pleasure. Loholt waited by the pile of heads. The stump of his right arm was sheathed in silver, and at the sheath's end, where his hand had been, a pair of bear claws was fixed. He grinned as I crawled close to his feet, but was too incoherent with joy to speak. Instead, he babbled and spat at me, and all the time he kicked me in the belly and ribs. There was force in his kicks, but he was so angry that he attacked blindly, and thus did little more than bruise me. Mordred watched from his throne, which was set at the top of the fly-buzzing pile of severed heads. "Enough!" he called after a while, and Loholt gave me one last kick and stood aside. "Lord Derfel," Mordred greeted me with a mocking courtesy. "Lord King," I said. I was flanked by Loholt and Amhar, while all around the pile of heads a greedy crowd had gathered to watch my humiliation. "Stand, Lord Derfel," Mordred ordered me. I stood and gazed up at him, but I could see nothing of his face, for the sun was westering behind him, and it dazzled me. I could see Argant standing to one side of the piled heads, and with her was Fergal, her druid. They must have ridden north from Durnavaria during the day, for I had not seen them earlier. She smiled to see my beardless face. "What happened to your beard, Lord Derfel?" Mordred asked with pretended concern. I said nothing. "Speak!" Loholt ordered me, and cuffed me around the face with his stump. The bear claws raked my cheek. "It was cut, Lord King," I said. "Cut?" He laughed. "And do you know why it was cut, Lord Derfel?" "No, Lord." "Because you are my enemy," he said. "Not true, Lord King." "You are my enemy!" he screamed in a sudden tantrum, banging one arm of the chair and watching to see whether I showed any fear at his anger. "As a child," he announced to the crowd, "this thing raised me. He beat me. He hated me." The crowd jeered until Mordred held up a hand to still them. "And this man," he said, pointing at me with his finger to add bad luck to his words, "helped Arthur cut off Prince Loholt's hand." Again the crowd shouted angrily. "And yesterday," Mordred went on, "Lord Derfel was found in my kingdom with a strange banner." He jerked his right hand, and two men ran forward with Gwydra's urine-soaked flag. "Whose banner is that, Lord Derfel?" Mordred asked. "It belongs to Gwydra ap Arthur, Lord." "And why is Gwydra's banner in Dumnonia?" For a heartbeat or two I thought of telling a lie. Perhaps I could claim that I was bringing the banner as a form of tribute to Mordred, but I knew he would not believe me, and worse, I would despise myself for the lie. So instead I raised my head. "I was hoping to raise it on news of your death, Lord King." My truth took him by surprise. The crowd murmured, but Mordred just drummed the chair's arm with his fingers. "You declare yourself a traitor," he said after a while. "No, Lord King," I said. "I might have hoped for your death, but I did nothing to bring it about." "You didn't come to America to rescue me!" he shouted. "True," I said. "Why?" he asked dangerously. "Because I would have thrown good men after bad," I said, gesturing at his warriors. They laughed. "And did you hope Clovis would kill me?" Mordred asked when the laughter had died. "Many hope for that, Lord King," I said, and again my honesty seemed to surprise him. "So give me one good reason, Lord Derfel, why I should not kill you now," Mordred commanded me. I stayed silent for a short while, then shrugged. "I can think of no reason, Lord King." Mordred drew his sword and laid it across his knees, then put his hands flat on the blade. "Derfel," he announced, "I condemn you to death." "It is my privilege, Lord King," Loholt demanded eagerly. "Mine!" And the crowd bayed their support for him. Watching my slow death would give them a fine appetite for the supper that was being prepared on the hilltop. "It is your privilege to take his hand, Prince Loholt," Mordred decreed. He stood and limped carefully down the pile of heads, with the drawn sword in his right hand.
"But it is my privilege," he said when he was close to me, "to take his life."
He lifted the sword blade between my legs and gave me a crooked smile.
"Before you die, Derfel," he said, "we shall take more than your hands."
"But not tonight!" A sharp voice called from the back of the crowd. "Lord King! Not tonight!" There was a murmur from the crowd. Mordred looked astonished rather than offended at the interruption and said nothing. "Not tonight!" the man called again, and I turned to see Taliesin walking calmly through the excited throng that parted to give him passage. He carried his harp and his small leather bag, but now had a black staff as well, so that he looked exactly like a druid. "I can give you a very good reason why Derfel should not die tonight, Lord King," Taliesin said, as he reached the open space beside the heads.
"Who are you?"
Mordred demanded. Taliesin ignored the question. Instead, he walked to Fergal, and the two men embraced and kissed, and it was only when that formal greeting was done that Taliesin looked back to Mordred. "I am Taliesin, Lord King."
"A thing of Arthur's,"
Mordred sneered. "I am no man's thing, Lord King," Taliesin said calmly. "And as you choose to insult me, then I shall leave my words unsaid. It is all one to me." He turned his back on Mordred and began to walk away.
"Taliesin!"
Mordred called. The bard turned to look at the king, but said nothing.
"I did not mean to insult you,"
Mordred said, not wanting the enmity of a sorcerer. Taliesin hesitated, then accepted the king's apology with a nod. "Lord King," he said, "I thank you." He spoke gravely, and as befitted a druid speaking to a king, without deference or awe. Taliesin was famous as a bard, not as a druid, but everyone there treated him as though he were a full druid, and he did nothing to correct their misapprehension. He wore the druidical tonsure, he carried the black staff, he spoke with a sonorous authority, and he had greeted Fergal as an equal. Taliesin plainly wanted them to believe his deception, for a druid cannot be killed or maltreated, even if he is an enemy's druid. Even on a battlefield, druids may walk in safety, and Taliesin, by playing the druid, was guaranteeing his own safety. A bard did not have the same immunity.
"So, tell me why this thing,"
Mordred pointed to me with his sword,
"should not die tonight."
"Some years ago, Lord King," Taliesin said, "the Lord Derfel paid me gold to cast a spell on your wife. The spell caused her to be barren. I used the womb of a doe that I had filled with the ashes of a dead child to perform the charm." Mordred looked at Fergal, who nodded.
"That is certainly one way it can be done, Lord King,"
the Irish druid confirmed.
"It isn't true!"
I shouted, and for my pains received another raking blow from the bear claws on Lowholt's silver-sheathed stump. "I can lift the charm," Taliesin went on calmly, "but it must be lifted while Lord Derfel lives, for he was the petitioner of the charm, and if I lift it now, while the sun sets, it cannot be done properly. I must do it, Lord King, in the dawn, for the enchantment must be removed while the sun is rising, or else your queen will stay childless forever." Mordred again glanced at Fergal, and the small bones woven into the druid's beard rattled as he nodded his assent.
"He speaks true, Lord King."
"He lies!"
I protested. Mordred pushed his sword back into its scabbard.
"Why do you offer this, Taliesin?"
he asked. Taliesin shrugged. "Arthur is old, Lord King. His power wanes. Druids and bards must seek patronage where the power is rising."
"Fergal is my druid,"
Mordred said. I had thought him a Christian, but was not surprised to hear that he had reverted to paganism. Mordred was never a good Christian, though that, I suspect, was the very least of his sins.
"I shall be honoured to learn more skills from my brother," Taliesin said, bowing to Fergal, "and I will swear to follow his guidance. I seek nothing, Lord King, but a chance to use my small powers for your great glory."
He was smooth. He spoke with honey on his tongue. I had paid him no gold for charms, but everyone there believed him, and none more so than Mordred and Argant. It was thus that Taliesin, the bright-browed, bought me an extra night of life. Lowholt was disappointed, but Mordred promised him my soul as well as my hand in the dawn, and that gave him some consolation. I was made to crawl back to the hut. I took a beating and kicking on the way, but I lived. Amhar took the leash of hair from my neck, then booted me into the hut. "We shall meet in the dawn, Derfel," he said, with the sun in my eyes and a blade at my throat. That night Taliesin sang to Mordred's men. They had gathered in the half-finished church that Sansom had started to build on Caer Cadern, and which now served as a roofless, broken-walled hall, and there Taliesin charmed them with his music. I had never before, and have never since, heard him sing more beautifully. At first, like any bard entertaining warriors, he had to fight the babble of voices, but gradually his skill silenced them. He accompanied himself on his harp, and he chose to sing laments, but laments of such loveliness that Mordred's spearmen listened in awestruck silence. Even the dogs ceased their yelping and lay silent as Taliesin the bard sang into the night. If he ever paused too long between songs, the spearmen demanded more, and so he would sing again, his voice dying on the melody's endings, then surging again with the new verses, but forever soothing. And Mordred's folk drank and listened, and the drink and the songs made them weep, and still Taliesin sang to them. Sansom and I listened too, and we also wept for the ethereal sadness of the laments. But as the night stretched on, Taliesin began to sing lullabies. Sweet lullabies, delicate lullabies, lullabies to put drunken men to sleep. And while he sang, the air grew colder, and I saw that a mist was forming over Caer Cadern. The mist thickened, and still Taliesin sang. If the world is to last through the reigns of 1,000 kings, I doubt men will ever hear songs so wondrously sung. And all the while the mist wrapped about the hilltop, so that the fires grew dim in the vapour, and the songs filled the dark like wraith-songs echoing from the land of the dead. Then, in the dark, the songs ended, and I heard nothing but sweet chords being struck on the harp, and it seemed to me that the chords drew closer and closer to our hut, and to the guards who had been sitting on the damp grass listening to the music. The sound of the harp came nearer still, and at last I saw Taliesin in the mist. "I have brought you mead," he said to my guards. "Share it." And he took from his bag a stoppered jar that he handed to one of the guards, and, while they passed the jar to and fro, he sang to them. He sang the softest song of all that song-haunted night, a lullaby to rock a troubled world to sleep. And sleep they did. One by one, the guards tipped sideways, and still Taliesin sang, his voice enchanting that whole fortress, and only when one of the guards began to snore did he stop singing and lower his hand from the harp. "I think, Lord Derfel, that you can come out now," he said very calmly. "Me too," Sansom said, and pushed past me to scramble first through the door. Taliesin smiled when I appeared. "Merlin ordered me to save you, Lord," he said, "though he says you may not thank him for it. Of course I will, I said.
Come on, Sansom yelped. No time to talk. Come, quick.
Wait, you misery, I said to him, then stopped and took a spear from one of the sleeping guards. What charm did you use? I asked Taliesin.
A man hardly needs a charm to make drunken folks sleep, he said. But on these guards I used an infusion of mandrake root.
Wait for me here, I said.
Devil! We must go!
Sansom hissed in alarm. You must wait, Bishop, I said. And I slipped away into the mist, going towards the blurred glow of the biggest fires. Those fires burned in the half-built church that was nothing more than stretches of unfinished log walls with great gaps between the timbers. The space inside was filled with sleeping people, though some were now waking and staring bleary-eyed like folks stirring from an enchantment. Dogs were rooting among the sleepers for food, and their excitement was waking still more people. Some of the newly woken folk watched me, but none recognized me. To them I was just another spearman walking in the night. I discovered Amhar by one of the fires. He slept with his mouth open, and he died the same way. I thrust the spear into his open mouth, paused long enough for his eyes to open and for his soul to recognize me, and then, when I saw that he knew me, I pushed the blade through his neck and spine so that he was pinned to the ground. He jerked as I killed him, and the last thing his soul saw on this earth was my smile. Then I stooped, took the beard leash from his belt, unbuckled Howlbane, and stepped out of the church. I wanted to look for Mordred and Loholt, but more sleepers were waking now, and one man called out to ask who I was, and so I just went back into the misted shadows and hurried uphill to where Taliesin and Sansom waited.
We must go,
Sansom bleated.
I have bridles on the ramparts, Lord, Taliesin told me.
You think of everything, I said admiringly. I paused to throw the remnants of my beard on the small fire that had warmed our guards, and when I saw that the last of the strands had flared and burned to ash, I followed Taliesin to the northern ramparts. He found the two bridles in the shadows. Then we climbed to the fighting platform. There, hidden from the guards by the mist, we clambered over the wall and dropped to the hillside. The mist ended halfway down the slope, and we hurried on to the meadow, where most of Mordred's horses were sleeping in the night. Taliesin woke two of the beasts, gently stroking their noses and chanting in their ears, and they calmly let him put the bridles over their heads.
You can ride without a saddle, Lord? He asked me.
Without a horse tonight, if necessary.
What about me?
Sansom demanded, as I heaved myself onto one of the horses. I looked down at him. I was tempted to leave him in the meadow, for he had been a treacherous man all his life, and I had no wish to prolong his existence. But he could also be useful to us on this night, and so I reached down and hauled him onto the horse's back behind me. I should leave you here, Bishop, I said as he settled himself. He offered me no answer, but just wrapped his arms tight round my waist. Taliesin was leading the second horse towards the meadow's gate that he tugged open. "Did Merlin tell you what we should do now?" I asked the bard as I kicked my horse through the opening.
He did not, Lord. But wisdom suggests we should go to the coast and find a boat. And that we hurry, Lord. The sleep on that hilltop will not last long, and once they find you missing, they will send men to search for us.
Taliesin used the gate as a mounting block.
What do we do?
Sansom asked in panic, his grip fierce about me. "Kill you?" I suggested. "Then Taliesin and I can make better time."
"No, Lord! No! Please, no!"
Taliesin glanced up at the misted stars.
"We ride west," he suggested.
"I know just where we're going," I said, kicking the horse towards the track that led to Lindinis.
"Where?"
Sansom demanded. "To see your wife, Bishop," I said. "To see your wife." That was why I saved Sansom's life that night, because Morgan was now our best hope. I doubted she would help me, and was certain she would spit in Talison's face if he asked for aid. But for Sansom, she would do anything. And so we rode to Innis Widrin. We woke Morgan from sleep, and she came to the door of her hall in a bad temper, or rather in a worse-than-usual temper. She did not recognize me without a beard, and did not see her husband, who, sore from the ride, was lagging behind us. Instead, Morgan saw Taliesin as a druid who had dared to come into the sacred confines of her shrine.
"Sinner!"
she screeched at him, her newly woken state proving no barrier to the full force of her vituperation.
"Defiler! Idolater! In the name of the Holy God and his blessed mother, I order you to go!"
"Morgan!" I called. But just then she saw the bedraggled, limping figure of Sansom, and she gave a small mew of joy and hurried towards him. The quarter moon glinted on the golden mask with which she covered her fire-ravaged face.
"Sansom!" she called. "My sweet!"
"Precious!" Sansom said, and the two clasped each other in the night.
"Dear one,"
Morgan babbled, stroking his face.
"What have they done to you?"
Taliesin smiled, and even I, who hated Sansom and had no love for Morgan, could not resist a smile at their evident pleasure. Of all the marriages I have ever known, that was the strangest. Sansom was as dishonest a man as ever lived, and Morgan as honest as any woman in creation. Yet they plainly adored each other, or Morgan at least adored Sansom. She had been born fair, but the terrible fire that had killed her first husband had twisted her body and scarred her face into horror. No man could have loved Morgan for her beauty, or for her character, which had been as fire twisted into bitterness as her face had been ravaged into ugliness. But a man could love Morgan for her connections, for she was Arthur's sister, and that, I ever believed, was what drew Sansom towards her. But if he did not love her for herself, he nevertheless made a show of love that convinced her and gave her happiness, and for that I was willing to forgive even the Mouse Lord his dissimulation. He admired her, too, for Morgan was a clever woman, and Sansom prized cleverness, and thus both gained from the marriage. Morgan received tenderness, Sansom received protection and advice, and as neither sought the pleasures of the other's flesh, it had proved a better marriage than most. Within an hour, I brutally broke their happy reunion apart. "Mordred's men will be here. We must be far away by then. And your women, lady," I said to Morgan, "should seek safety in the marshes. Mordred's men won't care that your women are holy. They will rape them all." Morgan glared at me with her one eye that glinted in the mask's hole.
"You look better without a beard, Derfel," she said.
"I shall look worse without a head, lady, and Mordred is making a pile of heads on Caer-Cadern."
"I don't know why Sansom and I should save your sinful lives," she grumbled, "but God commands us to be merciful."
She turned from Sansom's arms and shrieked in a terrible voice to wake her women. Taliesin and I were ordered into the church, given a basket and told to fill it with the shrine's gold, while Morgan sent women into the village to wake the boatmen. She was wonderfully efficient. The shrine was suffused with panic, but Morgan controlled all. And it took only minutes before the first women were being helped into the flat-bottomed marsh boats that then headed into the mist-shrouded mere. We left last of all, and I swear I heard hoofbeats to the east as our boatman pulled the punt into the dark waters. Taliesin, sitting in the bow, began to sing the lament of Idfil, but Morgan snapped at him to cease his pagan music. He lifted his fingers from the small harp. "Music knows no allegiance, lady," he chided her gently.
"Yours is the devil's music,"
she snarled. "Not all of it," Taliesin said, and he began to sing again, but this time a song I had never heard before. By the rivers of Babylon, he sang, where we sat down, we shed bitter tears to remember our home. And I saw that Morgan was pushing a finger beneath her mask as if she was brushing away tears. The bard sang on, and the high tor receded as the marsh mists shrouded us, and as our boatman poled us through whispering reeds and across the black water. When Taliesin ended his song, there was only the sound of the lake rippling down the hull, and the splash of the boatman's pole thumping down to surge us forward again. "You should sing for Christ," Sansom said reprovingly.
"I sing for all the gods," Taliesin said, "and in the days to come, we will need all of them."
"There is only one God,"
Morgan said fiercely.
"If you say so, lady," Taliesin said mildly. "But I fear he has served you ill tonight."
And he pointed back towards Innis Widren, and we all turned to see a livid glow spreading in the mist behind. I had seen that glow before, seen it through these same mists on this same lake. It was the glow of buildings being put to the torch, the glow of burning thatch. Mordred had followed us, and the shrine of the Holy Thorn, where his mother was buried, was being burned to ashes. But we were safe in the marshes, where no man dared to go unless he possessed a guide. Evil had again gripped Dumnonia. But we were safe, and in the dawn we found a fisherman who would sail to Siluria in return for gold. And so I went home to Arthur, and to new horror. Cynwyn was sick. The sickness had come swiftly, Guinevere told me, just hours after I had sailed from Iska. Cynwyn had begun to shiver, then to sweat, and by that evening she no longer had the strength to stand, and so she had taken to her bed, and Morwenna had nursed her, and a wise woman had fed her a concoction of colesfoot and rue, and put a healing charm between her breasts. But by morning, Cynwyn's skin had broken into boils. Every joint ached, she could not swallow, and her breath rasped in her throat. She began to rave then, thrashing in the bed and screaming hoarsely of Diane. Morwenna tried to prepare me for Cynwyn's death.
"She believes she was cursed, father," she told me, "because on the day you left, a woman came and asked us for food. We gave her barley grains, but when she left, there was blood on the doorpost."
I touched Halbane's hilt. "Curses can be lifted."
"We fetched the druid from Kefu Crib," Morwenna told me, "and he scraped the blood from the door and gave us a hagstone."
She stopped, staring tearfully at the pierced stone that now hung above Cynwyn's bed.
"But the curse won't go," she cried. "She's going to die."
"Not yet," I said. "Not yet." I could not believe in Cynwyn's imminent death, for she had always been so healthy. Not a hair on Cynwyn's head had turned grey. She still possessed most of her teeth, and she had been as lithe as a girl when I had left Iska. But now, suddenly, she looked old and ravaged, and she was in pain. She could not tell us of the pain, but her face betrayed it, and the tears that ran down her cheeks cried it aloud. Taliesin spent a long time staring at her, and he agreed that she had been cursed. But Morgan spat on that opinion.
"Pagan superstition,"
she croaked, and busied herself finding new herbs that she boiled in mead and fed on a spoon through Cynwyn's lips. Morgan, I saw, was very gentle, even though, as she dripped the liquid, she harangued Cynwyn as a pagan sinner. I was helpless. All I could do was sit by Cynwyn's side, hold her hand and weep. Her hair became lank, and 2 days after my return, it began to drop out in handfuls. Her boils burst, soaking the bed with pus and blood. Morwenna and Morgan made new beds with fresh straw and new linen, but each day Cynwyn would soil the bed, and the old linen had to be boiled in a vat. The pain went on, and the pain was so hard that after a while even I began to wish that death would snatch her from its torment. But Kynwyn did not die. She just suffered, and sometimes she would scream because of the pain, and her hand would tighten on my fingers with a terrible force, and I could only wipe her forehead, say her name, and feel the fear of loneliness creep through me. I loved my Kynwyn so much. Even now, years later, I smile to think of her. And sometimes I wake in the night with tears on my face, and know they are due to her. We had begun our love in a blaze of passion, and wise folk say that such passion must ever end. But ours had not ended, but had instead changed into a long, deep love. I loved and admired her. The days seemed brighter because of her presence, and suddenly I could only watch as the demons racked her, and the pain made her shudder, and the boils grew red and taut and burst into filth. And still she would not die. Some days Galahad or Arthur relieved me at the bedside. Everyone tried to help. Guinevere sent for the wisest women in Siluria's hills, and put gold into their palms so that they would bring new herbs or vials of water from some remote sacred spring. Kilhuch, bald now, but still coarse and belligerent, wept for Kynwyn, and gave me an elf bolt that he had found in the hills to the west. Though when Morgan found that pagan charm in Kynwyn's bed, she threw it out, just as she had thrown out the druid's hagstone and the charm she had discovered between Kynwyn's breasts. Bishop Emrys prayed for Kynwyn, and even Sansom, before he left for Gwent, joined him in prayer, though I doubt that his pleas were as heartfelt as those that Emrys called to God. Morwenna was devoted to her mother, and no one fought harder for a cure. She nursed her, cleaned her, prayed for her, wept with her. Guinevere, of course, could not stand the sight of Kynwyn's disease, or the smell of the sick room, but she walked with me for hours while Galahad or Arthur held Kynwyn's hand. I remember one day we had walked to the amphitheatre, and were pacing around its sandy arena, when, somewhat clumsily, Guinevere tried to console me.
"You are fortunate, Derfel," she said, "for you experienced a rare thing, a great love."
"So did you, lady," I said. She grimaced, and I wished I had not invited the unspoken thought that her great love had been spoiled, though in truth both she and Arthur had outlived that unhappiness. I suppose it must have been there still, a shadow, deep back, and sometimes, during those years, a fool would mention Lancelot's name, and a sudden silence would embarrass the air. And once a visiting bard had innocently sung us the Lament of Blodeuwedd, a song that tells of a wife's unfaithfulness, and the smoky air in the feasting room had been taut with silence at the song's end. But for most of that time, Arthur and Guinevere were truly happy.
"Yes,"
Guinevere said.
"I'm lucky too."
She spoke curtly, not out of dislike for me, but because she was always uncomfortable with intimate conversations. Only at Minith Badon had she overcome that reserve, and she and I had very nearly become friends at that time. But since then we had drifted apart, not into our old hostility, but into a wary, though affectionate, acquaintanceship.
"You look good without a beard," she said now, changing the subject. "It makes you look younger."
"I have sworn to grow it again, only after Mordred's death," I said.
"May it be soon. How I would hate to die before that worm fetches his deserts."
She spoke savagely, and with a real fear that old age might kill her before Mordred died. We were all in our 40s now, and few folk lived longer. Merlin, of course, had lasted twice 40 years and more, and we all knew others who had made 50 or 60 or even 70 years. But we thought of ourselves as old. Guinevere's red hair was heavily streaked with grey, but she was still a beauty, and her strong face looked on the world with all its old force and arrogance. She paused to watch Guidre, who had ridden a horse into the arena. He raised a hand to her, then put the horse through its paces. He was training the stallion to be a war-horse, to rear and kick with its hoofs, and to keep its legs moving even when it was stationary, so that no enemy could slice its hamstrings. Guinevere watched him for a while.
"Do you think he'll ever be king?"
she asked wistfully. "Yes, lady," I said. "Mordred will make a mistake sooner or later, and then we'll pounce."
"I hope so,"
she said, slipping her arm into mine. I do not think she was trying to give me comfort, but rather to take it for herself.
"Has Arthur spoken to you of Amhar?" she asked.
"Briefly, lady."
"He doesn't blame you. You do know that, don't you?"
"I'd like to believe it," I said.
"Well, you can,"
she said brusquely.
"His grief is for his failings as a father, not for the death of that little bastard."
Arthur, I suspect, was far more grieved for Dumnonia than he was for Amhar, but he had been deeply embittered by the news of the massacres. Like me, he wanted revenge, but Mordred commanded an army, and Arthur had fewer than 200 men, who would all need to cross the Severn by boat if they were to fight Mordred. In all honesty, he could not see how it was to be done. He even worried about the legality of such vengeance.
"The men he killed," he told me, "were his oath men. He had a right to kill them."
"And we have a right to avenge them," I insisted. But I'm not sure Arthur entirely agreed with me. He always tried to elevate the law above private passion, and according to our law of oaths, which makes the king the source of all law, and thus of all oaths, Mordred could do as he wished in his own land. That was the law, and Arthur, being Arthur, worried about breaking it. But he also wept for the men and women who had died, and for the children who had been enslaved, and he knew that still more would die, or be slave-chained, while Mordred lived. The law, it seemed, would have to be bent, but Arthur did not know how to bend it. If we could have marched our men through Gwent, and then led them so far east that we could drop down into the borderlands with Llogir, and so have joined forces with Sagramor, we would have had the strength to beat down Mordred's savage army, or at least meet it on equal terms. But King Murig obstinately refused to let us cross his lands. If we crossed the Severn by boat, we must go without our horses, and then we would find ourselves a long way from Sagramor, and divided from him by Mordred's army. Mordred could defeat us first, then turn back to deal with the Numidian. At least Sagramor still lived, but that was small consolation. Mordred had slaughtered some of Sagramor's men, but he had failed to find Sagramor himself, and he had pulled his men back from the frontier country before Sagramor could launch a savage reprisal. Now, we heard, Sagramor and 120 of his men had taken refuge in a fort in the south country. Mordred feared to make an assault on the fort, and Sagramor lacked the strength to sally out and defeat Mordred's army. And so they watched each other, but did not fight, while Serdic's Saxons, encouraged by Sagramor's impotence, again spread west into our land. Mordred detached warbands to oppose those Saxons, oblivious of the messengers who dared cross his land to link Arthur and Sagramor. The messages reflected Sagramor's frustration. How could he extricate his men and bring them to Siluria? The distance was great, and the enemy, far too numerous, lay in his path. We truly did seem helpless to revenge the killings. But then, 3 weeks after my return from Dumnonia, news came from Murig's court. The rumour reached us from Sansom, He had come to Isker with me, but had found Arthur's company too galling, and so, leaving Morgan in her brother's care, the bishop had fled to Gwent. And now, perhaps to show us how close to the king he was, he sent us a message saying that Mordred was seeking Muirig's permission to bring his army through Gwent to attack Siluria. Muirig, Sansom said, had not yet decided on an answer. Arthur repeated Sansom's message to me.
"Is the Mouse Lord plotting again?"
he asked me. "He's supporting both you and Muirig, Lord," I said sourly, "so that both of you will be grateful to him."
"But is it true?"
Arthur wondered. He hoped it was, for if Mordred attacked Arthur, then no law could condemn Arthur for fighting back. And if Mordred marched his army north into Gwent, then we could sail south across the Severn Sea and link forces with Sagramor's men somewhere in southern Dumnonia. Both Galahad and Bishop Emrys doubted that Sansom spoke truly, but I disagreed. Mordred hated Arthur above all men, and I thought that he would be unable to resist the attempt to defeat Arthur in battle. So, for a few days we made plans. Our men trained with spear and sword, and Arthur sent messengers to Sagramor outlining the campaign he hoped to fight. But either Muirig denied Mordred the permission he needed, or else Mordred decided against an attack on Siluria, for nothing happened. Mordred's armies stayed between us and Sagramor. We heard no more rumours from Sansom, and all we could do was wait. Wait and watch Kynwyn's agony. Watch her face sink into gauntness, listen to her raving, feel the terror in her grip, and smell the death that would not come. Morgan tried new herbs. She laid a cross on Kynwyn's naked body, but the touch of the cross made Kynwyn scream. One night, when Morgan was sleeping, Taliesin made a counter-charm to avert the curse he still believed was the cause of Kynwyn's sickness. But though we killed a hare and painted its blood on Kynwyn's face, and though we touched her boil-ravaged skin with the burnt tip of an ash wand, and though we surrounded her bed with eagle stones and elf bolts and hag stones, and though we hung a bramble sprig and a bunch of mistletoe cut from a lime tree over her bed, and though we laid Excalibur, one of the treasures of Britain, by her side, the sickness did not lift. We prayed to Granos, the god of healing, but our prayers were unanswered and our sacrifices ignored. "It is a magic too strong," Taliesin said sadly. The next night, while Morgan slept again, we brought a druid from northern Siluria into the sick chamber. He was a country druid, all beard and stink, and he chanted a spell, then crushed the bones of a skylark into a powder that he stirred into an infusion of mugwort in a holly cup. He trickled the mixture into Kynwyn's mouth, but the medicine achieved nothing. The druid tried feeding her scraps of a black cat's roasted heart, but she spat them out, and so he used his strongest charm, the touch of a corpse's hand. The hand, which reminded me of the crest of Serdic's helmet, was blackened. The druid touched it on Kynwyn's forehead, on her nose and her throat, then pressed it against her scalp as he muttered an incantation. But all he achieved was to transfer a score of his lice from his beard onto her scalp, and when we tried to comb them from her head, we pulled out the last of her hair. I paid the druid, then followed him into the courtyard to escape the smoke of the fires, on which Taliesin was burning herbs. Morwenna came with me. "You must rest, father," she said. "There'll be time for rest later," I said, watching the druid shuffle off into the dark. Morwenna put her arms around me and rested her head on my shoulder. She had hair as golden as Kynwyn's had been, and it smelt like Kynwyn's. "Maybe it isn't a magic at all," she said. "If it weren't magic," I said, "then she would have died." "There's a woman in Powys who is said to have great skills." "Then send for her," I said wearily, though I had no faith in any sorcerers now. A score had come and taken gold, but not one had lifted the sickness. I had sacrificed to Mithras, I had prayed to Bel and to Don, and nothing had worked. Kynwyn moaned, and the moan rose to a scream. I flinched at the sound, then gently pushed Morwenna away. I must go to her.
You rest, Father, Morwenna said. I'll go to her.
It was then that I saw the cloaked figure standing in the centre of the courtyard. Whether it was a man or a woman, I could not tell, nor could I say how long the figure had stood there. It seemed to me that only a moment before the courtyard had been empty, but now the cloaked stranger was in front of me, with a face dark shadowed from the moon by a deep hood, and I felt a sudden dread that this was death appearing. I stepped towards the figure. "Who are you?" I demanded.
No one you know, Lord Derfel Caden.
It was a woman who spoke, and as she spoke, she pushed back the hood, and I saw that she had painted her face white, then smeared soot about her eye sockets, so that she looked like a living skull. Morwenna gasped. "Who are you?" I demanded again.
I am the breath of the west wind, Lord Derfel, she said in a sibilant voice, and the rain that falls on Cader Idrith, and the frost that edges Riri's peaks. I am the messenger from the time before kings. I am the dancer.
She laughed then, and her laughter was like a madness in the night. The sound of it brought Taliesin and Galahad to the door of the sick room, where they stood and stared at the white-faced, laughing woman. Galahad made the sign of the cross, while Taliesin touched the iron latch of the door.
Come here, Lord Derfel,
the woman commanded me.
Come to me, Lord Derfel.
Go, Lord, Taliesin encouraged me. And I had a sudden hope that the lice-ridden druid's spells might have worked after all, for though they had not lifted the sickness from Kynwyn, they had brought this apparition to the courtyard. And so I stepped into the moonlight and went close to the cloaked woman.
Embrace me, Lord Derfel,
the woman said. And there was something in her voice that spoke of decay and dirt. But I shuddered and took another step and placed my arms around her thin shoulders. She smelt of honey and ashes.
You want Kynwyn to live?
She whispered in my ear. Yes.
Then come with me now,
she whispered back, and pulled out of my embrace.
Now,
she repeated, when she saw my hesitation. Let me fetch a cloak and a sword, I said.
You will need no sword where we go, Lord Derfel, and you may share my cloak. Come now, or let your lady suffer.
With those words she turned and walked out of the courtyard. Go, Taliesin urged me. Go. Galahad tried to come with me, but the woman turned in the gate and ordered him back.
Lord Derfel comes alone, she said, or he does not come at all.
And so I went, following death in the night, going north. All that night we walked, so that by dawn we were at the edge of the high hills, and still she pressed on, choosing paths that took us far from any settlement. The woman, who called herself the Dancer, walked barefoot, and skipped sometimes as if she was filled with an unquenchable joy. An hour after the dawn, when the sun was flooding the hills with new gold, she stopped beside a small lake and dashed water onto her face and scrubbed at her cheeks with handfuls of grass to wash away the mix of honey and ashes with which she had whitened her skin. Till that moment I had not known whether she was young or old, but now I saw she was a woman in her 20s, and very beautiful. She had a delicate face, full of life, with happy eyes and a quick smile. She knew her own beauty, and laughed when she saw that I recognized it too.
Would you lie with me, Lord Derfel? She asked.
No, I said.
If it would cure Kynwyn, she asked, would you lie with me?
Yes.
But it won't, she said. It won't.
And she laughed and ran ahead of me, dropping her heavy cloak to reveal a thin linen dress clinging to a lissom body.
Do you remember me?
She asked, turning to face me. Should I?
I remember you, Lord Derfel. You stared at my body like a hungry man. But you were hungry. So hungry, remember?
And with that she closed her eyes and walked down the sheep path towards me, and she made her steps high and precise, pointing her toes out with each high step, and I immediately recalled her. This was the girl whose naked skin had shone in Merlin's darkness. "You're Olwen," I said, her name coming back to me across the years. "Olwen the Silver."
So you do remember me. I am older now. Older, Olwen, she laughed. Come, Lord, bring the cloak.
"Where are we going?" I asked.
Far, Lord, far, to where the winds spring and the rains begin, and the mists are born and no kings rule.
She danced on the path, her energy apparently endless. All that day she danced, and all that night she spoke nonsense to me. I think she was mad. Once, as we walked through a small valley where silver-leaved trees shivered in the little wind, she pulled off the dress and danced naked across the grass. And she did it to stir and tempt me. And when I doggedly walked on and showed no hunger for her, she just laughed, slung the dress across her shoulder, and walked beside me, as though her nakedness was no strange thing.
I was the one who carried the curse to your home, she told me proudly.
Why?
Because it had to be done, of course, she said in all apparent sincerity. Just as now it has to be lifted, which is why we're going to the mountains, Lord.
To Nimue? I asked, knowing already, as I think I had known ever since Olwen had first appeared in the courtyard, that it was to Nimue we were going.
To Nimue,
Olwen agreed happily.
You see, Lord, the time has come.
What time?
Time for the end of all things, of course,
Olwen said, and thrust her dress into my arms so that she was unencumbered. She skipped ahead of me, turning sometimes to give me a sly look, and taking pleasure in my unchanging expression.
When the sun shines, she told me, I like to be naked.
What is the end of all things? I asked her.
We shall make Britain into a perfect place, Olwen said. There will be no sickness and no hunger, no fears and no wars, no storms and no clothes. Everything will end, Lord. The mountains will fall, and the rivers will turn on themselves, and the seas will boil, and the wolves will howl. But at its ending, the country will be green and gold, and there will be no more years, and no more time. And we shall all be gods and goddesses. I shall be a tree goddess. I shall rule the larch and the hornbeam. And in the mornings I shall dance, and in the evenings I shall lie with golden men.
Were you not supposed to lie with Gawain? I asked her, when he came from the cauldron. I thought you were to be his queen.
I did lie with him, Lord, but he was dead and dry. He tasted of salt.
She laughed.
Dead and dry and salty. One whole night I warmed him, but he did not move. I did not want to lie with him, she added in a confiding voice, but since that night, Lord, I have known nothing but happiness.
She turned lightly, dancing a twisting step on the spring grass. Mad, I thought. Mad and heartbreakingly beautiful. As beautiful as Kynwyn had once been. Though this girl, unlike my pale-skinned and golden-haired Kynwyn, was black-haired, and her skin was sun-darkened. Why do they call you Olwen the Silver? I asked her.
Because my soul is silver, Lord. My hair is dark, but my soul is silver.
She spun on the path, then ran lithely on. I paused a few moments later to catch my breath, and stared down into a deep valley where I could see a man herding sheep. The shepherd's dog raced up the slope to gather in a straggler, and beneath the milling flock I could see a house where a woman laid wet clothes to dry on furze bushes. That, I thought, was real, while this journey through the hills was a madness, a dream. and I touched the scar on my left palm, the scar that held me to Nimue, and I saw that it had reddened. It had been white for years. Now it was livid.
"We must go on, Lord,"
Olwyn called me.
"On and on, up into the clouds."
To my relief, she took her dress back and pulled it over her head and shook it down over her slim body.
"It can be cold in the clouds, Lord,"
she explained. And then she was dancing again, and I gave the shepherd and his dog a last rueful glance and followed the dancing Olwyn up a narrow track that led between high rocks. We rested in the afternoon. We stopped in a steep-sided valley where ash, rowan, and sycamore grew, and where a long, narrow lake shivered black under the small wind. I leaned against a boulder. I must have slept for a while, for when I woke, I saw that Olwyn was naked again, but this time she was swimming in the cold black water. She came shuddering from the lake, scrubbed herself dry with her cloak, then pulled on her dress.
"Nimue told me," she said, "that if you lay with me, Kynwyn would die."
"Then why did you ask me to lie with you?" I asked harshly.
"To see if you loved your Kynwyn, of course."
"I do," I said.
"Then you can save her,"
Olwyn said happily. "How did Nimue curse her?" I asked.
"With a curse of fire, and a curse of water, and the curse of the blackthorn,"
Olwyn said, then crouched at my feet and stared into my eyes.
"And with the dark curse of the other body,"
she added ominously. "Why?" I asked angrily, not caring about the details of the curses, only that any curse at all should have been put on my Kynwyn.
"Why not?"
Olwyn said, then laughed, draped her damp cloak about her shoulders, and walked on.
"Come, Lord. Are you hungry?"
"Yes."
"You shall eat. Eat, sleep, and talk."
She was dancing again, making delicate barefoot steps on the flinty path. I noticed that her feet were bleeding, but she did not seem to mind.
"We are going backwards,"
she told me. "What does that mean?" She turned so that she was skipping backwards and facing me.
"Backwards in time, Lord. We unspool the years. Yesterday's years are flying past us, but so fast you cannot see their nights or their days. You are not born yet. Your parents are not born. And back we go, ever back, to the time before there were kings. That, Lord, is where we go. To the time before kings."
"Your feet are bleeding," I said.
"They heal."
And she turned and skipped on.
"Come,"
she called.
"Come to the time before kings."
"Does Merlin wait for me there?" I asked. That name stopped Olwyn. She stood, turned back again, and frowned at me.
"I lay with Merlin once,"
she said after a while.
"Often,"
she added in a burst of honesty. That did not surprise me. He was a goat. "Is he waiting for us?" I asked.
"He is at the heart of the time before kings,"
Olwyn said seriously.
"At its utter heart, Lord. Merlin is the cold in the frost, the water in the rain, the flame in the sun, the breath in the wind. Now come."
She plucked at my sleeve with a sudden urgency.
"We cannot talk now."
"Is Merlin a prisoner?" I asked. But Olwyn would not answer. She raced ahead of me and waited impatiently for me to catch up with her. And as soon as I did, she ran ahead again. She took those steep paths lightly, while I laboured behind, and all the time we were going deeper into the mountains. By now, I reckoned, we had left Siluria behind and had come into Powys, but into a part of that unhappy country where young Perthal's rule did not reach. This was the land without law, the lair of brigands, but Olwyn skipped carelessly through its dangers. The night fell. Clouds filled from the west, so that soon we were in a complete darkness. I looked about me and saw nothing. No lights, not even the glimmer of a distant flame. It was thus, I imagine, that Bel found the Isle of Britain when he first came to bring it life and light. Olwen put her hand into mine.
"Come, Lord."
"You can't see," I protested.
"I see everything," she said. "Trust me, Lord."
And with that she led me onwards, sometimes warning me of an obstacle.
"We must cross a stream here, Lord. Tread gently."
I knew that our path was climbing steadily, but little else. We crossed a patch of treacherous shale, but Olwen's hand was firm in mine, and once we seemed to walk along the spine of a high ridge, where the wind whistled about my ears, and Olwen sang a strange little song about elves.
"There are still elves in these hills," she told me when the song ended. "Everywhere else in Britain they were killed, but not here. I've seen them. They taught me to dance."
"They taught you well," I said, not believing a word she said, but strangely comforted by the warm grip of her small hand.
"They have cloaks of gossamer," she said.
"They don't dance naked?" I asked, teasing her.
"A gossamer cloak hides nothing, Lord," she reproved me. "But why should we hide what is beautiful?"
"Do you lie with the elves?"
"One day I shall. Not yet. In the time after the kings I shall. With them, and with golden men. But first I must lie with another salty man, belly to belly with another dry thing from the cauldron's heart."
She laughed and tugged at my hand, and we left the ridge and climbed a smooth slope of grass to reach a higher crest. There, for the first time since the clouds had hidden the moon, I saw light. Far across a dark saddle of land there lay a hill, and in the hill there must have been a valley that was filled with fire, so that the nearer brow of the hill was edged with its glow. I stood there, my hand unconsciously in Olwen's hand, and she laughed with delight as she saw me gazing at that sudden light.
"That is the land before kings, Lord," she told me. "You will find friends there, and food."
I took my hand from hers. What friend would put a curse on Kynwyn? She took my hand back.
"Come, Lord. Not far now," she said.
And she tugged me down the slope, trying to make me run, but I would not. I went slowly, remembering what Taliesin had told me in the magical mist he had drawn across Kirkadern, that Merlin had ordered him to save me, but that I might not thank him for it. And as I walked ever nearer that hollow of fire, I feared I would discover Merlin's meaning. Olwen chivied me. She laughed at my fears, and her eyes sparkled with the reflection of the fire's glow. But I climbed towards the livid skyline with a heavy heart. Spearmen guarded the edge of the valley. They were savage-looking men, swathed in furs and carrying rough-shafted spears with crudely fashioned blades. They said nothing as we passed, though Olwen greeted them cheerfully. Then she led me down a path into the valley's smoky heart. There was a long, slender lake in the valley's bed, and all around the black lake shores were fires, and by the fires were small huts among groves of stunted trees. An army of people was camped there, for there were 200 fires or more.
"Come, Lord,"
Olwen said, and drew me on down the slope.
"This is the past," she told me, "and this is the future. This is where the hoop of time meets."
This is a valley, I told myself, in upland Powys, a hidden place where a desperate man might find shelter. The hoop of time did nothing here, I assured myself, yet even so I felt a shiver of apprehension as Olwen took me down to the huts beside the lake where the army camped. I had thought the folk here must be sleeping, for we were deep into the night, but as we walked between the lake and the huts, a crowd of men and women swarmed from the huts to watch us pass. They were strange things, those people. Some laughed for no reason. Some gibbered meaninglessly. Some twitched. I saw goitered faces, blind eyes, hare lips, tangled masses of hair, and twisted limbs. "Who are they?" I asked Olwen.
The army of the Mad Lord, she said.
I spat towards the lake to avert evil. They were not all mad or crippled, those poor folk, for some were spearmen, and a few I noticed had shields covered with human skin and blackened with human blood. The shields of Dironach's defeated blood shields. Others had Powys' eagle on their shields, and one man even boasted the fox of Siluria, a badge that had not been carried into battle since Gunglius' time. These men, just like Mordred's army, were the scourings of Britain. Defeated men, landless men, men with nothing to lose and everything to win. The valley reeked of human waste. It reminded me of the Isle of the Dead, that place where Dumnonia sent its terrible mad, and the place where I had once gone to rescue Nimue. These folk had the same wild look, and gave the same unsettling impression that at any moment they might leap and claw for no apparent reason. "How do you feed them?" I asked.
"The soldiers fetch food," Olwyn said. "The proper soldiers. We eat a lot of mutton. I like mutton. Here we are, Lord. Journey's end."
And with those happy words, she took her hand away from mine and skipped ahead of me. We had reached the end of the lake, and in front of me now was a grove of great trees that grew in the shelter of a high rocky cliff. A dozen fires burned under the trees, and I saw that the trunks of the trees formed two lines, giving the grove the appearance of a vast hall, and at the hall's far end were two rearing grey stones, like the high boulders that the old people erected, though whether these were ancient stones or newly raised, I could not tell. Between the stones, enthroned on a massive wooden chair, and holding Merlin's black staff in one hand, was Nimue. Olwyn ran to her, and threw herself down at Nimue's feet, and put her arms about Nimue's legs, and laid her head on Nimue's knees.
"I brought him, lady," she said.
"Did he lie with you?" Nimue asked, talking to Olwyn but staring fixedly at me. Two skulls surmounted the standing stones, each thickly covered in melted wax.
"No, lady,"
Olwyn said. "Did you invite him?" Still Nimue's one eye gazed at me.
"Yes, lady."
"Did you show yourself to him?"
"All day I showed myself to him, lady."
"Good girl," Nimue said, and patted Olwyn's hair, and I could almost imagine the girl purring as she lay so contentedly at Nimue's feet. Nimue still stared at me, and I, as I paced between those tall, fire-lit tree trunks, stared back at her. Nimue looked as she had looked when I had fetched her from the Isle of the Dead. She looked as though she had not washed or combed her hair, or taken any care of herself in years. Her empty eye socket had no patch, or any false eye, but was a shrunken, shriveled scar in her haggard face. Her skin was deeply ingrained with dirt. Her hair was a greasy, matted tangle that fell to her waist. Her hair had once been black, but now it was bone white, all but for one black streak. Her white robe was filthy, but over it she wore a misshapen sleeved coat, much too big for her, which I suddenly realized must be the coat of Padern, one of the treasures of Britain, while on a finger of her left hand was the plain iron ring of Eluned. Her nails were long, and her few teeth black. She looked much older, or perhaps that was just the dirt accentuating the grim lines of her face. She had never been what the world would call beautiful, but her face had been quickened by intelligence, and that had made her attractive. But now she looked repulsive, and her once lively face was bitter, though she did offer me a shadow of a smile as she held up her left hand. She was showing me the scar, the same scar that I bore on my left hand, and in answer I held up my own palm, and she nodded in satisfaction.
"You came, Derfel?"
"Did I have any choice?" I asked bitterly, then pointed to the scar on my hand. "Doesn't this pledge me to you?" Why attack Kynwyn to bring me to you, when you already had this? I tapped the scar again.
Because you wouldn't have come, Nimue said.
Her mad creatures flocked about her throne like courtiers. Others fed the fires, and one sniffed at my ankles like a dog.
You have never believed, Nimue accused me. You pray to the gods, but you don't believe in them. No one believes properly now, except us.
She waved her purloined staff at the halt, the half-blind, the maimed and the mad, who stared at her in adoration.
We believe, Derfel,
she said. I too believe, I replied.
No!
Nimue screamed the word, making some of the creatures under the trees call out in terror. She pointed the staff at me.
You were there when Arthur took Gwydir from the fires.
You could not expect Arthur to see his son killed, I said.
What I expected, fool, was to see Bel come from the sky with the air scorched and crackling behind him, and the stars tossed like leaves in a tempest. That's what I expected. That's what I deserved.
She put her head back and shrieked at the clouds, and all the crippled mad howled with her. Only Olwyn the Silver was silent. She gazed at me with a half-smile, as though to suggest that she and I alone were sane in this refuge of the mad.
That's what I wanted,
Nimue shouted at me over the cacophony of wailing and yelping.
And that is what I shall have,
she added. And with those words she stood, shook Olwen's embrace free, and beckoned me with her staff.
Come.
I followed her past the standing stones to a cave in the cliff. It was not a deep cave, just large enough to hold a man lying on his back. And at first I thought I did see a naked man lying in the cave shadows. Olwyn had come to my side and was trying to take my hand, but I pushed her away, as all around me the mad pressed close to see what lay on the cave's stone floor. A small fire smouldered in the cave, and in its dim light I saw that it was not a man lying on the rock, but the clay figure of a woman. It was a life-size figure, with crude breasts, spread legs, and a rudimentary face. Nimue ducked into the cave to crouch beside the clay figure's head.
Behold, Derfel Cadern, she said. Your woman.
Olwyn laughed and smiled up at me.
Your woman, Lord,
Olwyn said, in case I did not understand. I stared at the grotesque clay figure, then at Nimue. My woman?
That is Kynwyn's other body, you fool, Nimue said. And I am Kynwyn's bane.
There was a frayed basket at the back of the cave, the basket of Garanhir, another treasure of Britain, and Nimue took from it a bunch of dried berries. She stooped and pressed one into the unfired clay of the woman's body.
And you boiled, Derfel, she said.
And I saw that the clay's surface was pitted with other berries.
And another. And another.
She laughed, pressing the dry berries into the red clay.
Shall we give her pain, Derfel? Shall we make her scream?
And with those words she drew a crude knife from her belt, the knife of Lau Frodeth, and she stabbed its chipped blade into the clay woman's head.
Oh, she's screaming now, Nimue told me. They're trying to hold her down, but the pain is so bad. So bad.
And with that she wriggled the blade about, and suddenly I was enraged, and stooped into the cave's mouth, and Nimue immediately let go of the knife and poised 2 fingers over the clay eyes.
Shall I blind her, Derfel? She hissed at me.
Is that what you want?
Why are you doing this? I asked her. She took the knife of Lau Frodeth from the tortured clay skull.
Let her sleep,
she crooned.
Or maybe not.
And with that she gave a mad laugh and snatched an iron ladle from the basket of Garanhir, scooped some burning embers from the smoky fire, and scattered the burning scraps over the body. And I imagined Kynwyn shuddering and screaming, her back arching with the sudden pain. And Nimue laughed to see my impotent rage.
Why am I doing it?
She asked.
Because you stopped me from killing Guidra. And because you can bring the gods to earth. That is why.
I stared at her. You're mad too, I said softly.
What do you know of madness?
Nimue spat at me.
You and your little mind. Your pathetic little mind. You can judge me. Oh, pain.
And she stabbed the knife into the clay breasts.
Pain! Pain!
The mad things behind me joined in her cry.
Pain! Pain!
They exulted, some clapping their hands and others laughing with delight. Stop! I shouted. Nimue crouched over the tortured figure, her knife poised.
Do you want it back, Derfel?
Yes. I was close to tears.
She is most precious to you?
You know she is.
You would rather lie with that?
Nimue gestured at the grotesque clay figure. Than with Olwen. I lie with no woman but Kynwyn, I said.
Then I will give her back to you,
Nimue said, and she tenderly stroked the clay figure's forehead.
I will restore your Kynwyn to you,
Nimue promised.
But first you must give me what is most precious to me. That is my price.
And what is most precious to you? I asked, knowing the answer before she gave it to me.
You must bring me Excalibur, Derfel,
Nimue said.
And you must bring me Guidra.
Why Guidra? I demanded. He's not a ruler's son.
Because he was promised to the gods, and the gods demand what was promised to them. You must bring him to me before the next moon is full. You will take Guidra and the sword to where the warders meet beneath Nant Thu. You know the place?
I know it, I said grimly.
And if you do not bring them, Derfel, then I swear to you that Kynwyn's sufferings will increase. I shall plant worms in her belly. I shall turn her eyes to liquid. I shall make her skin peel and her flesh rot in her crumbling bones. And though she will beg for death, I will not send it, but only give her pain instead. Nothing but pain.
I wanted to step forward and kill Nimue there and then. She had been a friend, and even once a lover. But now she had gone so far from me into a world where the spirits were real and the real were playthings.
Bring me Guidra, and bring me Excalibur,
Nimue went on, her one eye glittering in the cave's gloom.
And I shall free Kynwyn of her other body, and you of your oath to me. And I shall give you 2 things.
She reached behind her and pulled out a cloth. She shook it open, and I saw it was the old cloak that had been stolen from me in Iska. She fumbled in the cloak, found something, and held it up between a finger and thumb, and I saw she was holding the little missing agate from Kynwyn's ring.
A sword and a sacrifice, she said, for a cloak and a stone. Will you do that, Derfel? She asked.
Yes, I said, and not meaning it, but not knowing what else I could say. Will you leave me with her now? I demanded.
No,
Nimue said, smiling.
But you want her to rest tonight? Then this one night, Derfel, I shall give her respite.
She blew the ashes off the clay, picked out the berries, and plucked the charms that had been pinned to the body.
In the morning, Nimue said, I shall replace them.
No!
Not all of them, she said, but more each day, until I hear you are come to where the waters meet at Nant Thu.
She pulled a burnt scrap of bone from the clay belly.
And when I have the sword, she went on, my army of the mad will make such fires that the night of Samhain Eve will turn to day, and Guidra will come back to you, Derfel. He will rest in the cauldron, and the gods will kiss him to life, and Olwen will lie with him, and he will ride in glory with Excalibur in his hand.
She took a pitcher of water and spilt a little onto the figure's brow, then smoothed it gently into the glistening clay.
Go now, she said. Your Kynwyn will sleep, and Olwen has another thing to show you. At dawn, you will leave.
I stumbled after Olwen, pushing through the grinning crowd of horrid things that pressed about the cave, and following the dancing girl along the cliff face to another cave. Inside I saw a second clay figure, this one a man, and Olwen gestured to it, then giggled. "Is it me?" I asked, for I saw the clay was smooth and unmarked. But then, peering closer into the darkness, I saw the clay man's eyes had been gouged out.
"No, Lord,"
Olwen said.
"it is not you."
She stooped beside the figure and picked up a long bone needle that had been lying beside its legs.
"Look,"
she said, and she slid the needle into the clay foot. From somewhere behind us a man wailed in pain. Olwen giggled.
"Again,"
she said, and slid the bone into the other foot, and once again the voice cried in pain. Olwen laughed, then reached for my hand.
"Come,"
she said, and led me into a deep cleft that opened in the cliff. The cleft narrowed, then seemed to end abruptly ahead of us, for I could see only the dim sheen of reflected firelight on high rock. But then I saw a kind of cage had been made at the gorge's end. 2 hawthorns grew there, and rough balks of timber had been nailed across their trunks to make crude prison bars. Olwen let go of my hand and pushed me forward.
"I shall come for you in the morning, Lord. There's food waiting there."
She smiled, turned, and ran away. At first I thought the crude cage was some kind of shelter, and that when I got close I would find an entrance between the bars. But there was no door. The cage barred the last few yards of the gorge, and the promised food was waiting under one of the hawthorns. I found stale bread, dried mutton, and a jar of water. I sat, broke the loaf, and suddenly something moved inside the cage, and I twitched with alarm as a thing scrabbled towards me. At first I thought the thing was a beast. Then I saw it was a man. And then I saw that it was Merlin.
"I shall be good,"
Merlin said to me.
"I shall be good."
I understood the second clay figure then, for Merlin was blind. No eyes at all, just horror.
"Thorns in my feet,"
he said.
"in my feet."
Then he collapsed beside the bars and whimpered.
"I shall be good, I promise."
I crouched. "Merlin," I said. He shuddered.
"I shall be good,"
he said in desperation, and when I put a hand through his bars to stroke his tangled, filthy hair, he jerked back and shivered. "Merlin," I said again.
"Blood in the clay,"
he said.
"You must put blood in the clay. Mix it well. A child's blood works best, or so I'm told. I never did it, my dear. Tanneber's did, I know, and I talked to him once about it. He was a fool, of course, but he knew some few tawdry things. The blood of a red-haired child, he told me, and preferably a crippled child. A red-haired cripple. Any child will do at a pinch, of course, but the red-haired cripple is best."
"Merlin," I said. "It's Derfel." He babbled on, giving instructions on how best to make the clay figure so that evil could be sent from afar. He spoke of blood and dew, and the need to mould the clay during the sound of thunder. He would not listen to me, and when I stood and tried to prise the bars away from the trees, 2 spearmen came grinning from the cleft shadows behind me. They were blood shields, and their spears told me to stop my efforts to free the old man. I crouched again. "Merlin," I said. He crept nearer, sniffing.
"Derfel?"
he asked. "Yes, Lord." He groped for me, and I gave him my hand, and he clutched it hard. Then, still holding my hand, he sank onto the ground.
"I'm mad, you know,"
he said in a reasonable voice. "No, Lord," I said.
"I have been punished."
"For nothing, Lord."
"Derfel, is it really you?"
"It is me, Lord. Do you want food?"
"I have much to tell you, Derfel."
I hope so, Lord, I said. But he seemed incapable of ordering his wits, and for the next few moments he talked of the clay again, then of other charms, and he again forgot who I was, for he called me Arthur, and then he was silent for a long while.
Derfel?
He finally asked again. Yes, Lord.
Nothing must be written. Do you understand?
You've told me so many times, Lord.
All our law must be remembered. Calethin had it all written down, and that's when the gods began to retreat. But it is in my head. It was, and she took it. All of it. Or almost all.
He whispered the last 3 words. Nimue? I asked, and he gripped my hand so terribly hard at the mention of her name, and again he fell silent. She blinded you? I asked.
Oh, she had to,
he said, frowning at the disapproval in my voice.
No other way to do it, Derfel. I should have thought that was obvious.
Not to me, I said bitterly.
Quite obvious. Absurd to think otherwise,
he said, then let go of my hand and tried to arrange his beard and hair. His tonsure had disappeared beneath a layer of matted hair and dirt. His beard was straggly and flecked with leaves, while his white robe was the colour of mud.
She's a druid now,
he said in a tone of wonder. I thought women couldn't be druids, I said.
Don't be absurd, Derfel. Just because women never have been druids doesn't mean they can't be. Anyone can be a druid. All you need do is memorize the 684 curses of Belimar and the 269 charms of Chru and carry in your head about 1,000 other useful things. And Nimue, I must say, was an excellent pupil.
But why blind you?
We have one eye between us. One eye and one mind.
He fell silent. Tell me about the clay figure, Lord, I said.
No!
He shuffled away from me, terror in his voice.
She has told me not to tell you,
he added in a hoarse whisper. How do I defeat it? I asked. He laughed at that.
You, Derfel, you would fight my magic.
Tell me how, I insisted. He came back to the bars and turned his empty eye sockets left and right, as though he were looking for some enemy who might be overhearing us.
7 times and 3, he said, I dreamed on Cairn Ingley.
He had gone back into madness, and all that night I discovered that if I tried to prise out of him the secrets of Kynwyn's sickness, he would do the same. He would babble of dreams, of the wheat girl he had loved by the waters of Llywelyn, or of the hounds of Trigwylth, who he was persuaded were hunting him.
That is why I have these bars, Derfel,
he said, pounding the wooden slats,
so that the hounds cannot reach me, and why I have no eyes, so they cannot see me. The hounds can't see you, you know, not if you have no eyes. You should remember that.
Nimue, I said at one point, will bring the gods back.
That is why she has taken my mind, Derfel,
Merlin said. Will she succeed?
A good question. An excellent question. A question I ask myself constantly.
He sat and hugged his bony knees.
I lacked the nerve, didn't I? I betrayed myself. But Nimue won't. She will go to the bitter end, Derfel.
But will she succeed?
I would like to have a cat,
he said after a while.
I do miss cats.
Tell me about the summoning.
You know it all already,
he said indignantly.
Nimue will find Excalibur, she will fetch poor Gwydra, and the rites will be done properly. Here, on the mountain. But will the gods come? That is the question, isn't it? You worship Mithras, don't you?
I do, Lord.
And what do you know of Mithras?
The god of soldiers, I said. Born in a cave, he is the god of the sun. Merlin laughed.
You know so little. He is the god of oaths. Did you know that? Or do you know the grades of Mithraism? How many grades do you have?
I hesitated, unwilling to reveal the secrets of the mysteries.
Don't be absurd, Derfel,
Merlin said, his voice as sane as it had ever been in all his life.
How many? 2, 3?
2, Lord.
So, you've forgotten the other 5. What are your 2?
Soldier and father.
Miles and Pater, they should be called. And once there were also Leo, Corax, Perses, Nymphus, and Heliodromus. Oh, how little you know of your miserable god. But then your worship is a mere shadow worship. Do you climb the 7-runged ladder?
No, Lord.
Do you drink the wine and bread?
That is the Christian way, Lord, I protested.
The Christian way? Oh, what half-wits you all are. Mithras's mother was a virgin. Shepherds and wise men came to see her newborn child, and Mithras himself grew to become a healer and a teacher. He had 12 disciples, and on the eve of his death he gave them a final supper of bread and wine. He was buried in a rock tomb, and rose again, and he did all this long before the Christians nailed their god to a tree. You let the Christians steal your god's clothes, Derfel.
I gazed at him. Is this true? I asked him.
It is true, Derfel,
Merlin said, and raised his ravaged face to the crude bars.
You worship a shadow god. He is going, you see, just as our gods are going. They all go, Derfel. They go into the void. Look.
He pointed up into the clouded sky.
The gods come and the gods go, Derfel, and I no longer know if they hear us or see us. They pass by on the great wheel of heaven, and now it is the Christian God who rules, and he will rule for a while. But the wheel will also take him into the void, and mankind will once again shiver in the dark and look for new gods. And they will find them, for the gods come, and they go, Derfel. They go, and they come.
But Nimue will turn the wheel back, I asked.
Perhaps she will, Merlin said sadly. And I would like that, Derfel. I would like to have my eyes back, and my youth, and my joy.
He rested his forehead on the bars.
I will not help you break the enchantment,
he said softly. So softly I almost did not hear him.
I love Cynwyn, but if Cynwyn must suffer for the gods, then she is doing a noble thing.
Lord, I began to plead.
No!
He shouted so loudly that in the encampment behind us some dogs howled in reply.
No, he said more quietly. I compromised once, and I will not compromise again. For what was the price of compromise? Suffering. But if Nimue can perform the rites, then all our suffering will be done. Soon be done. The gods will return, Cynwyn will dance, and I shall see.
He slept for a while, and I slept too. But after a time he woke me by putting a claw-like hand through the bars and seizing my arm.
Are the guards asleep?
He asked me. I think so, Lord.
Then look for the silver mist, he whispered to me.
I thought for a heartbeat he had slipped back into madness. Lord? I asked him.
I sometimes think, he said, and his voice was quite sane, that there is only so much magic left on the earth. It fades like the gods fade. But I did not give Nimue everything, Derfel. She thinks I did, but I saved one last enchantment. And I have worked it for you and for Arthur. For you, too, I loved above all men. If Nimue fails, Derfel, then look for Cathig. You remember Cathig?
Cathig was the boatman who had rescued us from Innistribes so many years before, and the man who had hunted Merlin's piddocks. I remember Cathig, I said.
He lives at Camlan now, Merlin said in a whisper. Look for him, Derfel, and seek the silver mist. Remember that. If Nimue fails and horror comes, then take Arthur to Camlan.
Find Cathy and look for the silver mist. It is the last enchantment. My last gift to those who were my friends. His fingers tightened on my arm. Promise me you will seek it.
I shall, Lord, I promised him. He seemed relieved. He sat for a time clutching my arm, then sighed.
I wish I could come with you, but I can't.
You can, Lord, I said.
Don't be absurd, Derfel. I am to stay here, and Nimue will use me one last time. I might be old, blind, half-mad, and nearly dead, but there is still power in me. She wants it.
He uttered a horrid little whimper.
Cannot even weep any longer, he said.
And there are times when all I wish to do is weep. But in the silver mist, Derfel, in that silver mist, you will find no weeping, and no time, just joy.
He slept again, and when he woke it was dawn, and Olwyn had come for me. I stroked Merlin's hair, but he was gone into the madness again. He yapped like a dog, and Olwyn laughed to hear it. I wish there had been something I could give him, some small thing to give him comfort, but I had nothing. So I left him, and took his last gift with me, even though I did not understand what it was, the last enchantment. Olwyn did not take me back by the same path that had brought me to Nimue's encampment, but instead led me down a steep coombe, and then into a dark wood where a stream tumbled between rocks. It had begun to rain, and our path was treacherous, but Olwyn danced ahead of me in her damp cloak.
I like the rain,
she called out to me once. I thought you liked the sun, I said sourly.
I like both, Lord,
she said. She was her usual merry self, but I scarcely listened to most of what she said. I was thinking of Cynwyn, and of Merlin, and of Gwyndra and Excalibur. I was thinking that I was in a trap, and I saw no way out. Must I choose between Cynwyn and Gwyndra? Olwyn must have guessed what I was thinking, because she came and slipped her arm through mine.
Your troubles will soon be over, Lord,
she said comfortingly. I took my arm away. They are just beginning, I said bitterly.
But Gwyndra won't stay dead,
she said encouragingly.
He will lie in the cauldron, and the cauldron gives life.
She believed, but I did not. I still believed in the gods, but I no longer believed we could bend them to our will. Arthur, I thought, had been right. It is to ourselves we must look, not to the gods. They have their own amusements, and if we are not their toys, then we should be glad. Olwyn stopped beside a pool under the trees.
There are beavers here,
she said, staring at the rain-pitted water. And when I said nothing, she looked up and smiled.
If you keep walking down the stream, Lord, you'll come to a track. Follow it down the hill, and you will find a road.
I followed the track and the road, emerging from the hills near the old Roman fort of Caecunium, that was now home to a group of nervous families. Their menfolk saw me and came from the fort's broken gate with spears and dogs, but I waded the stream and scrambled uphill, and when they saw I meant no harm, had no weapons, and was evidently not the scout for a raiding party, they contented themselves with jeering at me. I could not remember being so long without a sword since childhood. It made a man feel naked. It took me 2 days to reach home. 2 days of bleak thinking without any answer. Gwyndra was the first to see me coming down Isca's main street, and he ran to greet me. "She's better than she was, Lord," he called. "But getting worse again," I said. He hesitated. "Yes, but 2 nights ago we thought she was recovering." He looked at me anxiously, worried by my grim appearance. "And each day since," I said, "she has slipped back." "There must be hope, though," Gwyndra tried to encourage me. "Maybe," I said, though I had none. I went to Cynwyn's bedside, and she recognized me and tried to smile, But the pain was building in her again, and the smile showed as a skull-like grimace. She had a fine layer of new hair, but it was all white. I bent, dirty as I was, and kissed her forehead. I changed my clothes, washed and shaved, strapped Halbane to my waist, and then sought Arthur. I told him all that Nimue had told me, but Arthur had no answers, or none he would tell me. He would not surrender Gwyndra, and that condemned Cynwyn, but he could not say that to my face. Instead, he looked angry.
"I've had enough of this nonsense, Derfel."
"A nonsense that is giving Cynwyn agony, Lord," I reproved him.
"Then we must cure her,"
he said, but conscience gave him pause. He frowned.
"Do you believe Gwyndra will live again if he is placed in the cauldron?"
I thought about it, and could not lie to him. "No, Lord."
"All right,"
he said, and called for Guinevere, but the only suggestion she could make was that we should consult Taliesin. Taliesin listened to my tale.
"Name the curses again, Lord," he said when I was done.
"The curse of fire," I said, "the curse of water, the curse of the blackthorn, and the dark curse of the other body." He flinched when I said the last.
"The first three I can lift," he said, "but the last, I know of no one who can lift that."
"Why not?" Guinevere demanded sharply.
Taliesin shrugged. "It is the higher knowledge, lady. A druid's learning does not cease with his training, but goes on into new mysteries. I have not trodden that path, nor I suspect has any man in Britain other than Merlin. The other body is a great magic, and to counter it we need a magic just as great. Alas, I don't have it."
I stared at the rain clouds above Iska's roofs. "If I cut off Cynwyn's head, Lord," I spoke to Arthur, "will you cut off mine a heartbeat later?"
"No,"
he said in disgust. "Lord," I pleaded.
"No,"
he said angrily. He was offended by the talk of magic. He wanted a world in which reason ruled, not magic, but none of his reason helped us now. Then Guinevere spoke softly.
"Morgan," she said.
"What of her?"
Arthur asked.
"She was Merlin's priestess before Nimue," Guinevere said. "If anyone knows Merlin's magic, it is Morgan."
So Morgan was summoned. She limped into the courtyard, as ever managing to bring an aura of anger with her. Her gold mask glinted as she looked at each of us in turn, and, seeing no Christian present, she made the sign of the cross. Arthur fetched her a chair, but she refused it, implying that she had little time for us. Since her husband had gone to Gwent, Morgan had busied herself in a Christian shrine to the north of Iska. Sick folk went there to die, and she fed them, nursed them, and prayed for them. Folk call her husband a saint to this day, but I think the wife is called a saint by God. Arthur told her the tale, and Morgan grunted with each revelation. But when Arthur spoke of the curse of the other body, she made the sign of the cross, then spat through the mask's mouthpiece.
"So what do you want of me?"
she asked belligerently.
"Can you counter the curse?" Guinevere asked.
"Prayer can counter it,"
Morgan declared.
"But you have prayed," Arthur said in exasperation, "and Bishop Emrys has prayed. All the Christians of Iska have prayed, and Cynwyn lies sick still."
"Because she is a pagan,"
Morgan said vituperatively.
"Why should God waste his mercy on pagans when he has his own flock to look after?"
"You have not answered my question,"
Guinevere said icily. She and Morgan hated each other, but for Arthur's sake pretended to a chill courtesy when they met. Morgan was silent for a while, then abruptly nodded her head.
"The curse can be countered," she said, "if you believe in these superstitions."
"I believe," I said.
"But even to think of it is a sin,"
Morgan cried, and made the sign of the cross again. Your God will surely forgive you, I said.
What do you know of my God, Derfel? She asked sourly.
I know, lady, I said, trying to remember all the things Galahad had told me over the years, that your God is a loving God, a forgiving God, and a God who sent his own Son to earth so that others should not suffer. I paused, but Morgan made no reply. I know, too, I went on gently, that Nimue works a great evil in the hills. The mention of Nimue might have persuaded Morgan, for she had ever been angry that the younger woman had usurped her place in Merlin's entourage.
"Is it a clay figure?"
she asked me.
"Made with a child's blood, dew and moulded beneath the thunder?"
Exactly, I said. She shuddered, spread her arms and prayed silently. None of us spoke. Her prayer went on a long time, and perhaps she was hoping we would abandon her. But when none of us left the courtyard, she dropped her arms and turned on us again.
"What charms is the witch using?"
"Berries," I said. "Slivers of bone, embers."
"No, fool, what charms? How does she reach Kynwyn?"
"She has the stone from one of Kynwyn's rings, and one of my cloaks."
"Ah,"
Morgan said, interested despite her revulsion for the pagan superstition.
"Why one of your cloaks?"
"I don't know."
"Simple, fool," she snapped. "The evil flows through you."
"Me?"
"What do you understand?" she snapped. "Of course it flows through you. You have been close to Nimue, have you not?"
"Yes," I said, blushing despite myself.
"So what is the symbol of that?" she asked. "She gave you a charm, a scrap of bone, some piece of pagan rubbish to hang about your neck?"
"She gave me this," I said, and showed her the scar on my left hand. Morgan peered at the scar, then shuddered. She said nothing. "Counter the charm, Morgan," Arthur pleaded with her. Morgan was silent again.
"It is forbidden," she said after a while, "to dabble in witchcraft. The Holy Scriptures tell us that we should not suffer a witch to live."
"Then tell me how it is done," Taliesin pleaded.
"You?"
Morgan cried.
"You? You think you can counter Merlin's magic? If it is to be done, then let it be done properly."
"By you?" Arthur asked. And Morgan whimpered. Her one good hand made the sign of the cross, and then she shook her head, and it seemed she could not speak at all. Arthur frowned. "What is it," he asked, "that your God wants?"
"Your souls!"
Morgan cried. "You want me to become a Christian?" I asked. The gold mask with its incised cross snapped up to face me.
"Yes,"
Morgan said simply. "I will do it," I said just as simply. She pointed her hand at me.
"You will be baptized, Derfel?"
"Yes, lady."
"And you will swear obedience to my husband?"
That checked me. I gazed at her. "To Sansom?" I asked feebly.
"He is a bishop," Morgan insisted. "He has God's authority. You will agree to swear obedience to him. You will agree to be baptized, and only then will I lift the curse."
Arthur stared at me. For a few heartbeats I could not swallow the humiliation of Morgan's demand. But then I thought of Kynwyn, and I nodded. "I will do it," I told her. So Morgan risked her god's anger and lifted the curse. She did it that afternoon. She came to the palace courtyard in a black robe and without any mask, so that the horror of her fire-ravaged face, all red and scarred and ridged and twisted, was visible to us all. She was furious with herself, but committed to her promise, and she hurried about her business. A brazier was lit and fed with coals, and, while the fire heated, slaves fetched baskets of potter's clay that Morgan moulded into the figure of a woman. She used blood from a child that had died in the town that morning, and water that a slave swept up from the courtyard's damp grass, and mixed both with the clay. There was no thunder, but Morgan said that the counter-charm did not need thunder. She spat in horror at what she had made. It was a grotesque image, that thing. A woman with huge breasts, spread legs, and a gaping birth canal. And, in the figure's belly, she dug a hole that she said was the womb where the evil must rest. Arthur, Taliesin, and Guinevere watched enthralled as she moulded the clay, and then as she walked 3 times round the obscene figure. After the 3rd sunwise circuit she stopped, raised her head to the clouds, and wailed. For a moment I thought she was in such pain that she could not proceed, and that her god was commanding her to stop the ceremony. But then she turned her twisted face towards me.
"I need the evil now," she said.
"What is it?" I asked. The slit that was her mouth seemed to smile.
"Your hand, Derfel."
My hand? I saw now that the lipless slit was a smile.
"The hand that binds you to Nimue,"
Morgan said.
"How else do you think the evil is channeled? You must cut it off, Derfel, and give it to me."
"Oh, surely," Arthur began to protest.
"You force me to sin."
Morgan turned on her brother with a shriek.
"Then you challenge my wisdom."
"No," Arthur said hurriedly.
"It is nothing to me,"
she said carelessly.
"If Derfel wants to keep his hand, so be it. Kynwyn can suffer."
"No," I said. "No." We sent for Galahad and Killock. Then Arthur led the 3 of us to his smithy, where the forge burned night and day. I took my lover's ring from the finger of my left hand and gave it to Moredig, Arthur's smith, and asked him to seal the ring about Halbane's pommel. The ring was of common iron, a warrior's ring, but it had a cross made of gold that I had stolen from the cauldron of Clithno Ethin, and it was the twin of a ring Kynwyn wore. We placed a thick piece of timber on the anvil. Galahad held me tight, his arms about me, and I bared my arm and laid my left hand on the timber. Killock gripped my forearm, not to keep it still, but for afterwards. Arthur raised Excalibur. "Are you sure, Derfel?" he asked. "Do it, Lord," I said. Moredig watched wide-eyed as the bright blade touched the rafters above the anvil. Arthur paused, then hacked down once. He hacked down hard, and for a second I felt no pain. None. But then Killock took my spurting wrist and thrust it into the burning coals of the forge, and that was when the pain whipped through me like a spear thrust. I screamed, and then I remember nothing at all. I heard later how Morgan took the severed hand with its fatal scar and sealed it in the clay womb. Then, to a pagan chant as old as time, she pulled the bloody hand out through the birth canal and tossed it onto the brazier. And thus I became a Christian. Part 4. The Last Enchantment. Spring has come to Dinarac. The monastery warms, and the silence of our prayers is broken by the bleating of lambs and the songs of larks. White violets and stitchwort grow where snow lay for so long. But best of all is the news that Igraine has given birth to a child. It is a boy, and both he and his mother live. God be thanked for that, and for the season's warmth, but for little else. Spring should be a happy season, but there are dark rumours of enemies. The Saxons have returned, though whether it was their spearmen who started the fires we saw on our eastern horizon last night, no one knows. Yet the fires burn bright, flaring in the night sky like a foretaste of hell. A farmer came at dawn to give us some split logs of lime that we can use to make a new butter churn, and he told us the fires were set by raiding Irish. But we doubt that, for there have been too many stories of Saxon warbands in the last few weeks. Arthur's achievement was to keep the Saxons at bay for a whole generation, and to do it, he taught our kings courage. But how feeble our rulers have become since then. And now the Sace return like a plague. Dafydd, the clerk of the justice who translates these parchments into the British tongue, arrived to collect the newest skins today, and he told me that the fires were almost certainly Saxon mischief, and afterwards informed me that Igraine's new son is to be named Arthur. Arthur ap Brogvale ap Perthel ap Keenaglas. A good name, though Dafydd plainly did not approve of it, and at first I was not sure why. He is a small man, not unlike Sanson, with the same busy expression and the same bristly hair. He sat in my window to read the finished parchments, and kept tutting and shaking his head at my handwriting. "Why," he finally asked me, "did Arthur abandon Dumnonia?" "Because Murig insisted on it," I explained, "and because Arthur himself never wanted to rule." "But it was irresponsible of him," Dafydd said sternly. "Arthur was not a king," I said, "and our laws insist that only kings can rule." "Laws are malleable," Dafydd said with a sniff. "I should know, and Arthur should have been a king." "I agree," I said, "but he was not. He was not born to it, and Mordred was." "Then nor was Gridra born to the kingship," Dafydd objected. "True," I said, "but if Mordred had died, Gridra had as good a claim as anyone, except Arthur, of course. But Arthur did not want to be king." I wondered how often I had explained this same thing. "Arthur came to Britain," I said, "because he took an oath to protect Mordred. And by the time he went to Siluria, he had achieved all that he had set out to do. He had united the kingdoms of Britain, he had given Dumnonia justice, and he had defeated the Saxons. He might have resisted Murig's demands to yield his power, but in his heart he didn't want to. And so he gave Dumnonia back to its rightful king, and watched all that he had achieved fall apart." "So he should have remained in power," Dafydd argued. "Dafydd, I think, is very like St. Sanson, a man who can never be in the wrong." "Yes," I said, "but he was tired. He wanted other men to carry the burden. If anyone was to blame, it was me. I should have stayed in Dumnonia, instead of spending so much time in Iska. But at the time, none of us saw what was happening. None of us realized Mordred would prove a good soldier. And when he did, we convinced ourselves that he would die soon enough and Gwyndra would become king. Then all would have been well. We lived in hope rather than in the real world." "I still think Arthur let us down," Dafydd said, his tone explaining why he disapproved of the new Edling's name. "How many times have I been forced to listen to that same condemnation of Arthur? If only Arthur had stayed in power, men say. Then the Saxons would still be paying us tribute, and Britain would stretch from sea to sea. But when Britain did have Arthur, it just grumbled about him. When he gave folk what they wanted, they complained because it was not enough. The Christians attacked him for favouring the pagans attacked him for tolerating the Christians, and the kings, all except Keenaglas and Oengus Machaerim, were jealous of him. Oengus's support counted for little, but when Keenaglas died, Arthur lost his most valuable royal supporter. Besides, Arthur did not let anyone down. Britain let itself down. Britain let the Saxons creep back. Britain squabbled amongst itself, and then Britain whined that it was all Arthur's fault. Arthur, who had given them victory. Dafydd skimmed through the last few pages. Did Kynwyn recover? He asked me. Praise God, yes, I said, and lived for many years after. I was about to tell Derfel something of those last years, but I could see he was not interested, and so I kept my memories to myself. In the end, Kynwyn died of a fever. I was with her, and I wanted to burn her corpse, but Sansom insisted that she was buried in the Christian manner. I obeyed him, but a month later I arranged for some men, the sons and grandsons of my old spearmen, to dig up her corpse and burn it on a pyre, so that her soul could go to join her daughters in the other world. And for that sinful action I have no regrets. I doubt that any man will do as much for me. Though perhaps Igraine, if she reads these words, will have my balefire built. I pray so. Do you change the tale when you translate it? I asked Derfel. Change it? He looked indignant. My queen won't let me change a syllable. Truly? I asked. I might correct some infelicities of grammar, he said, collecting the skins, but nothing else. I presume the ending of the story is close now? It is. Then I shall return in a week, he promised, and pushed the parchments into a bag and hurried away. A moment later, Bishop Sansom scurried into my room. He was carrying a strange bundle, which at first I took to be a stick wrapped up in an old cloak. Did Derfel bring news? He asked. The Queen is well, I said, as is her child. I decided against telling Sansom that the child was to be named Arthur, for it would only annoy the saint, and life is much easier in Dinarac when Sansom is in a good temper. I asked for news, Sansom snapped, not women's gossip about a child. What about the fires? Did Derfel mention the fires? He knows no more than we do, Bishop, I said. But King Brockvale believes they are Saxons. Oh, God preserve us, Sansom said, and walked to my window, from where the smear of smoke was still just visible in the east. God and his saints preserve us, he prayed. Then came to my desk and put the strange bundle on top of this skin. He pulled away the cloak, and I saw, to my astonishment, and almost to the provocation of my tears, that it was Howlbane. I did not dare show my emotion, but instead crossed myself, as if I was shocked by the appearance of a weapon in our monastery. There are enemies near, Sansom said, explaining the sword's presence. I fear you are right, Bishop, I said. And enemies provoke hungry men in these hills, Sansom went on. So at night you will stand guard on the monastery. So be it, Lord, I said humbly. But me? Stand guard? I am white-haired, old, and feeble. One might as well ask a toddling child to stand guard as to rely on me. But I made no protest, and once Sansom had left the room, I slid Howlbane from her scabbard, and thought how heavy she had become during the long years she had lain in the monastery's treasure cupboard. She was heavy and clumsy, but she was still my sword, and I peered at the yellowed pig bones set into her hilt, and then at the lover's ring that was bound about its pommel, and I saw, on that flattened ring, the tiny scraps of gold I had stolen from the cauldron so long ago. She brought back so many stories, that sword. There was a patch of rust on her blade, and I carefully scraped it away with the knife I use for sharpening my quills. And then I cradled her for a long time, imagining that I was young again and still strong enough to wield her. But me? Stand guard? In truth, Sansom did not want me to stand guard, but rather to stand like a fool to be sacrificed, while he scuttled out of the back door with St. Tudwell in one hand and the monastery's gold in the other. But If that is to be my fate, I will not complain. I would rather die like my father with my sword in my hand, even if my arm is weak and the sword blunt. That was not the fate Merlin wanted for me, nor what Arthur wanted. But it's not a bad way for a soldier to die. And though I have been a monk these many years, and a Christian even longer, in my sinful soul I am still a spearman of Mithras. And so I kissed my Halbane, glad to see her after all these years. So, now I shall write the tales ending with my sword beside me, and I shall hope that I am given time to finish this tale of Arthur, my lord, who was betrayed, reviled, and, after his departure, missed like no other man was ever missed in all of Britain's history. I fell into a fever after my hand was struck off, and when I woke I discovered Kynwyn sitting beside my bed. At first I did not recognize her, for her hair was short and had gone as white as ash. But it was my Kynwyn. She was alive, and her health was coming back, and when she saw the light in my eyes she leaned forward and laid her cheek on mine. I put my left arm around her, and discovered I had no hand to stroke her back, only a stump bound in bloody cloth. I could feel the hand. I could even feel it itching. But there was no hand there. It had been burned. A week later I was baptized in the River Usk. Bishop Emrys performed the ceremony, and once he had dipped me in the cold water, Kynwyn followed me down the muddy bank and insisted on being baptized as well. "I will go where my man goes," she told Bishop Emrys, and so he folded her hands on her breasts and dipped her back into the river. A choir of women sang as we were baptized, and that night, dressed in white, we received the Christian bread and wine for the first time. After the Mass, Morgan produced a parchment, on which she had written my promise to obey her husband in the Christian faith, and she demanded that I sign my name. "I've already given you my word," I objected. "You will sign, Derfel," Morgan insisted, "and you will swear the oath on a crucifix as well." I sighed and signed. Christians, it seemed, did not trust the older form of oath-making, but demanded parchment and ink. And so I acknowledged Sansom as my lord, and, after I had written my name, Kynwyn insisted on adding her own. Thus began the second half of my life, the half in which I have kept my oath to Sansom, though not as well as Morgan hoped. If Sansom knew I was writing this tale, he would construe it as a breaking of the promise and punish me accordingly. But I no longer care. I have committed many sins, but breaking oaths was not one of them. After my baptism, I half expected a summons from Sansom, who was still with King Murig in Gwent, but the Mouse Lord simply kept my written promise and demanded nothing, not even money. Not then. The stump of my wrist healed slowly, and I did not help the healing by insisting on practicing with a shield. In battle, a man puts his left arm through the 2 shield loops and grips the wooden handle beyond. But I no longer had fingers to grip the shield, and so I had the loops remade as buckled straps that could be tightened about my forearm. It was not as secure as the proper way, but it was better than having no shield. And once I had become used to the tight straps, I practiced with sword and shield against Galahad, Killoch, or Arthur. I found the shield clumsy, but I could still fight, even though every practice bout left the stump bleeding, so that Kynwyn would scold me as she put on a new dressing. The full moon came, and I took no sword or sacrifice to Nant Thu. I waited for Nemui's vengeance, but none came. The Feast of Beltane was a week after the full moon, And Cynwyn and I, obedient to Morgan's orders, did not extinguish our fires or stay awake to see the new fires lit. But Killock came to us next morning with a brand of the new fire that he tossed into our hearth.
"You want me to go to Gwent, Derfel?" he asked.
"Gwent?" I asked. "Why?"
"To murder that little toad Sansom, of course."
"He's not troubling me."
"Yet,"
Killock grumbled.
"but he will. Can't imagine you as a Christian. Does it feel different?"
"No." Poor Killock. He rejoiced to see Cynwyn well, but hated the bargain I had made with Morgan to make her well. He, like many others, wondered why I did not simply break my promise to Sansom. But I feared Cynwyn's sickness would return if I did, and so I stayed true. In time, that obedience became a habit, and once Cynwyn was dead, I found I had no will to break the promise, even though her death had loosed the promise's grip on me. But this lay far in the unknown future, on that day when the new fires warmed cold hearths. It was a beautiful day, of sunshine and blossom. I remember we bought some goslings in the marketplace that morning, thinking our grandchildren would like to see them grow in the small pond that lay behind our quarters. And afterwards I went with Galahad to the amphitheatre, where I practised again with my clumsy shield. We were the only spearmen there, for most of the others were still recovering from a night of drinking. "Goslings aren't a good idea," Galahad said, rattling my shield with a solid blow of his spear butt. "Why not?" "They grow up to be bad-tempered."
"Nonsense,"
I said. "They grow up to become supper." Gwydir interrupted us with a summons from his father, and we strolled back into the town to discover Arthur had gone to Bishop Emrys's palace. The bishop was seated, while Arthur, in shirt and trews, was leaning on a big table that was covered with wood shavings, on which the bishop had written lists of spearmen, weapons, and boats. Arthur looked up at us, and for a heartbeat he said nothing. But I remember his grey-bearded face was very grim. Then he uttered one word. "War." Galahad crossed himself, while I, still accustomed to my old ways, touched Howlbane's hilt. "War?" I asked.
"Mordred is marching on us," Arthur said. "He's marching right now. Murig gave him permission to cross Gwent."
"With 350 spearmen, we hear," Emrys added.
To this day I believe it was Sansom's persuasion that convinced Murig to betray Arthur. I have no proof of that, and Sansom has ever denied it, but the scheme reeked of the Mouse Lord's cunning. It is true that Sansom had once warned us of the possibility of just such an attack, but the Mouse Lord was forever cautious in his betrayals, and if Arthur had won the battle that Sansom confidently expected to be fought in Isker, then he would have wanted a reward from Arthur. He certainly wanted no reward from Mordred, for Sansom's scheme, if it was indeed his, was intended to benefit Murig. Let Mordred and Arthur fight to the death, then Murig could take over Dumnonia, and the Mouse Lord would rule in Murig's name. And Murig did want Dumnonia. He wanted its rich farmlands and its wealthy towns, and so he encouraged the war, though he strenuously denied any such encouragement. If Mordred wanted to visit his uncle, he said, who was he to stop it? And if Mordred wanted an escort of 350 spearmen, who was Murig to deny a king his entourage? And so he gave Mordred the permission he wanted. And by the time we first heard of the attack, the leading horsemen of Mordred's army were already past Gleavham and hurrying west towards us. Thus, by treachery, and through the ambition of a weak king, Arthur's last war began. We were ready for that war. We had expected the attack to come weeks before, and though Mordred's timing surprised us, our plans were all made. we would sail south across the Severn Sea and march to Durnavaria, where we expected Sagramor's men to join us. Then, with our forces united, we would follow Arthur's bear north to confront Mordred as he returned from Siluria. We expected a battle. We expected to win. And afterwards, we would acclaim Gwyddra as King of Dumnonia on Caer Cadern. It was the old story. One more battle, then everything would change. Messengers were sent to the coast demanding that every Silurian fishing boat be brought to Iska. And while those boats rowed upriver on the flood tide, we readied for our hasty departure. Swords and spears were sharpened, armour was polished, and food was put into baskets or sacks. We packed the treasures from the 3 palaces and the coins from the treasury, and warned Iska's inhabitants to be ready to flee westwards before Mordred's men arrived. Next morning, we had 27 fishing boats moored in the river beneath Iska's Roman bridge. 163 spearmen were ready to embark, and most of those spearmen had families. But there was room in the boats for them all. We were forced to leave our horses behind, for Arthur had discovered that horses make bad sailors. While I had been travelling to meet Nimue, he had tried loading horses onto one of the fishing boats, but the animals panicked in even the gentlest waves, and one had even kicked its way through the boat's hull. And so, on the day before we sailed, we drove the animals to pastures on a distant farm, and promised ourselves we would return for them once Gwyddra was made king. Morgan alone refused to sail with us, but instead went to join her husband in Gwent. We began loading the boats at dawn. First, we placed the gold in the bottom of the boats, and on top of the gold we piled our armour and our food, and then, under a grey sky and in a brisk wind, we began to embark. Most of the boats took 10 or 11 people, and once the boats were filled, they pulled into the middle of the river and anchored there, so that the whole fleet could leave together. The enemy arrived just as the last boat was being loaded. That was the largest boat, and it belonged to Balig, my sister's husband. In it were Arthur, Guinevere, Gwyddra, Morwenna and her children, Galahad, Taliesin, Cynwyn and me, together with Kilhuch, his one remaining wife, and 2 of his sons. Arthur's banner flew from the boat's high prow, and Gwydra's standard flapped at the stern. We were in high spirits, for we were sailing to give Gwyddra his kingdom. But just as Balig was shouting at Hygwith, Arthur's servant, to hurry aboard, the enemy came. Hygwith was bringing a last bundle from Arthur's palace, and he was only 50 paces from the riverbank when he looked behind and saw the horsemen coming from the town gate. He had time to drop the bundle and half draw his sword, but then the horses were on him, and a spear took him in the neck. Balig threw the gangplank overboard, pulled a knife from his belt, and slashed the stern mooring line. His Saxon crewmen threw off the bowline, and our boat drifted out into the current as the horsemen reached the bank. Arthur was standing and staring in horror at the dying Hygwith, but I was looking towards the amphitheatre, where a horde had appeared. It was not Mordred's army. This was a swarm of the insane, a scrabbling rush of bent, broken and bitter creatures who surged round the amphitheatre's stone arches and ran down to the riverbank, yelping small cries. They were in rags, their hair was wild, and their eyes filled with a fanatical rage. It was Nimue's army of the mad. Most were armed with nothing but sticks, though a few had spears. The horsemen were all armed with spears and shields, and they were not mad. They were fugitives from Diranac's blood shields, and still wore their ragged black cloaks and carried their blood-darkened shields, and they scattered the mad people as they spurred down the bank to keep pace with us. Some of the mad went down beneath the horses' hoofs, but dozens more just plunged into the river and swam clumsily towards our boats. Arthur shouted at the boatmen to let go their anchors, and one by one the heavily laden boats cut themselves free and began to drift. Some of the crews were reluctant to abandon the heavy stones that served as anchors, and tried to haul them up, and so the drifting boats crashed into the stationary ones, and all the time the desperate, sad, mad things were thrashing clumsily towards us.
"Spearbots!"
Arthur shouted, and seized his own spear, turned it, and thrust it hard down onto a swimmer's head.
"Oars!"
Balig called, but no one heeded him. We were too busy pushing the swimmers away from the hull. I worked one-handed, thrusting attackers under the water, but one madman seized my spear shaft and almost pulled me into the water. I let him have the weapon, drew halbane and sliced her down. The first blood flowed on the river. The river's north bank was now thick with Nemui's howling, capering followers. Some threw spears at us, but most just screamed their hate, while others followed the swimmers into the river. A long-haired man with a hare lip tried to climb aboard our bows, but the Saxon kicked him in the face, then kicked him again so that he fell. Taliesin had found a spear, and was using its blade on other swimmers. Downstream of us a boat drifted onto the muddy bank, where its crew desperately tried to pole themselves free of the mud, but they were too slow, and Nemui's spearmen scrambled aboard. They were led by bloodshields, and those practised killers screamed defiance as they carried their spears down the stranded boat's length. It was Bishop Emrys's boat, and I saw the white-haired bishop parry a spear with a sword, but then he was killed, and a score of mad things followed the bloodshields onto the slippery deck. The bishop's wife screamed briefly, then was savaged by a spear. Knives slashed and ripped and stabbed, and blood trickled from the scuppers to flow towards the sea. A man in a deerskin tunic balanced himself on the stern of the captured boat, and, as we drifted past, leapt towards our gunwale. Guidre raised his spear, and the man shrieked as he impaled himself on the long shaft. I remember his hands gripping the spear pole, while his body writhed on the point. Then Guidre dropped both spear and man into the river, and drew his sword. His mother was thrusting a spear into the thrashing arms beside the boat. Hands clung to our gunwale, and we stamped on them, or cut them with swords, and gradually our boat drew away from its attackers. All the boats were drifting now, some sideways, some stern first, and the boatmen were swearing and shouting at each other, or else screaming at the spearmen to use the oars. A spear flew from the bank and thumped into our hull, and then the first arrows flew. They were hunters' arrows, and they hummed as they whipped over our heads.
"Shields!"
Arthur shouted, and we made a wall of shields along the boat's gunwale. The arrows spat into them. I was crouching beside Balig, protecting both of us, and my shield quivered as the small arrows thumped home. We were saved by the river's swift current, and by the ebbing tide, which carried our jumbled mass of boats downstream and so out of the bowmen's range. The cheering, raving horde followed us, but west of the amphitheatre there was a stretch of boggy ground that slowed our pursuers and gave us time in which we could at last make order out of chaos. The cries of our attackers followed us, and their bodies drifted in the current beside our small fleet. But at last we had oars, and could pull the boat's bow around and follow the other vessels towards the sea. Our two banners were stuck thick with arrows.
"Who are they?"
Arthur demanded, staring back at the horde. "Nemui's army," I said bitterly. Thanks to Morgan's skill, Nemui's charms had failed, and so she had unleashed her followers to fetch Excalibur and Guidre.
"Why didn't we see them coming?"
Arthur wanted to know.
"A charm of concealment, Lord,"
Taliesin guessed, and I remembered how often Nemui had worked such charms. Galahad scoffed at the pagan explanation. "They marched through the night," he suggested, "and hid in the woods until they were ready, and we were all too busy to look for them."
"The bitch can fight Mordred now, instead of us,"
Killock suggested. "She won't," I said. "She'll join him." But Nemui had not finished with us yet. A group of horsemen were galloping on the road that led northwards about the swamp, and a horde of folk followed those spearmen on foot. The river did not run straight to the sea, but made vast loops through the coastal plain, and I knew that at every western curve we would find the enemy waiting. The horsemen did indeed wait for us, but the river widened as it neared the sea, and the water ran swiftly, and at each bend we were swept safely past them. The horsemen called curses down on us, then galloped on to find the next bend from where they could launch their spears and arrows at us. Just before the sea, there was a long straight stretch of the river, and Nemui's horsemen kept pace with us all down the length of that reach. And that was when I first saw Nemui herself. She rode a white horse, was dressed in a white robe, and had her hair tonsured like a druid. She carried Merlin's staff, and wore a sword at her side. She shouted at us, but the wind snatched her words away, and then the river curved eastwards, and we slid away from her between the reed-thick banks. Nemui turned away, and spurred her horse towards the river's mouth. "We're safe now," Arthur said. We could smell the sea. Gulls called above us. Ahead was the endless sound of waves breaking on a shore, and Balig and the Saxon were hitching the sail's yard to the ropes that hoisted it up the mast. There was one last great loop of the river to negotiate, one last encounter with Nemui's horsemen to endure, and then we would be swept out into the Seven Sea. "How many men did we lose?" Arthur wanted to know, and we shouted questions and answers back and forth between the small fleet. Only 2 men had been struck by arrows, and the one stranded boat had been overwhelmed, but most of his small army was safe. "Poor Emrys," Arthur said, and then was silent for a while, but he pushed the melancholy aside. "In 3 days," he said, "we'll be with Sagramor." He had sent messages eastwards, and now that Mordred's army had left Dumnonia, there was surely nothing to stop Sagramor coming to meet us. "We shall have a small army," Arthur said, "but a good one. Good enough to beat Mordred. And then we start all over again." "Start over again?" I asked. "Beat back Cerdic once more," he said, "and knock some sense into Murik." He laughed bitterly. "There's always one more battle. Have you noticed that? Whenever you think everything is settled, it all seethes up again." He touched Excalibur's hilt. "Poor Higwith. I shall miss him." "You'll miss me too, Lord," I said gloomily. The stump of my left wrist was throbbing painfully, and my missing hand was unaccountably itching with a sensation so real that I kept trying to scratch it. "I'll miss you?" Arthur asked, raising an eyebrow. "When Sansom summons me." "Ah, the Mouse Lord." He gave me a quick smile. "I think our Mouse Lord will want to come back to Dumnonia, don't you? I can't see him gaining preferment in Gwent. They have too many bishops already. No, he'll want to come back, and poor Morgan will want the shrine at Inniswidron again. So I shall make a bargain with them. Your soul for Gwydra's permission for them to live in Dumnonia. We'll free you of the Oath Devil. Never you mind." He slapped my shoulder, then clambered forward to where Guinevere sat beneath the mast. Balig plucked an arrow from the sternpost, twisted away its iron head that he'd tucked into a pocket for safekeeping, then tossed the feathered shaft overboard. "Don't like the look of that," he said to me, jerking his chin towards the west. I turned and saw there were black clouds far out to sea. "Rain coming?" I asked. "Could be a bite of wind in it too," he said ominously, then spat overboard to avert the ill luck. "But we don't have far to go. We could miss it." He leaned on the steering oar as the boat was swept about the last great loop of the river. We were going west now, hard into the wind, and the river's surface was choppy with small white-flecked waves that shattered on our bow and splashed back across the deck. The sail was still lowered. "Pull now!" Balig called to our oarsmen. The Saxon had one oar, Galahad another. Taliesin and Killock had the middle bench, and Killock's 2 sons completed the crew. The 6 men pulled hard, fighting the wind, but the current and tide still helped us. The banners at prow and stern snapped hard in the wind, rattling the arrows trapped in their weave. Ahead of us, the river turned southwards, and it was there I knew that Balig would hoist the sails so that the wind would help us down the long sea reach. Once at sea, we would be forced to keep inside the withy-marked channel that ran between the wide shallows until we reached the deep water, where we could turn away from the wind and race across to the Dumnonian shore.
"It won't take long to cross,"
Balig said comfortingly, glancing at the clouds.
"Not long. Should outrun that bit of wind."
"Can the boats stay together?" I asked.
"Near enough."
He jerked his head at the boat immediately in front of us.
"That old tub will lag behind. Sails like a pregnant pig, she does. But near enough. Near enough."
Nimui's horsemen waited for us on a spit of land that lay where the river turned south towards the sea. As we came closer, she rode out from the mass of spearmen and urged her horse into the shallow water. And as we came closer still, I saw 2 of her spearmen drag a captive into the shallows beside her. At first I thought it must be one of our men, taken from the stranded boat. But then I saw that the prisoner was Merlin. His beard had been cut off, and his unkempt white hair blew ragged in the rising wind as he stared blindly towards us. But I could have sworn that he was smiling. I could not see his face clearly, for the distance was too great. But I do swear he was smiling as he was pulled into the small waves. He knew what was about to happen. Then, suddenly, so did I, and there was nothing I could do to prevent it. Nimue had been carried from this sea as a child. She had been captured in Demetia by a band of slave raiders, then brought across the Seven Sea to Dumnonia. But on the voyage, a storm rose, and all the raiders' ships were sunk. The crews and their captives drowned. All but for Nimue, who had come safe from the sea onto Inisware's rocky shore, and Merlin, rescuing the child, had called her Vivian, because she was so plainly beloved by Manawyddan, the sea god, and Vivian is a name that belongs to Manawyddan. Nimue, being cross-grained, had ever refused to use the name, but I remembered it now, and I remembered that Manawyddan loved her, and I knew she was about to use the gods' help to work a great curse on us.
"What is she doing?"
Arthur asked. "Don't watch, Lord," I said. The 2 spearmen had waded back to shore, leaving the blinded Merlin alone beside Nimue's horse. He made no attempt to escape. He just stood there, his hair streaming white, while Nimue drew a knife from her sword-belt. It was the knife of Laufredith.
"No!"
Arthur shouted. But the wind carried his protest back in our boat's path, back across the marshes and the reeds, back to nowhere.
"No!"
he called again. Nimue pointed her druid staff towards the west, raised her head to the skies, and howled. Still, Merlin did not move. Our fleet swept past them, each boat coming close to the shallows where Nimue's horse stood, before being snatched southwards as the crews hoisted their sails. Nimue waited until our flag-hung boat came near, and then she lowered her head and gazed at us with her one eye. She was smiling, and so was Merlin. I was close enough to see clearly now, and he was still smiling as Nimue leaned down from her saddle with the knife. One hard stroke was all it needed, and Merlin's long white hair and his long white robe turned red. Nimue howled again. I had heard her howl many times, but never like that, for this howl mingled agony with triumph. She had worked her spell. She slid off the horse and let go of her staff. Merlin must have died quickly, but his body still thrashed in the small waves, and for a few heartbeats it looked as though Nimue was wrestling with the dead man. Her white robe was spattered with red, and the red was instantly diluted by the sea as she heaved and pushed Merlin's corpse further into the water. At last, free of the mud, he floated, and she pushed him out into the current as a gift for her lord, Manawyddan. And what a gift she gave! The body of a druid is powerful magic, as powerful as any that this poor world possesses, and Merlin was the last and the greatest of the druids. Others came after him, of course, but none had his knowledge, and none his wisdom, and none had half his power. And all that power was now given to one spell, one incantation to the god of the sea who had rescued Nimue so many years before. She plucked the staff from where it floated on the waves, and pointed it at our boat. Then she laughed. She put her head back and laughed like the mad who had followed her from the mountains to this killing in the waters.
"You will live,"
she called to our boat,
"and we shall meet again."
Balig hoisted the sail and the wind caught it, and snatched us down the sea reach. None of us spoke. We just stared back towards Nimue, and to where, white in the turmoil of the grey waves, the body of Merlin followed us towards the deep, where Manawyddan waited for us. We turned our boat southeast to let the wind drive into the tattered sail's belly, and my stomach heaved with every lurching wave. Balig was struggling with the steering oar. We had shipped the other oars, letting the wind do the work, but the strong tide was driving against us, and it kept pushing our boat's head round to the south, where the wind would make the sails slap, and the steering oar would bend alarmingly. But slowly the boat would come back. The sail would crack like a great whip as it filled again, and the bows would dip into a wave trough, and my belly would churn and the bile rise in my throat. The sky darkened. Balig looked up at the clouds, spat, then heaved on the steering oar again. The first rain came, great drops that spattered on the deck and darkened the dirty sail. "Pull in those banners!" Balig shouted. And Galahad furled the forward flag while I struggled to free the flag at the stern. Guidra helped me bring it down, then lost his balance as the boat tipped on a wave crest. He fell against the gunwale as the water broke over the bow. "Bail!" Balig shouted. "Bail!" The wind was rising now. I vomited over the boat's quarter, then looked up to see the rest of the fleet tossing in a grey nightmare of broken water and flying spindrift. I heard a crack above me, and looked up to see that our sail had split in two. Balig cursed. Behind us the shore was a dark line, and beyond it, lit by sunlight, the hills of Siluria glowed green, but all around us was dark and wet and threatening. "Bail!" Balig shouted again. And those who were in the belly of the boat used helmets to scoop the water from around the bundles of treasure, armour, and food. And then the storm hit. Till now we had suffered only from the storm's outriders, but now the wind howled across the sea, and the rain came flat and stinging above the whitened waves. I lost sight of the other boats, so thick was the rain, and so dark the sky. The shore disappeared, and all I could see was a nightmare of short, high, white-crested waves, from which the water flew to drench our boat. The sail flogged itself to ragged shreds that streamed from the spar like broken banners. Thunder split the sky, and the boat fell off a wave crest, and I saw the water, green and black, surging up to spill across the gunwales. But somehow Balig steered the bow into the wave, and the water hesitated at the boat's rim, then dropped away as we rose to the next wind-tortured crest. "Lighten the boat!" Balig screamed over the storm's howl. We threw the gold overboard. We jettisoned Arthur's treasure, and my treasure, and Guidra's treasure, and Killuck's treasure. We gave it all to Manawyddan, pouring coins and cups and candlesticks and gold bars into his greedy maw, and still he wanted more. And so we hurled the baskets of food and the furled banners overboard. But Arthur would not give him his armour, and nor would I. And so we stowed the armour and our weapons in the tiny cabin under the afterdeck, and instead threw some of the ship's stone ballast after the gold. We reeled about the boat like drunken men, tossed by the waves and with our feet sliding in a slopping mix of vomit and water. Morwenna clutched her children. Cynwyn and Guinevere prayed. Taliesin bailed with a helmet, while Killock and Galahad helped Ballig and the Saxon crewmen to lower the remnants of the sail. They threw the sail overboard, spar and all, but tied its wreckage to a long horsehair rope that they looped about the boat's sternpost. And the drag of the spar and sail somehow turned our boat's head into the wind, so that we faced the storm and rode its anger in great swooping lurches.
"I never knew the storm move so quick!"
Ballig shouted to me. And no wonder. This was no usual storm, but a fury brought by a druid's death, and the world shrieked air and sea about our ears as our creaking ship rose and fell to the pounding waves. Water spurted between the planks of the hull, but we bailed it out as fast as it came. Then I saw the first wreckage on the crest of a wave, and a moment later glimpsed a man swimming. He tried to call to us, but the sea drove him under. Arthur's fleet was being destroyed. Sometimes, as a squall passed and the air momentarily cleared, we could see men bailing madly and see how low their boats rode in the turmoil. And then the storm would blind us again, and when it lifted again, there were no boats visible at all, just floating timbers. Arthur's fleet, boat by boat, was sunk, and his men and women drowned. The men who wore their armour died the quickest. And all the while, just beyond the sea-fretted wreckage of our sail that dragged behind our labouring boat, Merlin's body followed us. He appeared sometime after we had hurled the sail overboard, and then he stayed with us, and I would see his white robe on the face of a wave, see it vanish, only to glimpse it again as the seas moved on. Once it seemed as though he lifted his head from the water, and I saw the wound in his throat had been washed white by the ocean, and he stared at us from his empty sockets. But then the waters dipped him down, and I touched an iron nail in the sternpost and begged Manawyddan to take the druid down to the sea's bed. "Take him down," I prayed, "and send his soul to the other world." But every time I looked, he was still there, his white hair fanning about his head on the swirling sea. Merlin was there, but no more boats. We peered through the rain and flying spray, but there was nothing there except a dark churning sky, a grey and dirty white sea, wreckage, and Merlin. Always Merlin. And I think he was protecting us. Not because he wanted us safe, but because Nimue had still not finished with us. Our boat carried what she most desired, and so our boat alone must be preserved through Manawyddan's waters. Merlin did not disappear until the storm itself had vanished. I saw his face one last time, and then he just went down. For a heartbeat, he was a white shape with spread arms in the green heart of a wave. And then he was gone. And with his disappearance, the wind's spite died, and the rain ceased. The sea still tossed us, but the air cleared, and the clouds turned from black to grey, and then to broken white. And all about us was an empty sea. Ours was the only boat left, and as Arthur stared around the grey waves, I saw the tears in his eyes. His men were gone to Manawyddan. All of them. All his brave men, save we few. A whole army was gone, and we were alone. We retrieved the spar and the remnants of the sail, and then we rowed for the rest of that long day. Every man except me had blistered hands, and even I tried to row, but found my one good hand was not enough to manage an oar, and so I sat and watched as we pulled southwards through the rolling seas until, by evening, our keel grated on sand, and we struggled ashore with what few possessions we still had left. We slept in the dunes, and in the morning we cleaned the salt off our weapons, and counted what coins we still had. Balig and his Saxons stayed with their boat, claiming they could salvage her, and I gave him my last piece of gold, embraced him, and then followed Arthur south. We found a hall in the coastal hills, and the lord of that hall proved to be a supporter of Arthur's, and he gave us a saddle horse and 2 mules. We tried to give him gold, but he refused it. "I wish," he said, "I had spearmen to give you. But alas," he shrugged. His haul was poor, and he had already given us more than he could afford. We ate his food, dried our clothes by his fire, and afterwards sat with Arthur under the apple blossom in the hall's orchard.
"We can't fight Mordred now,"
Arthur told us bleakly. Mordred's forces numbered at least 350 spearmen, and Nemui's followers would help him so long as he pursued us, while Sagramor had fewer than 200 men. The war was lost before it had even properly begun.
"Oengus will come to help us,"
Kiluk suggested.
"He'll try," Arthur agreed. "But Murik will never let the Black Shields march through Gwent."
"And Cerdic will come," Galahad said quietly. "As soon as he hears that Mordred is fighting us, he'll march, and we shall have 200 men."
"Fewer,"
Arthur interjected. "To fight how many?" Galahad asked. 400? 5? And our survivors, even if we win, will have to turn and face Cerdic. "Then what do we do?" Guinevere asked. Arthur smiled.
"We go to Armorica," he said. "Mordred won't pursue us there."
"He might," Kiluk growled.
"Then we face that problem when it comes,"
Arthur said calmly. He was bitter that morning, but not angry. Fate had given him a terrible blow, so all he could do now was reshape his plans and try to give us hope. He reminded us that King Budic of Brociliand was married to his sister Anna, and Arthur was certain the king would give us shelter.
"We shall be poor."
He gave Guinevere an apologetic smile.
"But we have friends, and they will help us. And Brociliand will welcome Sagramor's spearmen. We shan't starve. And who knows?"
He gave his son a smile.
"Mordred might die, and we can come back."
"But Nemui," I said, "will pursue us to the world's end." Arthur grimaced.
"Then Nemui must be killed," he said. "But that problem must also wait its time. What we need to do now is decide how we reach Brociliand."
"We go to Camlan," I said, "and ask for Cathig, the boatman." Arthur looked at me, surprised by the certainty in my voice.
"Cathig?"
"Merlin arranged it, Lord," I said, "and told me of it. It is his final gift to you." Arthur closed his eyes. He was thinking of Merlin, and for a heartbeat or two I thought he was going to shed tears. But instead he just shuddered.
"To Camlan, then," he said, opening his eyes.
Ineon, Kiluk's son, took the saddle horse and rode eastwards in search of Sagramor. He took new orders that instructed Sagramor to find boats and go south across the sea to Armorica. Ineon would tell the Numidian that we sought our own boat at Camlan, and would look to meet him on Brociliand's shore. There was to be no battle against Mordred, no acclamation on Caer Cadern, just an ignominious flight across the sea. When Ineon had left, we put Arthur Bach and little Seren on one of the mules, heaped our armour on the other, and walked south. By now, Arthur knew, Mordred would have discovered that we had fled from Siluria, and Dumnonia's army would already be retracing its steps. Nemui's men would doubtless be with them, and they had the advantage of the hard Roman roads, while we had miles of hilly country to cross. And so we hurried. Or we tried to hurry. But the hills were steep, the road was long, Kynwyn was still weak, the mules were slow, and Kiluk had limped ever since the long-ago battle we had fought against Ael outside London. We made a slow journey of it, but Arthur seemed resigned to his fate now.
Mordred won't know where to seek us, he said.
Nimue might, I suggested. Who knows what she forced Merlin to tell her at the end? Arthur said nothing for a while. We were walking through a wood, bright with bluebells and soft with the New Year's leaves.
You know what I should do? He said after a while. I should find a deep well and throw Excalibur into its depths, and then cover her with stones so that no one will ever find her between now and the world's ending.
Why don't you, Lord? He smiled and touched the sword's hilt.
I'm used to her now. I shall keep her till I need her no more. But if I must, I shall hide her. Not yet, though.
He walked on, pensive.
Are you angry with me?
He asked after a long pause. With you? Why? He gestured as if to encompass all Dumnonia, all that sad country that was so bright with blossom and new leaf on that spring morning.
If I'd stayed, Derfel, he said, if I'd denied Mordred his power, this would not have happened.
He sounded regretful. But who was ever to know, I asked, that Mordred would prove a soldier, or raise an army?
True, he admitted. And when I agreed to Murig's demand, I thought Mordred would rot away in Dernavaria. I thought he'd drink himself into his grave, or fall into a quarrel and fetch a knife in the back.
He shook his head.
He should never have been king. But what choice did I have? I had sworn Uther's oath.
It all went back to that oath, and I remembered the High Council, the last to be held in Britain, where Uther had devised the oath that would make Mordred king. Uther had been an old man then, gross and sick and dying, and I had been a child who wanted nothing more than to become a spearman. It was all so long ago, and Nimue had been my friend in those days. Uther didn't even want you to be one of the oath-takers, I said.
I never thought he did, Arthur said, but I took it. And an oath is an oath, and if we purposefully break one, then we break faith with all.
More oaths had been broken, I thought, than had ever been kept, but I said nothing. Arthur had tried to keep his oaths, and that was a comfort to him. He smiled suddenly, and I saw that his mind had veered off onto a happier subject.
Long ago, he told me, I saw a piece of land in Broceliande. It was a valley leading to the south coast, and I remember a stream and some birches there, and I thought, what a good place it would be for a man to build a hall and make a life. I laughed. Even now, all he really wanted was a hall, some land, and friends about him. The very same things he had always desired. He had never loved palaces, nor rejoiced in power, though he had loved the practice of war. He tried to deny that love, but he was good at battle, and quick in thought, and that made him a deadly soldier. It was soldiering that had made him famous, and had let him unite the Britons and defeat the Saxons. But then his shyness about power, and his perverse belief in the innate goodness of man, and his fervent adherence to the sanctity of oaths, had let lesser men undo his work. "A timber hall," he said dreamily, "with a pillared arcade facing the sea. Guinevere loves the sea. And the land slopes southwards towards a beach, and we can make our hall above it, so that all day and night we can hear the waves falling on the sand. And behind the hall," he went on, "I shall build a new smithy." "So you can torture more metal?" I asked. "Ars longa," he said lightly. "Vita brevis." "Latin?" I asked. He nodded. "The arts are long, life is short." "I shall improve, Derfel. My fault is impatience. I see the form of the metal I want and hurry it. But iron won't be hurried." He put a hand on my bandaged arm. "You and I have years yet, Derfel.
I hope so, Lord.
Years and years, he said. Years to grow old and listen to songs and tell stories.
And dream of Britain? I asked.
We served her well, he said. And now she must serve herself.
And if the Sace come back? I asked. And men call for you again? Will you return?
He smiled. I might return to give Gwyndra his throne, but otherwise I shall hang Excalibur on the highest rafter of my hall's high roof, Derfel, and let the cobweb shroud her. I shall watch the sea and plant my crops and see my grandchildren grow. You and I are done, my friend. We've discharged our oaths.
All but one, I said. He looked at me sharply.
You mean my oath to help Ban?
I had forgotten that oath. The one, the only one, that Arthur had failed to keep. And his failure had ridden him hard ever since. Ban's kingdom of Benwick had gone down to the Franks, and though Arthur had sent men, he had not gone to Benwick himself. But that was long in the past, and I, for one, had never blamed Arthur for the failure. He had wanted to help, but Ael's Saxons had been pressing hard at the time, and he could not have fought two wars at once.
No, Lord,
I said. I was thinking of my oath to Sanson.
Oh, the Mouse Lord will forget you,
Arthur said dismissively. He forgets nothing, Lord.
Then we shall have to change his mind,
Arthur said.
For I do not think I can grow old without you.
Nor I without you, Lord.
So, we shall hide ourselves away, you and I, and men will ask, where is Arthur? And where is Derfel? And where is Galahad or Kynwyn? And no one will know, for we shall be hidden under the birch trees beside the sea.
He laughed, but he could see that dream so close now, and the hope of it drove him on through the last miles of our long journey. It took us 4 days and nights, but at last we reached Dumnonia's southern shore. We had skirted the great moor, and we came to the ocean while walking on the ridge of a high hill. We paused at the ridge's crest, while the evening light streamed over our shoulders to light the wide river valley that opened to the sea beneath us. This was Camlan. I had been here before, for this was the southern country below Dumnonian Isker, where the local folk tattooed their faces blue. I had served Lord Owain when I first came, and it was under his leadership that I had joined the massacre on the high moors. Years later, I had ridden close to this hill when I went with Arthur to try and save Tristan's life, though my attempt failed and Tristan had died. And now I had returned a third time. It was lovely country, as beautiful as any I had seen in Britain, though for me it held memories of murder, and I knew I would be glad to see it fade behind Cathig's boat. We stared down at our journey's end. The River Exe flowed to the sea beneath us, but before it reached the ocean, it formed a great, wide sea lake that was penned from the ocean by a narrow spit of sand. That spit was the place men called Camlan, and at its tip, just visible from our high perch, the Romans had built a small fortress. Inside the fort they had raised a great high becket of iron that had once held a fire at night to warn approaching galleys of the treacherous sandspit. Now we gazed down at the sea lake, the sandspit and the green shore. No enemy was in sight. No spear blade reflected the day's late sun. No horsemen rode the shore tracks, and no spearmen darkened the narrow tongue of sand. We could have been alone in all the universe.
"You know Cathig?"
Arthur asked me, breaking the silence. "I met him once, Lord, years ago."
"Then find him, Derfel, and tell him we shall wait for him at the fort."
I looked southwards towards the sea. Huge and empty and glittering, it was the path to take us from Britain. Then I went downhill to make the voyage possible. The last glimmering light of evening lit my way to Cathig's house. I had asked folk for directions and had been guided to a small cabin that lay on the shore north of Camlan. And now, because the tide was only halfway in, the cabin faced a gleaming expanse of empty mud. Cathig's boat was not in the water, but perched high and dry on land with its keel supported by rollers and its hull by wooden poles.
"Predwen, she's called,"
Cathig said without any greeting. He had seen me standing beside his boat and now came from his house. The old man was thickly bearded, deeply suntanned, and dressed in a woolen jerkin that was stained with pitch and glittering with fish scales. "Merlin sent me," I said.
"Reckon he would. Said he would. Is he coming himself?"
"He's dead," I said. Cathig spat.
"I never thought to hear that."
He spat a second time.
"Thought death would give him a miss."
"He was murdered," I said. Cathig stooped and threw some logs on a fire that burned under a bubbling pot. The pot held pitch, and I could see that he had been caulking the gaps between Prydwen's planks. The boat looked beautiful. Her wooden hull had been scraped clean, and the shining new layer of wood contrasted with the deep black of the pitch-soaked caulking that stopped the water spurting between her timbers. She had a high prow, a tall sternpost, and a long, newly made mast that now rested on trestles beside the stranded hull.
"You'll be wanting her, then,"
Cathig said. "There are 13 of us," I told him, "waiting at the fort."
"Tomorrow, this time,"
he said. "Not till then?" I asked, alarmed at the delay.
"Oh, you didn't know you were coming," he grumbled, "and I can't launch her till high water, and that'll be tomorrow morning. And by the time I get a mast shipped and the sail bent on and the steerboard shipped, the tide'll be ebbed again. She'll float again by mid-afternoon, she will, and I'll come for you quick as I can. But like as not, it'll be dusk. You should have sent me word."
That was true. But none of us had thought to send a warning to Cathig, for none of us understood boats. We had thought to come here, find the boat, and sail away, but we had never dreamed that the boat might be out of the water. "Are there other boats?" I asked.
"Not for 13 folk," he said, "and none that can take you where I'm going."
"To Brasiliant," I said.
"I'll take you where Merlin told me to take you,"
Cathig said obstinately, then stumped around to Prydwen's bow and pointed up to a grey stone that was about the size of an apple. There was nothing remarkable about the stone, except that it had been skilfully worked into the ship's stern, where it was held by the oak like a gem clasped by a gold setting.
"He gave me that bit of rock,"
Cathig said, meaning Merlin.
"A wraithstone, that is."
"Wraithstone?" I asked, never having heard of such a thing.
"It'll take Arthur where Merlin wanted him to go, and nothing else will take him there, and no other boat can take him there. Only a boat that Merlin named," Cathig said.
The name Prydwen meant Britain.
"Arthur is with you?"
Cathig asked me, suddenly anxious. "Yes."
"Then I'll bring the gold as well,"
Cathig said.
"Gold? The old man left it for Arthur. Reckon he'd want it. No good to me, gold can't catch a fish. It bought me a new sail, I'll say that for it. And Merlin told me to buy the sail, and so he had to give me gold. But gold don't catch fish. Catches women," he chuckled, "but not fish."
I looked up at the stranded boat. "Do you need help?" I asked. Cathig offered a humorless laugh.
"And what help can you give, you and your short arm? Can you caulk a boat? Can you step a mast or bend on a sail?" He spat. "I only have to whistle and I'll have a score of men helping me. You'll hear us singing in the morning, and that'll mean we're hauling her down the rollers into the water. Tomorrow evening," he nodded curtly to me, "I'll look for you at the fort."
He turned and went back to his hut, and I went to join Arthur. It was dark by then, and all the stars of heaven pricked the sky. A moon shimmered a long trail across the sea and lit the broken walls of the little fort where we would wait for Prydwen. We had one last day in Britain, I thought. One last night and one last day. And then we would sail with Arthur into the moon's path, and Britain would be nothing but a memory. The night wind blew soft across the fort's broken wall. The rusted remnant of the ancient beacon tilted on its bleached pole above us. The small waves broke on the long beach. The moon slowly dropped into the sea's embrace, and the night darkened. We slept in the small shelter of the ramparts. The Romans had made the walls of the fort out of sand, on which they had mounded turf planted with seagrass, and then they had placed a wooden palisade along the wall's top. The wall must have been feeble even when it had been built, but the fort had never been anything more than a lookout station, and a place where a small detachment of men could shelter from the sea winds as they tended the beacon. The wooden palisade was almost all decayed now, and the rain and wind had worn much of the sand wall down, but in a few places it still stood 4 or 5 feet high. The morning dawned clear, and we watched as a cluster of small fishing boats put out to sea for their day's work. Their departure left only Prydwen beside the sea lake. Arthur Bach and Seren played on the lake's sand, where there were no breakers, while Galahad walked with Kilhuc's remaining son up the coast to find food. They came back with bread, dried fish, and a wooden pail of warm, fresh milk. We were all oddly happy that morning. I remember the laughter as we watched Seren roll down the face of a dune, and how we cheered when Arthur Bach tugged a great bunch of seaweed out of the shallows and up onto the sand. The huge green mass must have weighed as much as he did, but he pulled and jerked and somehow dragged the heavy tangle right up to the fort's broken wall. Gwydir and I applauded his efforts, and afterwards we fell to talking. "If I'm not meant to be king," Gwydir said, "then so be it." "Fate is inexorable," I said. And when he looked quizzically at me, I smiled. That was one of Merlin's favourite sayings. That and, "Don't be absurd, Derfel." I was always absurd to him. "I'm sure you weren't," he said loyally. "We all were, except perhaps Nimue and Morgan. The rest of us simply weren't clever enough. Your mother, maybe, but she and he were never really friends." "I wish I'd known him better." "When you're old, Gwydir," I said, "you can still tell men that you met Merlin. No one will believe me." "No, they probably won't," I said. "And by the time you're old, they'll have invented new stories about him. And about your father, too." I tossed a scrap of shell down the face of the fort. From far off across the water, I could hear the strong sound of men chanting, and knew I listened to the launching of Prydwen. Not long now, I told myself. Not long now. "Maybe no one will ever know the truth," I said to Gwydir. "The truth?" "About your father," I said. "Or about Merlin. Already there were songs that gave the credit for Minith Badon to Murig, of all people, and many songs that extolled Lancelot above Arthur. I looked around for Taliesin and wondered if he would correct those songs. That morning the bard had told us that he had no intention of crossing the sea with us, but would walk back to Siluria or Powys, and I think Taliesin had only come with us that far so that he could talk with Arthur, and thus learn from him the tale of his life. Or perhaps Taliesin had seen the future, and had come to watch it unfold. But whatever his reasons, the bard was talking with Arthur now, but Arthur suddenly left Taliesin's side and hurried towards the shore of the sea lake. He stood there for a long while, peering northwards. Then suddenly he turned and ran to the nearest high dune. He clambered up its face, then turned and stared northwards again. "Derfel!" Arthur called. "Derfel!" I slithered down the fort's face and hurried over the sand and up the dune's flank.
"What do you see?"
Arthur asked me. I stared northwards across the glittering sea lake. I could see Prydwen halfway down its slip, and I could see the fires where salt was panned and the daily catches were smoked, and I could see some fishermen's nets hanging from spars planted in the sand. And then I saw the horsemen. Sunlight glittered off a spear point, then another, and suddenly I could see a score of men, maybe more, pounding along a road that led well inland of the sea lake shore.
"Hide!"
Arthur shouted, and we slid down the dune, snatched up Seren and Arthur Bach, and crouched like guilty things inside the fort's crumbling ramparts.
"They'll have seen us, Lord,"
I said.
"Maybe not." "How many men?"
Killock asked.
20,
Arthur guessed.
30, maybe more. They were coming from some trees. There could be 100 of them.
There was a soft scraping noise, and I turned to see that Killock had drawn his sword. He grinned at me.
"I don't care if it's 200 men, Derfel. They're not cutting my beard."
"Why would they want your beard?" Galahad asked, a smelly thing full of lice. Killock laughed. He liked to tease Galahad, and to be teased in return, and he was still thinking of his reply when Arthur cautiously raised his head above the rampart and stared west towards the place where the approaching spearmen would appear. He went very still, and his stillness quieted us. Then suddenly he stood and waved.
"It's Sagramore!"
he called to us, and the joy in his voice was unmistakable.
"It's Sagramore!"
he said again, and he was so excited that Arthur Bach took up the happy cry.
"It's Sagramore!"
the small boy shouted, and the rest of us clambered over the rampart to see Sagramore's grim black flag streaming from a skull-tipped spear shaft. Sagramore himself, in his conical black helmet, was in the lead, and, seeing Arthur, he spurred forward across the sand. Arthur ran to greet him. Sagramore vaulted from his horse, stumbled to his knees, and clasped Arthur about the waist.
"Lord,"
Sagramore said, in a rare display of feeling.
"Lord, I thought not to see you again."
Arthur raised him, then embraced him.
"We would have met in Broceliande, my friend." "Broceliande?"
Sagramore said, then spat.
"I hate the sea."
There were tears on his black face, and I remembered him telling me once why he followed Arthur. Because, he had said, when I had nothing, Arthur gave me everything. Sagramore had not come here because he was reluctant to board a ship, but because Arthur needed help. The Numidian had brought 83 men, and Aeneon, Killock's son, had come with them.
"I only had 92 horses, Lord,"
Sagramore told Arthur.
"I've been collecting them for months."
He had hoped he could outride Mordred's forces, and so bring all his men safe to Siluria. But instead, he had brought as many as he could to this dry spit of sand between the sea lake and the ocean. Some of the horses had collapsed on the way, but 83 had come through safe.
"And where are your other men?"
Arthur asked.
"They sailed south yesterday, with all our families,"
Sagramore said, then pulled back from Arthur's embrace and looked at us. We must have appeared a sorry and battered group, for he offered one of his rare smiles before bowing low to Guinevere and Cynwyn.
"We have only one boat coming,"
Arthur said worriedly.
"Then you will take that one boat, Lord,"
Sagramore said calmly,
"and we shall ride west into Cornwell. We can find boats there and follow you south. But I wanted to meet you this side of the water, in case your enemies found you too."
"We've seen none so far," Arthur said, touching Excalibur's hilt. "At least, not this side of the Seven Sea. And I pray we shall see none all day. Our boat comes at dusk, and then we leave."
"So I shall guard you till dusk,"
Sagramore said. And his men slid from their saddles, took their shields from their backs, and planted their spears in the sand. Their horses, sweat-whitened and panting, stood exhausted, while Sagramore's men stretched their tired arms and legs. We were now a war band, almost an army, and our banner was Sagramor's black flag. But then, just an hour later, on horses as tired as Sagramor's, the enemy came to Camlan. Kynwyn helped me pull on my armour, for it was hard to manage the heavy mail shirt with only one hand, and impossible to buckle the bronze greaves that I had taken at Minith Badon, and which protected my legs from the spear thrust that comes under the shield rim. Once the greaves and the mail were in place, and once Howlbane's belt was buckled around my waist, I let Kynwyn fasten the shield to my left arm. "Tighter," I told her, instinctively pressing against my mailcoat to feel the small lump where her brooch was attached to my shirt. It was safely there, a talisman that had seen me through countless battles.
"Maybe they won't attack,"
she said, tugging the shield straps as tight as they would go. "Pray that they don't," I said.
"Pray to whom?"
she asked with a grim smile. "To whichever god you trust the most, my love," I said, then kissed her. I pulled on my helmet, and she fastened the strap under my chin. The dent made in the helmet's crown at Minith Badon had been hammered smooth, and a new iron plate riveted to cover the gash. I kissed Kynwyn again, then closed the cheek pieces. The wind blew the wolf-tail plume in front of the helmet's eye slits, and I flicked my head back to throw the long grey hair aside. It was the very last wolf-tail. The others had been massacred by Mordred, or taken down into Manawyddan's keeping. I was the last, just as I was the last warrior alive to carry Kynwyn's star on my shield. I hefted my war spear, its shaft as thick as Kynwyn's wrist, and its blade a sharpened wedge of Moradig's finest steel. "Cathig will be here soon," I told her. "We won't have long to wait."
"Just all day,"
Kynwyn said, and she glanced up the sea lake to where Prydwen floated at the edge of the mudbank. Men were hauling her mast upright, but soon the falling tide would strand the boat again, and we would have to wait for the waters to rise. But at least the enemy had not bothered Cathig, and had no reason to do so. To them he was doubtless just another fisherman, and no business of theirs. We were their business. There were 60 or 70 of the enemy, all of them horsemen, and they must have ridden hard to reach us, but now they were waiting at the spit's landward end, and we all knew that other spearmen would be following them. By dusk we could face an army, maybe two, for Nemui's men would surely be hurrying with Mordred's spearmen. Arthur was in his war finery. His scale armour, which had tongues of gold amidst the iron plates, glinted in the sun. I watched him pull on his helmet that was crested with white goose feathers. Higwyth would usually have armoured him, but Higwyth was dead, so Guinevere strapped Excalibur's cross-hatched scabbard about his waist and hung the white cloak on his shoulders. He smiled at her, leaned to hear her speak, laughed, then closed the helmet's cheek pieces. 2 men helped him up into the saddle of one of Sagramor's horses, and once he was mounted, they passed him his spear and his silver-sheeted shield, from which the cross had long been stripped away. He took the reins with his shield hand, then kicked the horse towards us. "Let's stir them up," he called down to Sagramor, who stood beside me. Arthur planned to lead 30 horsemen towards the enemy, then feint a panicked withdrawal that he hoped would tempt them into a trap. We left a score of men to guard the women and children in the fort, while the rest of us followed Sagramor to a deep hollow behind a dune that fronted the sea's beach. The whole sandspit west of the fort was a confusion of dunes and hollows that formed a maze of traps and blind alleys, and only the spit's final 200 paces east of the fort offered level ground. Arthur waited until we were hidden, then led his 30 men west along the sea-rippled sand that lay close to the breaking waves. We crouched under the high dune's cover. I had left my spear at the fort, preferring to fight this battle with Howlbane alone. Sagramor also planned to fight with sword alone, He was scrubbing a patch of rust from his curved blade with a handful of sand.
"You lost your beard,"
he grunted at me. "I exchanged it for Amhar's life." I saw a flash of teeth as he grinned behind the shadow of his helmet's cheek-pieces.
"A good exchange," he said. "And your hand?"
"To magic."
"Not your sword hand, though."
He held the blade to catch the light, was satisfied that the rust was gone, then cocked his head listening, but we could hear nothing except the breaking waves.
"I shouldn't have come,"
he said after a while. "Why not? I had never known Sagramore to shirk a fight."
"They must have followed me,"
he said, jerking his head westwards to indicate the enemy. "Well, they might have known we were coming here anyway," I said, trying to comfort him. Though unless Merlin had betrayed Camlan to Nimue, it seemed more likely that Mordred would indeed have left some lightly armoured horsemen to watch Sagramore, and that those scouts must have betrayed our hiding place. Whatever. It was too late now. Mordred's men knew where we were, and now it was a race between Cathig and the enemy. "Hear that?" Gwydir called. He was in armour and had his father's bear on his shield. He was nervous, and no wonder, for this would be his first real battle. I listened. My leather-padded helmet muffled sound, but at last I heard the thud of hoofs on sand.
"Keep down!"
Sagramore snarled at those men who attempted to peer over the crest of the dune. The horses were galloping down the sea's beach, and we were hidden from that beach by the dune. The sound drew nearer, rising to a thunder of hoofs as we gripped our spears and swords. Sagramore's helmet was crested with the mask of a snarling fox. I stared at the fox, but heard only the growing noise of the horses. It was warm, and sweat was trickling down my face. The mail coat felt heavy, but it always did until the fighting started. The first hoofs pounded past, then Arthur was shouting from the beach. "No!" he called. "No, no, no!"
"Go!"
Sagramore shouted, and we all scrambled up the dune's inner face. Our boots slipped in the sand, and it seemed I would never reach the top. But then we were over the crest and running down onto the beach, where a swirl of horsemen churned the hard, wet sand beside the sea. Arthur had turned, and his 30 men had clashed with their pursuers, who outnumbered Arthur's men by 2 to 1. But those pursuers now saw us running towards their flank, and the more prudent immediately turned and galloped west towards safety. Most stayed to fight. I screamed a challenge, took a horseman's spear point plumb on the centre of my shield, raked Howlbane across the horse's rear leg to hamstring the animal, and then, as the horse tipped towards me, I swept Howlbane hard into the rider's back. He yelped in pain, and I jumped back as horse and man collapsed in a flurry of hoofs, sand, and blood. I kicked the twitching man in the face, stabbed down with Howlbane, then back-swung the sword at a panicked horseman who feebly stabbed at me with his spear. Sagramore was keening a terrible war-cry, and Gwydir was spearing a fallen man at the sea's edge. The enemy were breaking from the fight and spurring their horses to safety through the sea's shallows, where the receding water sucked a swirl of sand and blood back into the collapsing waves. I saw Killock spur his horse to an enemy and haul the man bodily from his saddle. The man tried to stand, but Killock back-swung the sword, turned his horse and chopped down again. The few enemy who had survived were trapped between us and the sea now, and we killed them grimly. Horses screamed and thrashed their hooves as they died. The small waves were pink, and the sand was black with blood. We killed 20 of them, and took 16 prisoners, and when the prisoners had told us all they knew, we killed them too. Arthur grimaced as he gave the order, for he disliked killing unarmed men, but we could spare no spearmen to guard prisoners. Nor did we have any mercy for these foes, who carried unmarked shields as a boast of their savagery. We killed them quickly, forcing them to kneel on the sand where Howlbane or Sagramore's sharp sword took their heads. They were Mordred's men, and Mordred himself had led them down the beach, but the king had wheeled his horse at the first sign of our ambush and shouted at his men to retreat.
"I came close to him,"
Arthur said ruefully,
but not close enough.
Mordred had escaped, but the first victory was ours, though 3 of our men had died in the fight, and another 7 were bleeding badly.
How did Gwyndra fight?
Arthur asked me. Bravely, Lord, bravely, I said. My sword was thick with blood that I tried to scrape off with a handful of sand. He killed, Lord, I assured Arthur.
Good,
he said, then crossed to his son and put an arm around his shoulders. I used my one hand to scrub the blood from Howlbane, then tugged the buckle of my helmet loose and pulled it off my head. We killed the wounded horses, led the uninjured beasts back to the fort, then collected our enemies' weapons and shields.
They won't come again,
I told Kynwyn.
Not unless they're reinforced.
I looked up at the sun and saw that it was climbing slowly through the cloudless sky. We had very little water, only what Sagramor's men had brought in their small baggage, and so we rationed the water-skins. It would be a long and thirsty day, especially for our wounded. One of them was shivering. His face was pale, almost yellow, and when Sagramor tried to trickle a little water into the man's mouth, he bit convulsively at the skin's lip. He began to moan, and the sound of his agony grated on our souls, and so Sagramor hastened the man's death with his sword.
"We must light a pyre," Sagramor said, "at the spit's end."
He nodded his head towards the flat sand where the sea had left a tangle of sun-bleached driftwood. Arthur did not seem to hear the suggestion.
If you want," he said to Sagramor, "you can go west now. I'd leave you here."
"If you stay," Arthur said quietly, "then I don't know how you will leave. We have only one boat coming, and more men will come to Mordred. None to us."
"More men to kill,"
Sagramor said curtly. But I think he knew that by staying he was assuring his own death. Cathig's boat might take 20 people to safety, but certainly no more.
"We can swim to the other shore, Lord,"
he said, jerking his head towards the eastern bank of the channel that ran deep and fast about the tip of the sandspit.
"Those of us who can swim,"
he added. "Can you?"
"Never too late to learn,"
Sagramor said, then spat.
"Besides, we're not dead yet."
Nor were we beaten yet, and every minute that passed took us nearer safety. I could see Cathig's men carrying the sail to Prydwen, which was canted at the edge of the sea. Her mast was now upright, though men still rigged lines from the masthead, and in an hour or two the tide would turn and she would float again, ready for the voyage. We just had to endure till the late afternoon. We occupied ourselves by making a huge pyre from the driftwood, and when it was burning, we heaved the bodies of our dead into the flames. Their hair flared bright. Then came the smell of roasting flesh. We threw on more timber, until the fire was a roaring white-hot inferno. "A ghost fence might deter the enemy," Taliesin remarked when he had chanted a prayer for the 4 burning men whose souls were drifting with the smoke to find their shadow bodies. I had not seen a ghost fence in years, but we made one that day. It was a grisly business. We had 36 dead enemy bodies, and from them we took 36 severed heads, which we rammed onto the blades of the captured spears. Then we planted the spears across the spit, and Taliesin, conspicuous in his white robe and carrying a spear shaft so that he resembled a druid, walked from one bloody head to the next, so that the enemy would think that an enchantment was being made. Few men would willingly cross a ghost fence without a druid to avert its evil, and once the fence was made, we rested more easily. We shared a scanty midday meal, and I remember Arthur looking ruefully at the ghost fence as he ate. "From Iska to this," he remarked softly. "From Minith Badon to this," I said. He shrugged. "Poor Uther," he said. And he must have been thinking of the oath that had made Mordred king. the oath that had led to this sun-warmed spit beside the sea. Mordred's reinforcements arrived in the early afternoon. They mostly came on foot, in a long column that straggled down the sea lake's western shore. We counted over 100 men, and knew that more would be following.
"They'll be tired," Arthur told us, "and we have the ghost fence."
But the enemy now possessed a druid. Fergal had arrived with the reinforcements, and an hour after we first saw the column of spearmen, we watched as the druid crept near the fence and sniffed the salt air like a dog. He threw handfuls of sand towards the nearest head, hopped on one leg for a moment, then ran to the spear and toppled it. The fence was broken, and Fergal tipped his head to the sun and gave a great cry of triumph. We pulled on helmets, found our shields, and passed sharpening stones amongst ourselves. The tide had turned, and the first fishing boats were coming home. We hailed them as they passed the spit, but most ignored our calls, for common folk all too often have good reason to fear spearmen. But Galahad waved a gold coin, and that lure did bring one boat, which nosed gingerly into the shore and grounded on the sand near the blazing balefire. Its 2 crewmen, both with heavily tattooed faces, agreed to take the women and children to Cathig's craft, which was almost afloat again. We gave the fishermen gold, handed the women and children into the boat, and sent one of the wounded spearmen to guard them.
"Tell the other fishermen," Arthur told the tattooed men, "that there's gold for any man who brings his boat with Cathig."
He made a brief farewell to Guinevere, as I did to Cynwyn. I held her close for a few heartbeats, and found I had no words.
"Stay alive," she told me.
"For you," I said, "I will."
And then I helped push the grounded boat into the sea, and watched it slowly pull away into the channel. A moment later, one of our mounted scouts came galloping back from the broken ghost fence.
"They're coming, Lord!" he shouted.
I let Galahad buckle my helmet strap, then held out my arm so he could bind the shield tight. He gave me my spear.
"God be with you," he said,
then picked up his own shield that was blazoned with the Christian cross. We would not fight in the dunes this time, because we did not have enough men to make a shield wall that would stretch right across the hilly part of the sandspit, and that meant Mordred's horsemen could have galloped around our flanks, surrounded us, and we would have been doomed to die in a tightening ring of enemies. Nor did we fight in the fort, for there too we could have been surrounded, and thus cut off from the water when Cathig arrived. And so we retreated to the narrow tip of the spit, where our shield wall could stretch from one shore to the other. The balefire still blazed just above the line of weed that marked the high tide limit, and while we waited for the enemy, Arthur ordered still more driftwood to be heaped on its flames. We went on feeding that fire until we saw Mordred's men approaching, and then we made our shield wall just a few paces in front of the flames. We set Sagramor's dark banner in the centre of our line, touched our shields edge to edge, and waited. We were 84 men, and Mordred brought over 100 to attack us. But when they saw our shield wall formed and ready, they stopped. Some of Mordred's horsemen spurred into the shallows of the sea lake, hoping to ride about our flank, but the water deepened swiftly where the channel ran close beside the southern shore, and they found they could not ride around us. So they slid out of their saddles and carried their shields and spears to join Mordred's long wall. I looked up to see that the sun was at last sliding down towards the high western hills. Prydwen was almost afloat, though men were still busy in her rigging. It would not be long, I thought, before Cathig came, but already there were more enemy spearmen straggling down the western road. Mordred's forces grew stronger, and we could only grow weaker. Fergal, his beard woven with fox fur and hung with small bones, came to the sand in front of our shield wall, and there he hopped on one leg, held one hand in the air and kept one eye closed. He cursed our souls, promising them to the fireworm of Cromduv and to the wolf pack that hunts Eriri's pass of arrows. Our women would be given as playthings to the demons of Anun, and our children would be nailed to the oaks of Arthu. He cursed our spears and our swords, and threw an enchantment to shatter our shields and turn our bowels to water. He screamed his spells, promising that for food in the other world we would have to scavenge the droppings of the hounds of Arwen, and that for water we would lick the bile of Kefith's serpents.
"Your eyes will be blood," he crooned. "Your bellies shall be filled with worms, and your tongues will turn black. You will watch the rape of your women and the murder of your children."
He called some of us by name, threatening torments unimaginable, and to counter his spells we sang the war song of Beli Mar. From that day to this I have not heard that song sung again by warriors, and never did I hear it better sung than on that sea-wrapped stretch of sun-warmed sand. We were few, but we were the best warriors Arthur ever commanded. There were only 1 or 2 young men in that shield wall. The rest of us were seasoned, hardened men who had been through battle and smelt the slaughter and knew how to kill. We were the lords of war. There was not a weak man there, not a single man who could not be trusted to protect his neighbour, and not a man whose courage would break. And how we sang that day! We drowned Fergal's curses, and the strong sound of our voices must have carried across the water to where our women waited on Prydwen. We sang to Beli Mar, who had harnessed the wind to his chariot, whose spear shaft was a tree, and whose sword slaughtered the enemy like a reaping hook cutting thistles. We sang of his victims scattered dead in the wheat fields, and rejoiced for the widows made by his anger. We sang that his boots were like millstones, his shield an iron cliff, and his helmet's plume tall enough to scrape the stars. We sang tears into our eyes, and fear into our enemies' hearts. The song ended in a feral howl, and even before that howl had ended, Kiluk had limped out of our shield wall and shaken his spear at the enemy. He derided them as cowards, spat on their lineage, and invited them to taste his spear. The enemy watched him, but none moved to take his challenge. They were a tattered, fearsome band, as hardened to killing as we were, though not, may be, to the war of shield walls. They were the scourings of Britain and Armorica, the brigands, outlaws, and masterless men who had flocked to Mordred's promise of plunder and rape. Minute by minute their ranks swelled, as men came down the spit. But the newcomers were footsore and weary, and the narrowing of the spit restricted the number of men who could advance into our spears. They might push us back, but they could not outflank us. Nor, it seemed, would any come to face Kiluk. He planted himself opposite Mordred, who stood in the centre of the enemy line. "You were born of a toad whore," he called to the king, "and fathered by a coward. Fight me. I limp. I'm old. I'm bald. But you daren't face me." He spat at Mordred, and still not one of Mordred's men moved. "Children!" Kiluk jeered at them, then turned his back on the enemy to show his scorn of them. It was then that a youngster rushed from the enemy ranks. His helmet was too big for his beardless head, his breastplate a poor thing of leather, and his shield had a gaping split between 2 of its boards. He was a young man who needed to kill a champion to find wealth, and he ran at Kiluk, screaming hatred, and the rest of Mordred's men cheered him on. Kiluk turned back, half-crouched, and held his spear towards his enemy's crotch. The young man raised his own spear, thinking to drive it down over Kiluk's low shield, then shouted in triumph as he thrust down hard. But his shout turned into a choking scream, as Kiluk's spear flicked up to snatch the youngster's soul from his open mouth. Kiluk, old in war, stepped back. His own shield had not even been touched. The dying man stumbled, the spear stuck in his throat. He half turned towards Kiluk, then fell. Kiluk kicked his enemy's spear out of his hand, jerked his own spear free, and stabbed down hard into the youngster's neck. Then he smiled at Mordred's men.
"Another?"
he called. No one moved. Kiluk spat at Mordred and walked back to our cheering ranks. He winked at me as he came near.
"See how it's done, Derfel?"
he called.
"Watch and learn."
And the men near me laughed. Prydwen was floating now, her pale hull shimmering its reflection on the water that was being ruffled by a small western wind. That wind brought us the stench of Mordred's men, the mingled smells of leather, sweat, and mead. Many of the enemy would be drunk, and many would never dare face our blades if they were not drunk. I wondered if the youngster whose mouth and gullet were now black with flies had needed mead courage to face Kiluk. Mordred was cajoling his men forward now, and the bravest among them were encouraging their comrades to advance. The sun seemed much lower suddenly, for it was beginning to dazzle us. I had not realized how much time had passed while Fergal cursed us and Kiluk taunted the enemy. And still that enemy could not find the courage to attack. A few would start forward, but the rest would lag behind. And Mordred would then curse them as he closed up the shield wall and urged them on again. It was ever thus. It takes great courage to close on a shield wall, and ours, though small, was close-knit and full of famous warriors. I glanced at Prydwen, and saw her sail fall from the yard, and saw too that the new sail was dyed scarlet like blood, and was decorated with Arthur's black bear. Cathig had spent much gold for that sail. But then I had no time to watch the distant ship, for Mordred's men were at last coming close, and the brave ones were urging the rest into a run.
"Brace hard!"
Arthur shouted, and we bent our knees to take the shock of the shield blow. The enemy was a dozen paces away, 10, and about to charge, screaming, when Arthur shouted again.
"Now!"
he called, and his voice checked the enemy's rush, for they did not know what he meant. And then Mordred screamed at them to kill, and so at last they closed with us. My spear hit a shield and was knocked down. I let it go, and snatched up Howlbane that I had stuck into the sand in front of me. A heartbeat later, Mordred's shield struck our shields, and a short sword flailed at my head. My ears rang from a blow on my helmet as I stabbed Howlbane under my shield to find my attacker's leg. I felt her blade bite, twisted her hard, and saw the man stagger as I crippled him. He flinched, but stayed on his feet. He had black curly hair crammed under a battered iron helmet, and he was spitting at me as I managed to pull Howlbane up from behind my shield. I parried a wild blow of his short sword, then beat my heavy blade down on his head. He sank to the sand.
"In front of me!"
I shouted to the man behind me, and he used his spear to kill the crippled man who could otherwise have stabbed up into my groin. And then I heard men shouting in pain or alarm, and I glanced left, my view obscured by swords and axes, and saw that great burning bulks of driftwood were being hurled over our heads into the enemy line. Arthur was using the balefire as a weapon, and his last word of command before the shield walls clashed had ordered the men by the fire to seize the logs by their unburned ends and hurl them into Mordred's ranks. The enemy spearmen instinctively flinched away from the flames, and Arthur led our men into the gap that was made.
"Make way!"
a voice shouted behind me, and I ducked aside as a spearman ran through our ranks with a great burning shaft of wood. He thrust it at the enemy's faces. They twisted aside from the glowing tip, and we jumped into the gap. The fire scorched our faces as we hacked and thrusted. More flaming brands flew over us. The enemy closest to me had twisted away from the heat, opening his unprotected side to my neighbour, and I heard his ribs snap under the spear's thrust, and saw the blood bubble at his lips as he dropped. I was in the enemy's second rank now, and the fallen timber was burning my leg, but I let the pain turn into a rage that drove Howlbane hard into a man's face, and then the men behind me kicked sand onto the flames as they pushed forward, driving me on into the third rank. I had no room now to use my sword, for I was crushed shield to shield against a swearing man who spat at me and tried to work his own sword past my shield's edge. A spear came over my shoulder to strike the swearing man's cheek, and the pressure of his shield yielded just enough to let me push my own shield forward and swing Howlbane. Later, much later, I remember screaming an incoherent sound of rage as I hammered that man into the sand. The madness of battle was on us, the desperate madness of fighting men trapped in a small place. But it was the enemy who was giving way. Rage was turned into horror, and we fought like gods. The sun blazed just above the western hill. "Shields! Shields! Shields!" Sagramor roared, reminding us to keep the wall continuous. And my right-hand neighbour knocked his shield on mine, grinned, and stepped forward with his spear. I saw an enemy's sword being drawn back for a mighty blow, and I met it with Howlbane on the man's wrist, and she cut through that wrist as though the enemy's bones were made of reed. The sword flew into our rear ranks with a bloody hand still gripping its hilt. The man on my left fell, with an enemy spear in his belly, but the second-rank man took his place and shouted a great oath as he slammed his shield forward and swung his sword down. Another burning log flew low over us, and fell on two of the enemy, who reeled apart. We leapt into the gap, and suddenly there was empty sand ahead of us. "Stay together!" I shouted. "Stay together!" The enemy was breaking. Their front rank was dead or wounded, their second rank was dying, and the men in the rear were those who least wanted to fight, and so were the ones who were easiest to kill. Those rear ranks were filled by men who were skilled at rape and clever at pillage, but had never faced a shield wall of hardened killers. And how we were killing now! Their wall was breaking, corroded by fire and fear, and we were screaming a victor's chant. I stumbled on a body, fell forward and rolled over with my shield held above my face. A sword slammed into the shield, the sound deafening. Then Sagramor's men stepped over me, and a spearman hauled me upright. "Wounded?" he asked. "No." He pushed on. I looked to see where our wall needed strengthening, but everywhere it was at least 3 men deep, and those 3 ranks were grinding forward over the carnage of a slaughtered enemy. Men grunted as they swung, as they stabbed, and as they drove the blades into enemy flesh. It is the beguiling glory of war, the sheer exhilaration of breaking a shield wall and slaking a sword on a hated enemy. I watched Arthur, a man as kind as any I have known, and saw nothing but joy in his eyes. Galahad, who prayed each day that he could obey Christ's commandment to love all men, was now killing them with a terrible efficiency. Killock was roaring insults. He had discarded his shield so that he could use both hands on his heavy spear. Guidra was grinning behind his cheekpieces, while Taliesin was singing as he killed the enemy wounded left behind by our advancing shield wall. You do not win the fight of the shield wall by being sensible and moderate, but by a godlike rush of howling madness. And the enemy could not stand our madness, and so they broke and ran. Mordred tried to hold them, but they would not stay for him, and he fled with them back towards the fort. Some of our men, the rage of battle still seething inside them, began to pursue, but Sagramor called them back. He had been wounded on his shield shoulder, but he shook off any attempt we made to help him, and bellowed at his men to stop their pursuit. We dared not follow them, beaten though they were, for then we would have found ourselves in the wider part of the spit, and so have invited the enemy to surround us. Instead, we stayed where we had fought, and we jeered at our enemies, calling them cowards. A gull pecked at the eyes of a dead man. I looked away to see that Prydwen was bows onto us now, and free of her mooring, though her bright sail was hardly stirring in the gentle wind. But she was just moving, and the colour of her sail shivered its long reflection on the glassy water. Mordred saw the boat, saw the great bear on her sail, and he knew his enemy might escape to sea, and so he screamed at his men to make a new wall. Reinforcements were joining him minute by minute, and some of the newcomers were Nemui's men, for I saw 2 blood shields take their place in the new line that formed to charge us. We fell back to where we had started, making our shield wall in the blood-soaked sand just in front of the fire that had helped us win the first attack. The bodies of our first 4 dead were only half burned, and their scorched faces grinned foully at us through lips shriveled back from discoloured teeth. We left the enemy's dead on the sand as obstacles in the path of the living, but hauled our own dead back and piled them beside the fire. We had 16 dead and a score of badly wounded, but we still had enough men to form a shield wall, and we could still fight. Taliesin sang to us. He sang his own song of Minith Badon, and it was to that hard rhythm that we touched our shields together again. Our swords and spears were blunted and bloodied. The enemy was fresh, but we cheered as they came towards us. Prydwen was scarcely moving. She looked like a ship poised on a mirror, but then I saw long oars unfold like wings from her hull. "Kill them!" Mordred screamed, and he now had the battle rage himself, and it drove him onto our line. A handful of brave men supported him, and they were followed by some of Nemui's demented souls. So it was a ragged charge that first fell on our line. But among the men who came were new arrivals who wanted to prove themselves, and so again we bent our knees and crouched behind our shield rims. The sun was blinding now, but in the moment before the crazed rush struck home, I saw flashes of light from the western hill, and knew that there were still more spearmen on that high ground. I gained the impression that a whole new army of spearmen had come to the summit, but from where or who led them I could not tell. And then I had no time to think of the newcomers, for I was thrusting my shield forward, and the blow of shield on shield made the stump of my arm sing in pain, and I keened a sound of agony as I sliced Howlbane down. A blood shield opposed me, and I cut him down hard, finding the gap between his breastplate and helmet. And when I had jerked Howlbane free of his flesh, I slashed wildly at the next enemy, a mad creature, and spun him away with blood spurting from his cheek, nose, and eye. Those first enemies had run ahead of Mordred's shield wall, but now the bulk of the enemy struck us, and we leaned into their attack and screamed defiance as we lunged our blades across our shield rims. I recall confusion, and the noise of sword ringing on sword, and the crash of shield striking shield. Battle is a matter of inches, not miles. The inches that separate a man from his enemy. You smell the mead on their breath, hear the breath in their throats, hear their grunts, feel them shift their weight, feel their spittle on your eyes, and you look for danger. Look back into the eyes of the next man you must kill. Find an opening. Take it. Close the shield wall again. Step forward. Feel the thrust of the men behind. Half stumble on the bodies of those you have killed. Recover. Push forward. And afterwards, you recall little except the blows that so nearly killed you. You work and push and stab to make an opening in their shield wall, and then you grunt and lunge and slash to widen the gap. And only then does the madness take over, as the enemy breaks and you can begin to kill like a god, because the enemy is scared and running, or scared and frozen, and all they can do is die while you harvest souls. And beat them back again we did. Again we used flames from our balefire, and again we broke their wall, but we broke our own in the doing of it. I remember the sun bright behind the high western hill, and I remember staggering into an open patch of sand and shouting at men to support me, and I remember slashing Howlbane onto the exposed nape of an enemy's neck, and watching his blood well up through severed hair, and seeing his head jerk back. And then I saw that the two battle lines had broken each other, and we were nothing but small, struggling groups of bloody men on a bloody stretch of fire-littered sand. But we had won. The rearmost ranks of the enemy ran rather than take more of our swords. But in the centre, where Mordred fought and Arthur fought, they did not run, and the fight became grim around those two leaders. We tried to surround Mordred's men, but they fought back, and I saw how few we were, and how many of us would never fight again because we had spilt our blood into Camlan's sands. A crowd of the enemy watched us from the dunes, but they were cowards and would not come forward to help their comrades, and so the last of our men fought the last of Mordred's, and I saw Arthur hacking with Excalibur, trying to reach the king, and Sagramor was there, and Gwyndra too. And I joined in the fight, throwing a spear away with my shield, stabbing Howlbane forward, and my throat was dry as smoke, and my voice a raven's croak. I struck at another man, and Howlbane left a scar across his shield, and he staggered back, and did not have the strength to step forward again. And my own strength was ebbing, and so I just stared at him through sweat-stung eyes. He came forward slowly. I stabbed. He staggered back from the blow on his shield and thrust a spear at me, and it was my turn to go backwards. I was panting, and all across the spit, tired men fought tired men. Galahad was wounded, his sword arm broken and his face bloody. Killoch was dead. I did not see it, but I found his body later with 2 spears in his unarmoured groin. Sagramor was limping, but his quick sword was still deadly. He was trying to shelter Gwyndra, who bled from a cut on his cheek and was attempting to reach his father's side. Arthur's goose-feather plumes were red with blood, and his white cloak streaked with it. I watched him cut down a tall man, kick away the enemy's despairing lunge, and slice down hard with Excalibur. It was then that Loholt attacked. I had not seen him till that moment, but he saw his father, and he spurred his horse and drew his spear back with his one remaining hand. He screamed a chant of hate as he charged into the tangle of tired men. The horse was white-eyed and terrified, but the spurs drove it on as Loholt aimed his blade at Arthur. But then Sagramor plucked up a spear and hurled it so that the horse's legs were tangled by the heavy staff, and the animal fell in a shower of sand. Sagramor stepped into the flailing hoofs and scythed his sword's dark blade sideways, and I saw blood spurt up from Loholt's neck. But just as Sagramor snatched Loholt's soul, so a blood shield darted forward and lunged at Sagramor with a spear. Sagramor backhanded his sword, spraying Loholt's blood from its tip, and the blood shield went down screaming. But then a shout announced that Arthur had reached Mordred, and the rest of us instinctively turned to watch as the 2 men confronted each other. A lifetime of hatred rankled between them. Mordred reached his sword out lowly, then swept it back to show his men he wanted Arthur for himself. The enemy obediently stumbled away. Mordred, just as he had been on the day when he had been acclaimed on Caer Cedern, was all in black. A black cloak, black breastplate, black trews, black boots, and a black helmet. In places the black armour had been scarred, where blades had cut through the dried pitch to fleck open the bare metal. His shield was covered in pitch, and his only touches of colour were a shriveled sprig of vervain that showed at his neck and the eye sockets of the skull that crested his helmet. A child's skull, I thought, for it was so small, and its eye sockets had been stuffed with scraps of red cloth. He limped forward on his clubbed foot, swinging his sword, and Arthur gestured at us to step back to give him room to fight. He hefted Excalibur, and raised his silver shield that was torn and bloody. How many of us were left by then? I do not know. 40? Maybe less. And Predwyn had reached the turn in the river channel and was now gliding towards us with the wraithstone grey in her prow and her sail barely stirring in the small wind. The oars dipped and rose. The tide was almost full. Mordred lunged. Arthur parried, lunged with his own blade, and Mordred stepped back. The king was quick, and he was young, but his clubbed foot and the deep thigh wound he had taken in Armorica made him less agile than Arthur. He licked dry lips, came forward again, and the swords rang loud in the evening air. One of the watching enemy suddenly staggered and fell for no apparent reason, but he did not move again as Mordred stepped fast forward and swung his sword in a blinding arc. Arthur met the blade with Excalibur, then shoved his shield forward to strike the king, and Mordred staggered away. Arthur drew his arm back for the lunge, but Mordred somehow kept his footing and scrambled back with his sword countering the lunge and flicking fast forward in reply. I could see Guinevere standing in Prydwen's prow with Kynwyn just behind her. In the lovely evening light, it seemed as though the hull was made of silver and the sail of finest scarlet linen. The long oars dipped and rose, and slowly she came, until a breath of warm wind at last filled the bear on her sail, and the water rippled faster down her silver flanks. And just then, Mordred screamed and charged. The swords clashed, shields banged, and Excalibur swept the grisly skull from the crest of Mordred's helm. Mordred swung hard back, and I saw Arthur flinch as his enemy's blade struck home, but he pushed the king away with his shield, and the two men stepped apart. Arthur pressed his sword hand against his waist where he had been struck, then shook his head as though denying that he was hurt. But Sagramor was hurt. He had been watching the fight, but now he suddenly bent forward and stumbled down into the sand. I crossed to him.
"Spear in my belly," he said,
and I saw he was clutching his stomach with both hands to stop his guts from spilling onto the sand. Just as he had killed Loholt, so the blood shield had struck Sagramor with his spear, and had died in that achievement. But Sagramor was dying now. I put my one good arm about him and turned him onto his back. He gripped my hand. His teeth chattered, and he groaned. Then he forced up his helmeted head to watch as Arthur went cautiously forward. There was blood at Arthur's waist. Mordred's last swing had cut up into the scale armour, up between the scale-like flakes of metal, and it had bitten deeply into Arthur's side. Even as Arthur went forward, new blood glistened and welled where the sword had torn through his armoured coat. But Arthur suddenly leapt forward and turned his threatened lunge into a downwards chop that Mordred parried on his shield. Mordred threw the shield wide to throw Excalibur clear and stabbed forward with his own sword. But Arthur took that lunge on his shield, drew back Excalibur, and it was then that I saw his shield tilt backwards and saw Mordred's sword scrape up the torn silver cover. Mordred shouted and pushed the blade harder, and Arthur did not see the sword tip coming until it broke over the shield's edge and stabbed up into the eye-hole of his helmet. I saw blood, but I also saw Excalibur come down from the sky in a blow as strong as Arthur ever struck. Excalibur cut through Mordred's helmet. It slit the black iron as though it were parchment, then broke the king's skull and sliced into his brain. And Arthur, with blood glistening at his helmet's eye-hole, staggered, recovered, then wrenched Excalibur free in a spray of bloody droplets. Mordred, dead from the moment Excalibur had split his helmet, fell forward at Arthur's feet. His blood gushed onto the sand and onto Arthur's boots, and his men, seeing their king dead and Arthur still on his feet, gave a low moan and stepped backwards. I took my hand from Sagramor's dying grip. "Shield wall!" I shouted. "Shield wall!" And the startled survivors of our small warband closed ranks in front of Arthur, and we touched our ragged shields together and snarled forward over Mordred's lifeless body. I thought the enemy might come back for vengeance, but they stepped backwards instead. Their leaders were dead, and we were still showing defiance, and they had no belly for more death that evening. "Stay here!" I shouted at the shield wall, then went back to Arthur. Galahad and I eased the helmet from his head, and so released a rush of blood. The sword had missed his right eye by a finger's breadth, but it had broken the bone outside the eye, and the wound was pulsing blood. "Cloth!" I shouted, and a wounded man ripped a length of linen from a dead man's jerkin, and we used it to pad the wound. Taliesin bound it up, using a strip torn from the skirts of his robe. Arthur looked up at me when Taliesin was finished and tried to speak. "Quiet, Lord," I said. "Mordred," he said. "He's dead, Lord," I said. "He's dead." I think he smiled, and then Prydwen's bows scraped on the sand. Arthur's face was pale, and bloody rivulets laced his cheek.
"You can grow a beard now, Derfel,"
he said. "Yes, Lord," I said. "I will. Don't speak." There was blood at his waist, far too much blood, but I could not take his armour off to find that wound, even though I feared it was the worse of his 2 injuries.
"Excalibur,"
he said to me. "Quiet, Lord," I said.
"Take Excalibur," he said. "Take it, and throw it into the sea. Promise me."
"I will, Lord. I promise." I took the bloodied sword from his hand, then stepped back, as 4 unwounded men lifted Arthur and carried him to the boat. They passed him over the gunwale, and Guinevere helped to take him and to lay him on Prydwen's deck. She made a pillow of his blood-soaked cloak, then crouched beside him and stroked his face. "Are you coming, Derfel?" she asked me. I gestured to the men who still formed a shield wall on the sand. "Can you take them?" I asked. "And can you take the wounded?"
12 more men,"
Cathig called from the stern.
"No more than 12. Don't have space for more."
No fishing boats had come. But why should they have come? Why should men involve themselves in killing and blood and madness when their job is to take food from the sea? We only had Prydwen, and she would have to sail without me. I smiled at Guinevere. "I can't come, lady," I said, then turned and gestured again towards the shield wall. "Someone must stay to lead them over the Bridge of Swords." The stump of my left arm was oozing blood. There was a bruise on my ribs, but I was alive. Sagramor was dying. Killock was dead. Galahad and Arthur were injured. There was no one but me. I was the last of Arthur's warlords. "I can stay." Galahad had overheard our conversation. "You can't fight with a broken arm," I said. "Get in the boat and take Gwyndra. And hurry. The tide's falling." "I should stay," Gwyndra said nervously. I seized him by the shoulders and pushed him into the shallows. "Go with your father," I said, "for my sake, and tell him I was true to the end." I stopped him suddenly and turned him back to face me, and I saw there were tears on his young face. "Tell your father," I said, "that I loved him to the end." He nodded. Then he and Galahad climbed aboard. Arthur was with his family now, and I stepped back as Cathig used one of the oars to pole the ship back into the channel. I looked up at Cynwyn, and I smiled, and there were tears in my eyes, but I could think of nothing to say except to tell her that I would wait for her beneath the apple trees of the other world. But just as I was phrasing the clumsy words, and just as the ship slipped off the sand, she stepped lightly onto the bow and leapt into the shallows. "No!" I shouted. "Yes," she said, and reached out a hand so that I would help her onto the shore. "You know what they'll do to you?" I asked. She showed me a knife in her left hand, meaning she would kill herself before she was taken by Mordred's men. "We've been together too long, my love, to part now," she said. And then she stood beside me to watch as Prydwen edged into the deep water. Our last daughter and her children were sailing away. The tide had turned, and the first of the ebb was creeping the silver ship towards the sea reach. I stayed with Sagramor as he died. I cradled his head, held his hand and talked his soul onto the Bridge of Swords. Then, with my eyes brimming with tears, I walked back to our small shield wall and saw that Camlan was filled with spearmen now. A whole army had come, but they had come too late to save their king, though they still had time enough to finish us. I could see Nimue at last, her white robe and her white horse bright in the shadowed dunes. My friend and one-time lover was now my final enemy. "Fetch me a horse," I told a spearman. There were stray horses everywhere, and he ran, grabbed a bridle and brought a mare back to me. I asked Kynwyn to unstrap my shield, then had the spearman help me onto the mare's back, and, once mounted, I tucked Excalibur under my left arm and took the reins with my right. I kicked back, and the horse leapt ahead, and I kicked her again, scattering sand with her hoofs and men from her path. I was riding among Mordred's men now, but there was no fight in them, for they had lost their lord. They were masterless, and Nimue's army of the mad was behind them, and behind Nimue's ragged forces there was a third army. A new army had come to Camlan's sands. It was the same army I had seen on the high western hill, and I realized it must have marched south, behind Mordred, to take Dumnonia for itself. It was an army that had come to watch Arthur and Mordred destroy themselves. And now that the fighting was done, the army of Gwent moved slowly forward beneath their banners of the cross. They came to rule Dumnonia, and to make Murig its king. Their red cloaks and scarlet plumes looked black in the twilight, and I looked up to see that the first faint stars were pricking the sky. I rode towards Nimue, but stopped 100 paces short of my old friend. I could see Olwen watching me, and Nimue's baleful stare. And then I smiled at her, and took Excalibur into my right hand, and held up the stump of my left, so that she would know what I had done. Then I showed her Excalibur. She knew what I planned then. "No!" she screamed, and her army of the mad wailed with her, and their gibbering shook the evening sky. I put Excalibur under my arm again, picked up the reins and kicked the mare as I turned her about. I urged her on, driving her fast onto the sand of the sea beach, and I heard Nimue's horse galloping behind me. But she was too late. Much too late. I rode towards Prydwen. The small wind was filling her sail now, and she was clear of the spit, and the wraithstone at her bows was rising and falling in the sea's endless waves. I kicked again, and the mare tossed her head, and I shouted her on into that darkening sea, and kept kicking her until the waves broke cold against her chest, and only then did I drop the reins. She quivered under me as I took Excalibur in my right hand. I drew my arm back. There was blood on the sword, yet her blade seemed to glow. Merlin had once said that the sword of Rithok would turn to flame at the end, and perhaps she did. Or perhaps the tears in my eyes deceived me. "No!" Nimue wailed, and I threw Excalibur, threw her hard and high towards the deep water, where the tide had scoured the channel through Camlan's sands. Excalibur turned in the evening air. No sword was ever more beautiful. Merlin swore she had been made by Gofanon in the smithy of the otherworld. She was the sword of Rithok, and a treasure of Britain. She was Arthur's sword, and a druid's gift, and she wheeled against the darkening sky, and her blade flashed blue fire against the brightening stars. For a heartbeat, she was a shining bar of blue flame poised in the heavens. And then she fell. She fell true in the channel's centre. There was hardly a splash, just a glimpse of white water, and she was gone. Nimue screamed. I turned the mare away and drove her back to the beach, and back across the litter of battle to where my last warband waited. And there I saw that the army of the mad was drifting away. They were going, and Mordred's men, those that survived, were fleeing down the beach to escape the advance of Murig's troops. Dumnonia would fall. A weak king would rule, and the Saxons would return. But we would live. I slid from the horse, took Kynwyn's arm, and led her to the top of a nearby dune. The sky in the west was a fierce red glow, for the sun was gone. And together we stood in the world's shadow, and watched as Prydwen rose and fell to the waves. Her sail was full now, for the evening wind was blowing from the west, and Prydwen's prow broke water white, and her stern left a widening wake across the sea. Full south she sailed, and then she turned into the west. But the wind was from the west, and no boat can sail straight into the wind's eye. Yet I swear that boat did. She sailed west, and the wind was blowing from the west, yet her sail was full, and her high prow cut the water white. Or maybe I did not know what it was that I saw, for there were tears in my eyes, and more tears running down my cheeks. And while we watched, we saw a silver mist form on the water. Kynwyn gripped my arm. The mist was just a patch, but it grew, and it glowed. The sun was gone. There was no moon shining, just the stars and the twilight sky and the silver-flecked sea and the dark-sailed boat. Yet the mist did glow. Like the silver spindrift of stars, it glowed. Or maybe it was just the tears in my eyes. "Derfel!" Sansom snapped at me. He had come with Murig, and now he scrambled across the sand towards us. "Derfel!" he called. "I want you! Come here! Now!" "My dear lord," I said, but not to him. I spoke to Arthur, and I watched and wept, my arm around Kynwyn, as the pale boat was swallowed by the shimmering silver mist. And so my lord was gone, and no one has seen him since. That was Excalibur by Bernard Cornwell, narrated by Jonathan Keeble.
Thank you for listening to this HarperCollins audiobook. This title was recorded and produced by Greenbank Studios.